I'm the diamond, I'm the ring, I'm the treasure, a little bit tricky. I know your secret, I draw your dream, I steal your heart, don't blame me coming, okay? Look at me, can't you see, I'm a real magic in reality. Look at you, I can see, you're thirsty and worried about losing me. Look at me, you can't see, we're drinking, spinning fantasy. Look at me carefully, I have everything you want.
I will let you gas, bring you a little game. Watch out, straight together, track this man, all the woman's already. Can't make man, ain't ready to get back. He's ready, fast and agile. Time's thinking, a Tommy bomb. Me where you and that song here along. So all the way to the extra line. To get free, to the first class. Twist the list, here's the list. Chest dismissed, build up the master on. Enthusiasm, depend the casting. Bring all your whole core round to us. We got lost on the selling mirage. So be my gas, I will let you get. Seems fantastic, rest, you'll never die, so I'll lie. Never die, so I'm alive. So I'm alive. 3, 2, 1, 2, that rest, you never stop dying.
What is up, baby?
Never die, so I'm alive.
What is up? Wait, let me center myself on the screen. And yo, what is up, baby? 2 streams in a row, dude. Consistency. Consistency. You like this consistency? What is up, man? Chat's popping. Yo, 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 yo. Was that Shrek? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. In fact, here's something that a lot of you probably don't know about. Let's ignore that for a second. All right. What is up, baby? First time here. A lot of first timers. Welcome to all the first timers. Welcome to the people who have been here multiple times. Yeah, this is a live stream, but I still structure in a way for people to watch it in a VOD, in a VOD format, so you can watch it later if you can't catch most of this. Yep, I saw you, Squid Party, dude. I saw you in the offline chat, man. You pretty much treated it like a Discord channel. What's up? So yeah, we're gonna be getting right into this. This is going to be a long stream. Every time I've streamed so far, I've said, guys, this is not gonna be a long stream. This time, I can't even lie to you. I can't even lie. This is gonna be a long one. Okay. We have a lot to go through. This is a long ass document. It's not clickbait. It's actually like around 263 pages. So I don't know if we'll go through every single page because from what I understand, there is some bloating, but we're going to go through the important things. Wait, let me calibrate my model real quick. Should have done that before streaming. Calibrating. And there we go. All right. So let's get right into it. Welcome, everyone. At least not 1,000. Yeah, dude. Okay, listen. I said this yesterday. Listen, the bar shouldn't be that low. When someone releases a 250 page doc, it shouldn't be like, oh, at least it's not 1,000. No. It should be like, yo, that's long. That's longer than 50 pages. It shouldn't be, oh, at least it's not 1,000. No. Let's not even go there. YouTube won't let me super chat. This is a scam. It's all good. Maybe femboys are just not allowed to donate, Narrow. I don't know. Much appreciated, though. But yeah. Let's get right into this. Oh, I'm seeing some people have ads. Okay. We'll get into it real quick. Yesterday was really fun. We talked about Cha-Cha Chilla and that disastrous Google Doc. I don't think there's anything new. Oh, check this out, actually. I posted this. Okay, I made a post on my Twitter. And it's been censored by my... Like, it's been censored. I can't even see it. I can't even see the post I made. Can I find it in my notifications? Yeah. I can't even see this on my profile. Bro, Wayo sent this to me, my artist, and was like, yo, I'm using your model for studies. I was like, what the hell? I mean, I can't even argue about this. This kind of looks good, but what the hell? Man, I love Wayo. Dude. Hopefully next year, I want to do more stuff with Wayo. I definitely want to work on more stuff because the chat's reactions are so... You guys are like, hello? How much? What? Like if you go to like my highlights tab, if you go to like my highlights tab, you can see a lot of art that we worked on together. Like this is my origin story. This is my backstory, dude. This is like my character's backstory. All right. Like we have a bunch of comics and shit. This was back when I debuted. This was back in 2024. And I feel like it's worth reposting. But it's definitely worth doing some more stuff. So yeah. Wayo's been really busy recently, but I want to do more stuff next year. But yeah, I mean, judging by all you guys' reactions when you saw this, I mean, it's not going to be, the things we're going to work on aren't going to be like this, but you know, it just so happens that I was sent this today. Okay, before we get into this, there were a lot of people that actually subbed Model When, bro. I'm not going to make a model like this. Are you crazy? Yo, Arner, thanks so much for the one gifted. There were a lot of people that subbed off stream. Thank you. Much appreciated. But I took the time to like screenshot it. So thank you, Ophelia, Lovo to my class, JYCEC, to Yuko, thank you for the emos, Melt, Mosbeck, Cambo JK, CHI Works, and Zeneophyte. Is that Zeneto? What's up? Thank you. Thank you for joining membership offline, which is crazy. And yeah, as always, I thought we were reading a doc. What is this? It's the intro, because some people have an ad right now, so I don't want them to miss out. All right, let's get right into this. As always, guys, donations will be right at the end. Let me just pin that. Right at the end of the stream. Let me pin that. All right, so I'll be thanking all donos, all members at the end of the stream. So that we don't kind of, you know, kind of hinder the flow of things. Yes, because there's a lot of VOD watchers. Mujin, my grandma watches you. Please relax. She is a married woman. Okay. All right. Made an exception for that one. Can't lie, bro. I do love my older women, but, you know, I don't, I typically like to stop myself if they're married, you know, and if I don't, then Genrex will stop me instead. All right. So a lot of you are wondering, who the fuck is Shayy? And why is this a big deal? Well, here's the thing. We're going to be diving deep into this together. All right. I only know some things. I've only seen some things. I showed you some sneak peeks yesterday. Actually, let me bring that back. Let me go to my bookmarks real quick. And now you should be able to hear me, unlike yesterday when I go to the screen. Let me just bring that back. Let me show you what kind of person we're dealing with right now, okay? So, Shayy is a Deltarune and Undertale streamer and content creator, okay? Now, the thing with Shayy is that they're probably one of the biggest. Yeah, very easily one of the biggest in that genre. And now this community is very passionate, okay? There's like, you know, it's very tight-knit. And I'd say, like, if I had to kind of like compare it to another community, it would be similar to the Minecraft community. Very passionate, very parasocial, but also has a hard-on for canceling people, okay? And this will make sense later. But just in general, this is the kind of community we're dealing with here, right? So, Shayy, for the longest time, was one of the biggest names in this community and inspired many to make content on these games just purely for, you know, having this YouTube channel. So, look, some of these videos have millions of views. Like, you know, whether it's a speed run, whether it's some content, whether it's like, you know, Undertale, but I have a gun, you know, so, things like this, right? So, obviously, huge in this community. And, I mean, look for this yourself, right? Like, this controversy was so crazy. This post was made 2 weeks ago. We just hit 470,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much. 500,000 doesn't seem so distant now. 500,000. I never could have dreamed of this. Look at the subscriber count. Look at the, can you even see? Look at the subscriber count. Look at, you guys are getting a lot of ads, dude. What's going on, man? That hasn't been happening in other streams. Anyway, yeah, no worries. I'll stick to this for like a little bit, but like, look at this. 366K, 470K. Shayy was at 470K, and in just, when did this document come out? Yeah, in less than a week, Shayy lost 106,000 subs. It's not even an exaggeration. Look at this. These are Shayy's stats. Look at this right here. Look at the subs. Minus 95K into the last 28 days. That's crazy. Now, it does say minus 52 million views. I think it's because Shayy, like, this usually happens when you private a lot of videos. And I think a lot of videos were privated, maybe like shorts. I'm not sure if there were more shorts, because there's only 3 right now. But whatever, regardless, you know, views don't really matter. What matters is the fact that 100,000 subs were lost in the span of a week. Okay? This doesn't just happen. Like, when Dr. Disrespect messaged a minor, he probably lost like less than 10K subs or something. When Pirate Software went through his shit, we can check. Pirate Software went through his shit. Yeah, you know. Yeah, but he was way bigger. Pirate Software was way bigger. Like, we're talking millions of subs. Millions of subs. This is someone with like 400K subs. So it definitely is on the same level, if not crazier. And to kind of get an understanding of why this was such a crazy reaction, well, let's get a bit of a... Never thought that Shayy would be featured on the channel. I didn't think either, but I just want to point out, wait, there's someone who donated by the name of Nate Kebab and said, "Hey, Mujan, love from Turkey." Bro, talk about stereotypes. Anyway, thank you so much, Nate Kebab. Much appreciated. So yeah, just for you to kind of understand, get a sneak peek. And before I get to that, the reason why I'm talking about Shayy is because so many people have begged me. They have begged me to talk about this. Begged me. I didn't even know. Like, I made a tweet about this. I actually tweeted about this. Wait, let me scroll down. It's on my profile somewhere. I literally made a tweet about this. I was like, yes, guys, I've seen the Google Docs about Shayy. You can stop adding me about it. However, it's 250 plus pages. And frankly, I'll probably burst a testicle if I go through another long ass Google Doc at this point. Google Docy trauma is real. Bro, it is. Okay. Listen, I'm not claiming here that I have like PTSD, but I have trauma, bro. when I see a Google Doc, I start shaking. Okay, not to that extent, but that Cinder doc did something to me, dude. Why, when you bursting, you're asking when I'm gonna burst a testicle. I'm not planning on bursting a testicle live on stream, but that 1,000 page doc traumatized me, dude. Holy shit! I was talking about the story yesterday. The Cinder video, I made it in 9 days. Yes, I made a 6-hour video in 9 days. Now, yes, I did read the document 2 weeks prior and noted things down, but the whole thing was made in the span of 9 days. You know why? I had so on September 30th, I had a flight at 10 a.m. And I wanted to finish the video before the flight because I was gonna go to fucking Poland to watch the Witcher concert live. And that was gonna take 5 days. So I wanted to upload it before I go because otherwise I thought it would be a bit too late. So I didn't fucking sleep, right? I did this shit in 9 days. And get this. At 10 a.m., my flight was at 10 a.m. on the 30th. I finished the Cinder video at 3 a.m. on the 30th. I finished it. And I would go to render. And Premiere Pro would tell me, oh, this needs 3 hours. I was like, and on top of that, Premiere Pro is saying it needed to be 450 gigs. At that point, I was just fucking shitting my pants. What do you mean 450 gigs? I have 2 drives in my computer. One of them is too full for that. I had to do it on the other one. 450 because it's a 4K 6-hour video. Yes, it's 4K. So then I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe 4K isn't necessary. I can just make this in 1080p. Here's the problem. If I'm going to downscale it while rendering from 4K, because the raw file is in 4K, if I'm going to downscale it to 1080p, it'll take 6 hours of rendering instead. At that point, I was panicking. I was like, okay, listen, 3 hours, I can do this. 6 a.m., I have time to go to the airport. But 450 gigs, YouTube has a limit of 250 gigs, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if they removed it. So I was like, what the fuck? I was like, fuck it. Premiere Pro is usually wrong. Okay, it says my videos are 100 gigs. They end up being 17 gigs. So I'm going to do it. I went to take a nap. I woke up, set an alarm, and I saw, have you learned something in Polish? Yes, kurwa. And when I woke up, it was done. I uploaded it. God bless fiber internet. It took 30 minutes to upload to YouTube. It was 100 gigs. No, it was like 66 gigs. And I did it. I don't know how the video was done. That whole week, that whole 9 days was a fever dream. Okay. So yeah, when I say trauma, I mean fucking trauma, bro. In any case, a lot of people were adding me on that document. A lot of people went to Discord. A lot of people DM'd me. And were like, please talk about this. Please, no one else is talking about this. I was like, oh my God, fine. I'll cover this in a stream. Okay, we're going to read it together. We're going to go through it neutrally because I really know nothing except the sneak peek I'm going to show you. All right, so I've seen these tweets. When I saw these tweets, I was like, okay, maybe this is worth talking about because this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. These are some of the DMs that Shayy was sending. Isn't life so much easier when I choose your pronouns and gender? Your pronouns are mine. Go ahead and change your pronouns too. After all, it's better if I'm in control of that, right? What are you waiting for? Change your pronouns then. I don't know if I'm going to get demonetized for that word. And get on the bed so I can... Anyway. Yeah, this is I've seen so many things being on the internet. But I'm not going to lie to you. Like, when it comes to like preferences, right? This is definitely the weirdest thing, bro. This is definitely like, wow, you know? Like, but it's not over. Look, here's another example. Please transition into a girl. Please, I need this. You would make such a pretty girl. Take some estrogen. Nah, dude. Nah, that's wild. That's wild. So yeah, Shayy. Please, Angel, I need this. My sexuality's got us straight. That is crazy. So yeah, listen. I'm sorry, a pronoun. Okay, I can't say the F word on this, like the feta cheese. No, fet, and then ish. It's crazy. YouTube has a whole category for demonetization. They say that if you just mention that word or anything related to it, the video gets killed. I don't know why, but anyway. Yes, it's a very weird. You know what? We'll just call that word. I'll just refer to it as feta cheese. Listen, bro, it's a very weird feta cheese to have. Okay, it's a very weird feta cheese. Okay, I've seen my fair share of feta cheeses on the internet, bro. Yes, I'm aware that some people like to, you know, poop on each other. Listen, bro, you want to do something behind closed doors without me having to smell your bullshit, literally, your literal bullshit. Whatever, man. Whatever. You want to give each other pink eye? I don't give a fuck. You're both consensual. Go ahead, man. But if we're talking about this kind of shit, now this is definitely new for me, bro. For you to just sit there and be like, yeah, man, please take some estrogen. Your pronouns are mine. It's like, really, you couldn't find anything else. You couldn't just say something like, yo, man, your clothes are mine or so. You know, you had to go that far. And these are, as far as I know, we're going to get into the document, but as far as I know, these are fans. I'm not even sure if they're of age. So, you know, this is like grooming to the maximum, right? So I wanted to kind of show you this video right here of this content creator Merg, because Merg years ago was canceled by the Undertale community. You're going to see it's one of the stupidest things. This is why I say that it's very similar to the Minecraft community. Merg got canceled over nothing, and Shayy was like, you know, encouraging people like, yeah, you know, I wouldn't say why he'd say, I don't see why he would say something like this, you know? In a way, kind of like how Dream was in Minecraft. Like, Dream was always virtue signaling. Like, man, I can't believe this person would say that. Wow. And then this dude just goes on and calls his community just straight up retarded. Like, you know? So, yeah. Watch this. It's 2 minutes. It'll kind of make you understand what we're dealing with here and the role Shayy played in this dude's cancellation.
I've wanted to make this video for a long time. Now that everyone's bringing up the situation with Shayy, an Undertale Deltarune content creator, I think the time has come. Just to be clear, I'm not here to accuse or defend anyone. The accusations are really bad, and if you look into them, you should always form your own opinion, not take somebody else's. So instead, I want to take you on a trip down memory lane back to last year. In 2024, there was an attempt to get me cancelled over on Twitter. Apparently because I was too popular and people were making too many Muffet jokes. Okay, let me summarize the drama for you. I played an Undertale fan game. It was about an AU where one of the many changes was Kara being replaced by their adult version. When I uploaded the video, there were some comments making jokes about the design. That's it.
Bro, this is the kind of community, man. Imagine being canceled for this, bro. Like, like, I swear, some communities are so wild to me. Some communities are so wild to me. And some others are wild for an opposite reason. You know, like there are some communities where you can make any joke you want, right? Even if it's like seen by society as like, oh, you know, politically incorrect, you can do whatever you want. Here, and in the Minecraft community, oh, you made fun of this character for having like short hair instead of long hair. Yeah, you're getting canceled. You deserve to lose your entire career. Go homeless. Go homeless now. You should go homeless now.
That's literally the extent of the entire drama. It was the only time I ever interacted with the game, and nothing else happened. That whole thing resulted in well over a year's worth of hate and harassment getting sent my way.
1 year!
Which admittedly is perfectly normal, because it happened on Twitter. But a lot of these content creators and fan game makers who are active in that community are part of the problem, because they can never stay in their own lane, both on a professional level and, as we can see, also on a personal level. So
Deltarune.
As you may have guessed, one of the people who got involved was Shayy.
Undertale and Deltarune, change that to underage and Deltarune.
Saying stuff like,
so look at this, look at this. Shayy was out here grandstanding.
See, also on a personal level. So as you may have guessed, one of
Look, this was 5 days ago. He uploaded this video 5 days ago. Shayy was still at 419 subs. That is crazy.
People who got involved was Shayy, saying stuff like, yeah, that's definitely crossing a line. Really?
Bro, how dare he make fun of a fan-made game's design? How dare he impede on our safe space of a game? Yeah, that's definitely crossing the line. He deserves to lose his career over this. Rest in piss.
Crossing a line. Really? With everything else that was already going on by that time?
Yeah, this was as all of this, like as this stuff, and as the stuff in the document was going on. He was out here grandstanding, right? Like, oh, how dare you? How dare you do this? As there was this fucking crazy shit going on in the background, which we'll get to.
Going on by that time?
That's so funny.
Was the problem? Or this one? Merg overstepped the line with hearting some of the comments specifically referring to, and I don't even want to finish reading that, especially now that we know I'm definitely not the one overstepping any lines here. Seriously, what's wrong with people? How do you so blatantly spread lies and completely misrepresent the entire situation? Trying to distract from some other things that were happening at the time, perhaps? Who knows?
Maybe.
Shayy wasn't the only one. Multiple other creators joined in as well. The overreaction, misinformation, that holier-than-thou attitude, all while actual problems were happening in the background, it's disgusting. It made me want to distance myself more and more from the entire
Absolutely
scene.
understandable,
Now, with
dude.
everything that's happening,
Absolutely
it might be for the
understandable.
best.
True.
It just really sucks. Thankfully, I'm not directly involved myself. All I'm doing here is sharing one major issue I've had with that community for a long time.
Guys, are we making a mistake delving into this? Are we making a mistake delving into this shit? Because we're gonna have to interact with the community at this point. Bro, I just imagined someone from these people that tried to cancel Merg over making a joke about a fan-made character coming to the stream expecting like, oh man, let's see this YouTuber covering this. And they actually see me covering this. They'll be like, dude, this guy made a joke saying Deltarune, cancel him. It's over. How dare you cross this line? How dare you? They're already here. Listen, they're not all bad. They're not. Listen, mostly the ones on Twitter. Okay, it's always Twitter. It's always about Twitter, man. You guys remember when I made that video about the Genshin boycott? Man, oh my god, dude. I think there was a Twitter post. It was probably botted, but it had like 60,000 likes, calling me saying, I wish not everyone had the ability to make videos. Linking my video. That shit was so funny. But yeah, it's usually Twitter. In fact, you want to know what's funny? You want to know what's really funny? One of the people that posted a document already pre-blocked me. One of the people, I saw this, I was like, you know what my reaction was? Wait. I was like,
woke up, I look at the computer say, Floyd said, fuck T.I., fuck Nelly, fuck 50. I'm like, what'd he say fuck me for?
What did he say fuck me for, bro? I was like, all right, I'm looking at the documents. I'm like, oh man, this is crazy. I get on here. I'm like, wait, why am I blocked? That shit's so funny, dude. But yeah. So already, as you can see, dude, the Undertale community is already like huge fans of me. Huge. And we're out here looking at this shit. All right, so I also have this video here to kind of show you, like, this is another YouTuber by the name of Melon God. And, you know, it's 14 minutes. I'm not going to make you watch it, but in a nutshell, like, Melon God is out here just saying, yo, this sucks, this is terrible, support the victims, etc., etc. But also wanted to emphasize that this sucked so much, not just for them, but for the Undertale community and the Deltarune community, because both Melon God and the community as a whole viewed Shayy as an inspiration. In fact, Melon God in this video admits that the whole reason this channel even exists is because they were inspired by Shayy, right? So this is why, like, I really want to emphasize that this is a very big deal for people who have interacted with this game at any point in time. Like, maybe some people weren't watching Shayy recently on his most recent videos, but if you ever interacted with this game, you probably watched one of these more viral videos. So that's the thing. So it's not just people who watch Shayy all the time. It's people who have watched Shayy in the past that might have been like, whoa, no way, right? Like, this is really bad. So it's like going back to like a YouTuber you used to love as a kid or whatever, as a teenager, which has, to be fair, happened a lot. It's happened a lot in these last couple of years. It's happened a lot. Where they just, went from hero to villain. So that's why like the whole stream is titled From Hero to whatever the fuck. Because yeah, this Shayy was seen as a hero, period. So here's what happened. On November 20th, 2025, Willie J posted this tweet, right? And as you can see, this blew up like way out of proportion. 11 million views. That's a lot. That's a lot for a Google Doc, right? Just in general, that's a lot. So they'd say content warning, S assault, S harassment. I'm not going to say that word. Grooming, I guess, Okay, YouTube, when I say grooming, I'm referring to grooming a cat's hair. I don't know, bro. Abusive. While in the community, Shayy has committed reprehensible acts, including grooming multiple fans and assaulting their now ex-partner. They're an active danger to the community. Please read. So that was already like a bombshell, like, whoa. Now, look, I will say this. Some of the replies were kind of out of pocket, man. Like, look at this. Look at this top one. Or no, not this one. Well, there's nothing that pisses me off more than people who don't tell you the whole deal. I guess that's a reference. I don't know. But like, this was the top reply for the longest time. Is it that hard to be a normal person, dude? Oh my God. Like, dude, this is someone saying that they got like groomed and shit. Chill. But yeah. In any case, we're about to get into this. But before we do, I want to make you understand, because I am looking at this from a neutral point of view. Okay? I'm doing this from a neutral point of view. I want to make you understand that while, yes, I'd say the wider audience of Undertale and Deltarune were on this person's side and the victims as well, because of the view count, a lot of outsiders got to look into this too, and opinions started to vary. Okay? So Destiny made this tweet right here, quote tweeting that, initial Google Doc. We're not going to get into politics. I know Destiny's like, controversial in his own right, and also has like a bunch of very interesting like revenge corn lawsuits against him, whatever. I don't care. Point is, this got seen, this got liked. People agree with this to an extent. So I do want to like kind of like show you. So in his opinion and some people's opinion, this is like kind of a nothing burger, right? Saying, bro, these people are just insanely pathetic. How much of a degenerate loser do you have to be to date someone you are collecting complaints on for 5 years before deciding to unload all of it onto the internet? Complaining that their partner didn't buy them a new car fast enough, or complaining that they had to clean up the house that they lived in for free. Laughing emoji, right? And of course, we have more mentions of autism, just like we did yesterday with the whole Cha-Cha Chilla arc, with him saying this person is claiming that Shayy was being overtly flirtatious because they are too autistic to understand the disinterest being communicated in DMs here. So, and of course, the comments are also kind of siding with him. So this really goes both ways. So we're going to make up our opinion together, I guess. I will try my best to stay neutral, but I just wanted to let you know that, yeah, this isn't like clear cut. It never is. It never is. But I just wanted to like let you know that there are other points of views here. And we'll also kind of go through this document as well, which is a completely separate incident from what's going on in the Google Docs. But it's about this person's girlfriend before they were together. Yeah, according to them. Yes, we're going to look at it, even though they blocked me. Yes, I'll still do them the favor of looking at it, even though they blocked me. And yeah, before we get into this, if you're curious how Shayy looks, there you go. This is how Shayy looks. This was a 21,000 subscriber Q&A done 3 years ago. There you go. If you wanted to put a face to the person. Honestly, wait, I want to test something out. Do they not kind of look like siblings? Like if you said, oh, they're related, would you not like kind of see us? would you not see a similarity? Seriously. Am I the only one here? Diabolical? Help me kind of do. The chin, long lost twin, heartwarming. Bro, the amount of people that said I sound like Dream when I made my video about him and Tommy in it. Oh my God. Dude, you know what sucks? Where was that picture? Dream face. Like at some point there was a trend on Twitter of like VTubers being like, hey, sorry for the immersion break, but here's how I look IRL. VTuber versus IRL, guys. So they would show a picture of their VTuber plus how their IRL face looks. So I was like, oh, I have a funny idea. I took one of Dream's images. It was like him wearing a headset, taking a selfie on a chair. And I was like, sorry for the immersion break, guys. I hope you can still watch me. This is how I look IRL. And while I was expecting people to laugh, an alarming amount of people actually believed me. And they were like, wow, Muja, don't worry. You look pretty handsome. No worries. We're still going to watch you no matter what. We really watch you mostly for your voice. It's like, dude, what the fuck? That's not me. That's Dream. That's fucking Dream. Bro, half the replies genuinely thought this was me. I had to just straight up delete it. After an hour, I was like, oh, hell no. I'm not going to have people think I'm Dream. I had to make another tweet being like, yo, guys, this was a joke. It's Dream. That's not how I look. Oh my God. Anyway. Yeah. Day in the life of Mugen, guys. Yep. Day in the life. Anyway, this is Shay's Twitch channel. 60,000 followers. I'm sure he lost some here too. Let me see, actually. You know what's funny? If you type Shayy on Google right now, you will see this stream. You will see this. You legit see the stream under his Q&A. Right here. Hey, that's a W, baby. Hey, that's a fucking W. Hey, let's go. That's all thanks to you guys. That is so funny. But yeah, that's peak right there. So let me just see Social Blade. Social Blade Twitch. Does that still exist? Shayy. Yeah, let me see how many followers he lost. Oh yeah, he's been losing. Actually, Twitch Tracker shows that too. Let's look at that. Twitch Tracker Shayy. So he's been Shayy has been losing some followers here. I mean, damn. Followers? Whoa. Shayy actually blew the hell up recently. I mean, Shayy was already pretty big, but whoa. Like, I don't know what happened in June 2025, but went from 50K to like 60. That's 66. Let's see overview. Followers. Actually, you know what? Social Blade was better. Anyway, yeah. Shay's been losing a lot of subs. I mean, followers. That'll be Deltarune release. Chapter 3 release. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, so as you can see, like, you know, Shayy was pretty much the go-to for anything involving that shit. Anytime something new would release, boom. 3,500 concurrent viewers on June 2025, which is huge. You know, 3K is huge. I don't think you guys realize the fact that we have over 3K viewers is crazy, right? Especially for a YouTube stream. Like, what the fuck? No one uses this platform. Anyway, let's get right into this. We're going to start off with the big one, right? The one with 11 million views. It's 250 plus pages. It's around 263. We're not necessarily going to go through everything, but you'll understand why. Okay, it is split into a bunch of different sections. Okay, as you can see on the left here, there's a lot of different sections. A lot of them are anonymous. We'll kind of go through them quickly, but like the main people affected here are gonna be like, you know, Shay's ex, Aspen, etc., right? It's mostly, I think, about Aspen because this is like 25 pages. Okay, so first things first, there's some other people here. You can look, there's 90 people looking at this document right now. They're all anonymous. I'm so glad we're back to our normal page for Google Docs. That should not be normal. Please, guys, please, if you're gonna write a document about someone, please, I'm begging you, 50 pages or less. 50 pages, please. Especially if you're gonna include DMs. Anyway, preface. Let's do this. We, a collective group of Shay's victims and former friends, accuse Shayy of actions including but not limited to S, assault, S, harassment, grooming, orbiting fans until they're of legal age. Oh my God. S, coercion. Let me zoom in a little bit. and abuse. We are releasing this document because we feel that Shayy's actions pose a present and extreme safety risk to the community such that people need to be aware to protect themselves. In this document, you will find a collection of our stories, statements, and supporting evidence to these accusations. Shayy themselves has already admitted to the actions detailed in the testimonies from Anonymous 1, Azuraeth, Anonymous 3, and Willie J. to the victims themselves in private. This is already huge, right? Like if there's already like Shayy admitting this, we don't necessarily need to wait until their side of the story. This document contains testimonies of events that have taken place as recently as the past week and traumatic events that the victims are processing for the first time. While we recognize the importance of timeliness and have done our best to compile this document quickly, we have chosen to prioritize the safety of the victims such that they can process what was done to them without the needless cruelty of forcing them to tell their stories to us, let alone to the public before they were ready. Oh man. Zoom in a bit more if you can. Yeah, so I'm streaming in 1080p right now, not 4K like yesterday, because I wanted it to be like ultra low. What's it called? Ultra low. Like delay, so that I can see the chat immediately, right? Because there was like a 10-second delay yesterday. I didn't really like it that much. I want to see you guys typing as you're typing. Wait, can I make it like dark mode? No, guys, listen. When I make videos, I read them in light mode. You will have to suffer with me, okay? I don't care if there's a dark mode. Fent mode? What the fuck? So yeah. Where was I? Yeah, frankly, even just the sheer amount of corroborating accounts that were shared with us just over the past few days made it impossible to release a statement that would be and remain sufficiently comprehensive any sooner. We hope you could understand that no amount of pressure to make a statement was going to force us to jeopardize the well-being of the victims, and that anything but the full truth would be unfairly reductive to those of us who wish to have our stories heard. Okay, fine. Let me see. Dark mode Google Docs. Does this work? Is this a virus? Why are the ratings so low? I guess we can give it a shot. Fuck it. Add extension. Okay. What the hell? I can see why it's rated 3.5 out of 5, bro. I can see, yeah, it doesn't take a genius to understand that. Yep. Wow. Yeah, guys, I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work, bro. I don't think this is gonna work, man. Let's do that. Yep, thank you. All right. Okay, we're just gonna have to deal with it. Just click the moon. What moon? Dark Reader. Oh yeah, Dark Reader is a good idea. Yeah. Dark Reader. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Dude, I should have had that extension during Cinder's document. Oh my god. That changes everything. Holy shit. All right, damn. This is going to be some cozy reading then. All right. We are not a professional PR firm. We are a group of people who have been deeply hurt, taken advantage of, abused, and betrayed. We are people with private lives that now have to contend with sharing our negative experiences out to the public because Shayy's inappropriate patterns of behavior have continued and worsened far beyond what constitutes drama. We implore you to read this document in full and humbly ask for your patience and empathy as we bare our hearts to you. We ask that you do not attempt to contact nor harass anyone mentioned in this document regarding its content, and that you do not attempt to identify and or publish information that reflects the identities of the victims that have chosen to remain anonymous. Do not treat this document as an exhaustive list of all those affected. At minimum, we can confirm there are more victims that have spoken to us but have chosen not to tell their story publicly at this time. Please respect their privacy until they wish to share, and show them grace and kindness when they do so. Thank you from all of us for reading. So we already have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And if you count this too, then what happened to this post, bro? Yeah, that's 22. So they're saying that even though there's already 22 known victims that have already talked about their testimony, there's also more. There's also more, dude. 6, 7. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, man. You can't count these days. You can't count. As soon as you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it's like 6, 7. Anyway, additional context. Did you guys see the Prime Minister of the UK being like 6, 7 with a goddamn kid? Like he was like visiting a classroom and he legit did the hand motion and the teacher was like, "Can you not, please?" Like, how do you have to deal with this bullshit every day? And you.
Oh, it's not on the same
6, 7. Yeah.
What is this timeline? What is this
6, 7.
stupid
Everyone-
timeline?
6, 7. Are you doing page 6, 7?
We're not over that yet. We're not.
That is crazy, bro. That is actually crazy, man. Anyway, additional. What the fuck is this time? I teach English once a week because of uni and it's horrible. Can't count with the kids anymore. I know, dude. You cannot count anymore. Imagine what math teachers have to deal with too. Like, oh yeah, the result is 67. Wait, you mean 6, 7? Get out of my class. You're expelled for a week. Get the fuck out of my class. All right. Additional context. Additional context needed to understand the contents of this document can be found below. So there's 5 points here. Number 1. People who have chosen to publish their testimonies anonymously have had arbitrary names, colors, and numbers assigned. These are consistent throughout all text and screenshots. All censors in black are censoring additional parties who are not relevant to the main testimonial. Point 2. Many of these statements will mention a #trusted or #vent Discord channel. This refers to the channels in Shayy's server, Frog Family, that only those with the idiot or moderator roles have access to. Idiot? The role idiot was typically given only to close friends of Shayy or those who were close with many in the group. Oh, I see. Wow. That's very, yeah, very flattering. Point 3. It is important to note that much of the behavior described in this document has been brought to Shayy's attention repeatedly as early as 2021 and as late as a week ago. So November 2025. This document was created after multiple attempts to get them to change with no result, even after those affected privately reached out to bring it to Shayy's attention. Point 4. The information gathered was collected in pieces from multiple people who all initially believed these were isolated incidents. It is only when those affected reached out to one another that the true scope was realized. Okay, so everyone here was kind of like separated from each other, isolated, and it's only when they actually reached out to each other that they realized, whoa, this dude has been doing this for 4 years and to more than a couple dozen people that we know of, could be even more. Okay. And point 5, though this will be obvious based on the content shared here, Shayy has had no part in writing this document and has not seen the vast majority of its content prior to it being shared with the general public. Okay. All right. I coach kids soccer and I would ask the kids to count the balls in the goal, and these kids aged 4 to 12 would always go 6, 7. I can't, bro. It's crazy how much a meme can ruin a profession. All right, let's get into it. So we first off start with Star Smiley, who has been the partner of Shayy for the past 5 to 6 years. Okay? So, hi, I'm Star Smiley, and for those who don't know, I've been Shayy's partner for the last 5 to 6 years. I've been living with them since August 2025, and within the last week, I've moved back with my parents. I'm going to outline the experiences I had during this relationship, starting with the most serious offense. Most of these interactions happened in real life when it was just the two of us. There's an important part of this relationship you need to understand going into all of this. I identify as asexual, and I'm not interested in doing anything with anyone. Shayy was aware of this and generally respected that throughout the relationship. I understood they needed a outlet and agreed that they could have contact with others. I did not request that they tell me who it was with or when it happened, but I will go into how it was handled poorly. So it was like what, an open relationship? A one-sided open relationship? You know, this is why people who are, arrow or, you know, asexual, it's definitely better for them to get into a relationship with someone who, you know, kind of like leans the same way. Because what the hell is this, man? All right, so it's an open relationship that's one-sided. Shayy could reach out to people and do, you know, well, I don't know if it's like, if he's allowed to do physical stuff with people, but he's allowed to, I mean, I guess it was assumed that it was going to be online, right? So there was this understanding between them. Let's get that out of the way. So then Star Smiley would say, at the beginning of November 2025, Shayy and I were lounging on our bed in the main bedroom. We started cuddling, and suddenly they laid a hand on my crotch and started, you know what, without asking. This has never happened before, and I froze. They did it for a minute or so before saying, so you really don't feel anything, huh? That's crazy, before laughing and pulling away. I did not give consent for them to do this, which makes it assault. I'm also, can we just say a arrow ace instead of this word? Because, you know, arrow ace. And I felt disrespected in my identity that they felt they had to test whether I was arrow ace or not. It's like, bro, it's like a kid, man. It's like, yo, man, this is how I feel. Yeah, we're good, right? You can go do stuff with other people, right? Cool. And then he comes in, he's like, yo, you really don't feel anything, right? That's crazy. It's like, dude, you've been together for 5 years, man. The fuck? Anyway, should continue. I did not give consent for them to do this. Yep. As I mentioned previously, I agreed that they could have, you know what, contact with others, and did not specify that they had to tell me when it happened or who it was with. I did not expect them to be having this behavior with nearly 20 people nearly constantly throughout the entire relationship. That's crazy. 20. Bro. This guy took it to the extreme. 20 people. Arrow is aromantic. You're thinking ace. Oh, arrow ace. Okay. We'll go with that instead of saying, you know, because I don't know how YouTube's going to react when they hear the word sexual so much. 20 people at the same time. That's crazy. Even single guys, people who are single, like, it's crazy when you, if they were to tell you, oh yeah, I was with 20 people at the same time. Furthermore, they have reassured others that they did in fact ask for my permission for those specific encounters to happen, which they did not. They were going off of the original agreement, which was years old at this point. These people were led to believe Shayy was telling me about this when it happened, and have said they would not have participated if they knew I didn't know. Okay. They'd also intentionally invite people over while I was away from the house for the purpose of acting with them. And again, not tell me what happened while I was away. The fact that this person was an absolute deviant, bro. You know, if you saw this person IRL, you'd think, oh, you know, this guy seems normal, whatever. Dude, 20 at the same time is crazy. All right. I want to note that when I left the house with Shayy to go back to my parents, I did so in secret. I was afraid they would try to prevent me from leaving. They later called my mom and confirmed that they would have tried to stop me from leaving if they knew. Damn, that the good thing they left in secret, bro. This guy, I don't know what Shayy would have done. If you're just gonna touch the crotch like that, be like, yo, you don't feel anything, right? Damn, man, it could have been crazy. It could have been crazy, man. The last bit for this section is that we actually broke up briefly in April 2021. They were flirting with two of my friends, and as good friends, they came to me and told me. Shayy promptly broke up with me and got with another person, which lasted for a few months before coming back and saying they wanted to try a relationship again. That should have been my first red flag. True. True. Hey, man, if I'm with a girl and she flirts with two of my friends, it's already a deal breaker, you know? And what's crazy here is that Shayy was the one who cut off, like, the relationship. Yeah, man. But, you know, that's what happens. Like, the thing with these instances, like when a content creator does shit, is like there's always like this aspect of, oh, I find this person so inspirational and they could do no wrong, right? Like when you watch a content creator, let me drink some fucking water. Wait. When you watch someone for so long and you kind of build this one-sided relationship with them. You start to like think very highly of them. You put them on a pedestal. So when they do make a mistake like this, that usually would be a red flag. You're like, nah, it's not that big of a deal. Come on, this person is like, you know, an inspiration. I've watched them for a long time, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why like content creators can usually get away with things like this way longer than the average person. That's why like usually when you see a document from someone who was like in an abusive relationship, it's like ridiculous, because this person would have given them so many chances that they should have never given, purely because, oh, this person was an inspiration. I watched them when I was younger, things like that, right? So yeah. The rest of this document is relatively minor in comparison to these instances, but I believe it was important to share to highlight the entirety of our relationship. For our financial situation, they made about $250,000 per year, while I made about $38,000. Damn, hey, Undertale and Deltarune, I would have never guessed. I mean, these are some pretty good views, but $250 a year? Did bro even take sponsors? Damn, son. They doxing in the stream? Hey man, whoever's like, well, let me see. Okay. Mods, please make sure to fucking get rid of that shit. This dude, Uranium Toaster, like he's straight up putting the fucking whole address of this guy, man. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. All right. Got it. Do we have any mods here? Guys, I need some mods if there's someone who's doxing straight up. We don't want that. We don't want that. Someone was just pretty much doxing Shayy, bro. Someone was like, "Oh, this is this person's name who lives on this address." So yeah, like, yo. Anyway, yeah. Mods, please, if there's anyone who's doxing, bitch, I was peeing. Okay, now that you're back from peeing, if there's anyone doxing, please just like, you know, ban them from the channel. All right. Maybe I should jump to my PC. Peachy, it's all good. Listen, mods, I know that modding on YouTube sucks compared to Twitch. I'm not streaming on Twitch at the same time, by the way. I'm not. I'm only streaming on YouTube. I'll try streaming. Maybe like for the next stream, I'll try streaming both on YouTube and Twitch. But yeah. Much appreciated. Anyway. No. It's not L mods, dude. It's not. Listen, YouTube moderation tools suck. They do. That's a fact. People have been asking for better mod tools for a long time. Mods are the best. Thank you for being here. All right. So yeah, $250K a year. I don't even think bro took on any sponsors. And the stream wasn't that big either. That's kind of crazy. L Uranium Toaster. Yeah, true. That's an L. Hey, that's an L for sure. So yeah, that's definitely crazy. And yeah, the partner here, Star Smiley, was making $38K a year. So the reason why this is mentioned is because despite this, Shayy would routinely ask me to foot the bill for our GDQ trips, which was about $1,500, so $1,500 for the hotel room for the week. Only once or twice did they ever split the bill with me for the past 5 years. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is insane. Wait. Percentage calculator. All right. What is, no. 1,500 is what percent of 38,000? All right, so this dude was straight up asking the partner in question to pay 4% of their yearly salary on a trip meant for them to make money. Shayy would go to GDQ, obviously, to speedrun. This was just purely for Shayy. Still, though, would ask the partner making way less, 4% of the salary to pay for the hotels, bro. That's crazy, man. I mean, you know, the greed manifestation. Yeah. Obviously, these are like relationship problems, but I guess the reason why Star Smiley is including this is to like highlight what kind of person Shayy is. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. I know that he used that Shayy uses they them. I'm making mistakes sometimes. I make mistakes all the time. And usually when I'm editing a video, I can actually edit that, and make sure, I'm correctly saying it. But since we're live, yeah, I'm going to make mistakes sometimes. It's not on purpose. Anyway, so yeah, another important aspect of our relationship is that I'm severely depressed and struggle with Sudoku thoughts. I would often vent on my alt account about these thoughts. Shayy usually never reached out to me regarding these instances privately and rarely commented on these posts. I do not know if they just did not see them or were actively avoiding addressing them. You may ask why I didn't vent to Shayy directly, but as part of my depression, I struggled with reaching out to people one-on-one about these issues, not wanting to feel like a burden. The lack of care shown did not help. During GDQs, guys, if you don't know what GDQ is, it's Games Done Quick. It's like this yearly charity-focused speedrun thing where they just raise a shit ton of money and have people speedrun a bunch of different games, right? We would also rarely see each other except when we slept. We would occasionally hang out or have meals together, but it wasn't common. Something noteworthy is that while we were hanging out alone, they would often suddenly go, I'm going to hang out with X, see you later, without inviting me. I'd understand if I didn't know the person, but this was usually with mutual friend groups who I'd ask an hour later if I can join them. There were times I'd go to sleep not knowing where they were or who they were with. So listen, bro, imagine this, right? You're someone who's going to GDQ to make money. You tell your partner who's making significantly less than you to pay for the whole trip, and you don't allow them to hang out with you. You just see them when you sleep. And otherwise you're like, yeah, just go ahead. Is this still the first victim? Yeah. Just like, go ahead. Just go ahead. Just, I don't know. Just play with the sheets in bed or something. As far as our living situation went, issues arose almost immediately. I quickly became the person to do everything around the house: laundry, grocery shopping, taking care of the garbage, dishwashing, and general cleaning. The only thing they did themselves was vacuuming, which was once during the entire 2.5 months I was there. During the times we ate, listen, to be fair, I vacuum once a month, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Listen, the only problem, listen, I'm not a dirty eater or anything. Like I'm not a messy eater. The only thing that accumulates in my apartment is dust. That's it. That's the worst thing you'll find in my apartment. Okay, I don't live like XQC, but yeah. Anyway, during the times we ate together, we usually did not talk. They were too busy on their phone. I chalked it up to being an extremely busy person, but considering how often they were interacting with people, the chances are higher they were doing that instead. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. That's crazy though. Imagine living with your partner, right? This is like a goal. When you're long distance, that's a goal. Like they were long distance, I'm guessing, for like 5 years before they moved in together this year in August. Like, oh my God, I can't wait to hang out with them and do stuff with them and, like actually have conversations with them on the phone constantly. And you think, oh, maybe they're busy. Maybe they're like, on Twitter, maybe whatever. Like, nope. They're too busy, straight up sexting other people. 20 people to be exact. More than 20 people. I should note that they seem to have a severe social media addiction. They were constantly on their phone or computer. I remember a few instances of them asking about eating, and then they'd stay glued to their phone for 2 hours. I'd remind them a few times about getting food just to get a 1 second and another half an hour of scrolling. After we ate, they generally went to their office, even if they were not streaming that day, until 2 a.m. They would come to bed and generally immediately get on their laptop to continue scrolling before going to sleep. It's very rare that we actually interacted with each other throughout the day. What a nightmarish ass relationship, bro. But yeah, I don't know if it was social media addiction. It was more like, I mean, dude, I imagine juggling more than 20 people. A relationship by itself is already like a huge responsibility. Juggling 20 people at the same time, no wonder dude was glued on the phone. Another minor thing I want to note is that they left their trash laying around. There would be 10 empty cans of soda sitting on the counter along with boxes of empty soda containers. I cleaned it up myself since it bothered me. Bro, what is up with streamers doing this, man? They would also tend to leave glasses and silverware sitting around despite us having a dishwasher. The glasses would be covering the counter and sink. When I would go away and come back after a few days, there was usually silverware with crusted food sitting in the sink. I had to be the one to put it in the dishwasher despite never actually using one before. I originally cleaned them by hand before learning how to use it. Man, this reminds me of XQC's room, bro. This is crazy. I don't know how you can live like this, man. This was like in his old house 3 years ago, but like, wait. Look at all these takeout bags, bro. Bro has a collection. Thing is, like, listen, I'm okay with being messy. I'm okay with like having some clothes laying around and shit, right? But my main problem is when two things happen. The first one is when I can smell shit. Okay. If there's like a nasty smell, I can't handle that. And two, if there are bugs. That's also like, these are my two red lines. So this right here, I bet smells like shit. And if bugs found this, man, they would enjoy the hell out of this. Like every single bag is like a colony. It's a colony. Asmongold follower. Bro, Asmon's house, man. At some point, Asmon finally like wanted to clean around and then fell through the floor because the wood is rotting. Oh my God, man. It's insane. It's actually crazy how he didn't die. He could have easily like just fell through the floor and hit his head. But anyway, yeah, he fell from the floor of the second floor. Wait, can I find if I Google it? Asmongold falls from second floor. Yeah, he made a video about it. Yesterday, I almost died. Bro, this dude will literally farm a moment in which he almost died. 30 minutes. 30 minutes, bro. Damn, man. Anyway. Yeah, there's an article on Dixerto. Of course, it's Dixerto. This is his room. But yeah, he fell through. Why did they censor it? It's not like there's a penis. Why did they censor it? It's not that nasty. Due to local laws, we are temporarily restricting access to this content until X estimates your age. It's a picture of a floor. It's what the fuck? It's a picture of a dirty floor. Why is it? This is insane. Wait, let me go to the fucking images on Google. It's just a floor. Wait, do they think that this is blood? Is that why? All right, I'm not going to show the floor itself. I'm just going to show the ceiling. All right, so you see this? He was cleaning on the second floor. And he fell through. You got to love how American houses are made out of cardboard. Look at this. I mean, what is this? Anyway, he fell through as he was cleaning. Boom. So just imagine, like, if he just as much fell the wrong way, his head could have hit the floor and he could have just died right there in a freak accident, right? So that's definitely next level for XQC in terms of messiness. Yeah. Crazy. Book club. Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, I don't know what it is with streamers, bro. Look, I'm not that messy. Listen. Again, the worst thing you'll find in my apartment is dust. I do let it accumulate sometimes. Okay, fine. But my desk area is super clean. Like my workspace, okay? This is my little heaven right here. I don't let anything get dirty. I don't let anything get dirty. So, and so the last thing I wanted to mention is related to financial decisions. I have a 2011 Sentra and they had a 3-year-old Camaro. Despite this, they traded in the Camaro and then spent $100,000 on a Corvette. I recently got into an accident and busted the front of my car. They stated that they wanted to wait on getting me a new car since they just bought their Corvette. Okay? On top of this, it appears that they were regularly helping our friends out financially, such as flying them out to GDQ, helping with groceries, etc. While I'm glad they did, it's notable that they usually did not offer to help me in any way with my finances, especially in the case of the car, which had obvious damage and was potentially a danger to drive. Dude, was this a girlfriend? Was this a partner? Or was this like a maid? Like, what the hell is this, man? Like, they'd pay for the tickets to GDQ, whatever. Shayy wouldn't help with anything. Would fly friends out to GDQ. What the hell is this, man? It shows a consistent pattern of behavior that routinely disrespects and invalidates me. I thought some of this behavior as endearing. I thought of some of this behavior as endearing through rose-tinted glasses, but putting all this together and hearing about the experiences of my friends, I can no longer turn a blind eye to the fact that they did not seem to care about me in the same way that I did them. The concept of a lover. The concept of a lover. It shows a consistent pattern of behavior that routinely disrespects. I already read that. I want to note that I do not blame any of my friends for participating in what was essentially them cheating on me. They had no idea I didn't know what was going on, assuming or being reassured that I knew and approved of it. I will admit, because of this and the previous breakup, I had a strong fear that they would leave me. I loved them dearly and did not know what I would do if they left me. I lived with them after all. I assumed a lot of it was based on me being insecure rather than problems they were causing, and forced myself to accept these aspects and behaviors from them. That is why I did not say anything or stand up for myself, although I really should have. All of this is very complicated for me. As I'm writing this, I'm still not sure the situation is fully set in for me. Someone I thought I'd spent the rest of my life with is suddenly revealed to be doing terrible things to the people I love. I do hope Shayy is able to take a step back from everything and improve their behaviors and how they view the people around them. A part of me still loves them. However, there are clear patterns of behavior that are unacceptable with how they treat people. I hope they can get better, but I hope they do it away from me and my friends for everyone's safety. Right, so this was the first section in this big-ass document. And one thing I'll say is this. Look, if the entire Google Doc was just this, it would just appear to be like an ex that was dissatisfied and was airing out their dirty laundry, right? And it's, yeah, you know, it's normal to think that way. I think some of you do. But I guess the logic behind putting this first is because this was someone who was with Shayy for 5 to 6 years. They had the honor of speaking first and kind of like giving a glimpse as to how Shayy was as a person in private before we actually get into what made Shayy actually lose 100,000 subscribers in like a week, right? So that's my assumption. I didn't read this document before this, right? But yeah. Yeah, so I can see why. I mean, was Destiny referring to this? No, Destiny was referring to Aspen. Okay. Or was this, maybe this tweet right here was referring to Star Smiley and this one, okay, yeah, this was referring to Star Smiley. So when Destiny said, bro, these people are just insanely pathetic, how much of a degenerate loser do you have to be to date someone you are collecting complaints on for 5 years before deciding to unload all of it on the internet? Complaining that their partner didn't buy them a new car fast enough, or complaining that they had to clean up the house that they lived in for free. So this right here was referring to what we just read, okay? Star Smiley. And as you can see from the likes and from some of the comments, yeah, some people do agree with this. And yeah, when it comes to the second one, we will read that. We'll reach that section right now. I mean, Aspen is right here. And this one is 25 pages. 25 pages. Yeah. Let's get into it. I'm saying like they got straight up assaulted. Yeah, I mean, that part definitely, it's interesting how Destiny didn't refer to that at all, right? Like, it's interesting. More focused on the financial aspect of things. And I mean, look, the financial complaints, I get it. I get why they were included. But these are like, really, this is a relationship problem, you know? I think Star Smiley's section would have been better if it was just limited to that whole like groping incident, and that's it, right? The other things about finances and stuff and about how, oh, you didn't buy me a car and whatever, that does kind of drag the document a bit down, because you start off very strong, like, yo, this guy assaulted me. And then you end it with, oh, he wasn't paying for my, you know, he wasn't helping me financially. He was putting dishes all over, you know? So yeah, I can see why some people think that. Is it financial abuse? I don't know. I don't know if it's financial abuse. I mean, look, what's interesting though, is that we only got a glimpse of these past few months because they moved in together in August. Star Smiley didn't talk about the first 5 years, 5.5 years. So was this a pattern that had happened forever? Is it only because he recently started making a lot of money? We don't know. But the point is, we kind of already understand what kind of person he is. His supposed partner was really just seen like, I mean, seriously, was seen like nothing. Was seen like a maid at most, right? So that's kind of like what we understand of Shayy so far. Now, we headed to Aspen's document, and Aspen's document is kind of like the, from what I understand, it's really like the meat of this document. It's like the most charged part of this document, because it includes the most DMs and proof, and I mean, it's like 25 pages. All right, so let's check it out. So, Note that timestamps are in GMT because I put this doc together while on vacation in England. This is 6 hours ahead of my usual time zone. This was rushed out because of how stressful it was to try to put this together. All while the public on Twitter /Bluesky/Discord was speculating and harassing other victims in the interest of chasing the drama instead of respecting our safety and well-being. All right. This extension is killing the screenshots. What? They look pretty good to me. I'm Aspen/Aspenect. I was friends with Shayy for a few years, starting in early 2022. We originally started talking in Twitter DMs, which have, for better or worse, been lost to time because I deactivated my Twitter account a year or two ago at this point. To contextualize my age throughout the rest of this document, I was born late November 2004. So I was a few months into being 17 at this point. Bro, 2004. I feel so old. But yeah, so they were talking in 2022, March 2022. And, oh, I see what you mean. It's, the emote is inverted. Is it actually because of dark mode or dark reader? Wait, what if I turn it off? Let me see. Oh my God, it's actually inverting the emote. That's so funny. Yeah, you're just gonna have to deal with it, dude. It makes it light. It makes it white as well. Wow. Wait, what if I do this? Nope. Nope. What about grayscale? Now just black and white. Yeah, I can't do anything. It's either the whole thing is white or just the DMs. We're just gonna have to deal with it. Maybe I can make it a bit sepia. A bit on the piss. A bit on the piss side. What about contrast? Ooh. Oh no, it changes everything. No. Piss filter. Brightness. Maybe we can reduce brightness a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, that works. All right. So, Aspen was 17. Aspen was 17 at this point, a few months into being 17. And Shayy would be like, hey, what interesting detail. Wait, is this? Wait, 1 sec. 1 sec. Okay. I was like, wait, why is this guy using a black emoji? I was like, wait, why is he using a black emoji when he very clearly is not anywhere near the, yeah, okay, all right. Okay, makes sense. But okay, guys, he's not actually using a black emoji. It's because of the dark reader. Okay. It's I was like, wait, where did this come from? I don't remember seeing this. Anyway, so he'd reach out so they would reach out with a waving emoji, and Aspen would say, oh my God, hi. Other upside to Discord, I use emotes way too much and Twitter doesn't allow that. So yeah, reached out on Twitter. At the time, I was significantly less experienced with dealing with my anxiety and struggled with my mental health. And at the time, Shayy was one of the people that I would talk to about these things. At this time, they were very willing to converse and support me, talking me through a breakdown on multiple different occasions. At times, I would give compliments, calling them cute primarily, but things in that vein. They reciprocated these thoughts in a way that was, in hindsight, not appropriate given my age, 17, and theirs, 22 or 23. All right, let's see. Aspen would say, fun fact, you're cute. Shayy would say, takes one to know one. Aspen would say, shut. Shayy would say, no, I don't think I will. Aspen would say, you bitch. Shayy would say, hope you're having a good night. Also, I'm a very complimentary person, so prepare yourself. To which Aspen was like, so flushed that they couldn't even type on the keyboard, right? Then they continue the document saying, the real kicker of this conversation is when I was talking about worrying about not passing while wearing a dress, and they took what was meant to be a comment about how I was insecure about my shoulders to be about my gawk, entirely unprompted. Like, your pee-pee? Aspen would say, lol, yeah, I like skirts. Dresses kind of scare me. I unfortunately can't really pass in a dress. Shayy would say, I mean, I think you passed just fine enough without anything special. To which Aspen would say, unfortunately, dresses kind of expose the more giveaway traits. To which Shayy would say, what? People can't appreciate some gawk? Aspen would like reply with a flushed emote and say, that wasn't what I meant, but that too, I guess. Shayy would say, what else was that supposed to be referring to, lol? To which Aspen would say, I was thinking about my shoulders, lol. Yeah, I guess it means like girl cock. Gawk, is this true? Yo, Grok, Gawk, yo, Gawk, is this true? Is this true? Is this real? Yeah, man. Crazy. You should be able to disable in the more settings. I don't see, oh, more? Dynamic. Filter. Filter plus. Static. Nah. All settings. No. Yeah, no, it's too much. Whatever, dude. We're just gonna have to deal with the piss filter. It's all good. But yeah. So imagine you telling someone that you admire, right? You watch him, you watch this person as a YouTuber, right? You watch this person as a YouTuber. You're like, yo, I like skirts. They kind of scare me though, because I can't pass an address. And the first thing that YouTuber that you admire says is, wait, people can't appreciate some gawk. And you're 17. You know, I really like to think back on when I was younger. Like there was some YouTubers that I really admired so much growing up, right? And I like to imagine what I would have done in this position. Like it's easy, I think, to take the piss out of someone like Aspen, being like, come on, you're such a dumbass. Like, how could you not see this was a red flag? But I like to think of myself, I like to put myself in their shoes when I was 17 and watching YouTubers and thinking, man, well, first off, if I had access to their DMs, I'd shit myself. I'd show off to all my friends, oh my God, I'm talking to this person that I love watching every day on YouTube. And if they were to say shit like this, even though I'd have like, I probably would have had like a part of me be like, yo, this is kind of wrong. But then again, this is a YouTuber I watch all the time that I admire. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut. That's, I think, how I would have reacted. Like, yeah, you can call me stupid for that. But like back when I was 16, 17 and watched YouTubers every day, that's probably how I would have reacted. And maybe later would have woken up and be like, yo, no, this is wrong. But that's the thing. Like when you grow up admiring someone, watching all their videos and kind of building a one-sided bond with them, you let a lot of bad things pass by. I had no self-esteem at that age. I think a lot of us didn't, dude. A lot of us, like when we were teenagers, we were still trying to figure life out. Things were changing very quickly. Unlike our parents and grandparents' generation, like technology was out the ass and things were happening so quickly. And we barely had time, like, and we had a lot of studies too. So we barely had time to really sit down and think like, who am I? Who am I as a person? What are my values? Like what is life even about? We didn't really have time for that. What is a moral compass to a 17-year-old anyhow? Well, you know, if you're like 17 and you grew up in like, I don't know, terrible, like, I don't know, in like World War II and had to mature at 12 years old. Yeah, sure. By 17, then sure, you would have known that this is bad. But for a regular average person these days that doesn't have to go through like war or like, you know, tragedy. Yeah. By 16, 17, you don't really have like self-awareness or a moral compass. You're barely starting to understand the world. So yeah, like in this case, some people might say, yo, this is really weird to tell to a 17-year-old. It is. But the 17-year-old in question, you know, they maybe like a part of them knew this was wrong, but this was Shayy. This was someone they watched all the time. So anyway, later in the conversation, they commented on my NFTs, which as far as myself or anyone else can figure out is nice fucking, pretty much saying nice boobs. And that I looked cute and that my then partner is very, very, very lucky. To a certain extent, you could argue, to a certain extent, you could argue this is a reassurance, but the comments about my gawk and breast are unsavory at best. So this is Shayy saying, this is like 2 weeks after they added each other on Discord. I mean, I'm looking at that first photo you sent me and nothing about that screams these shoulders do not look like a woman's, and that has bare shoulders. Not sure how long you've been on HRT, but I mean, in my opinion, I think you already passed really well. I don't know how anybody would look at that picture and think otherwise. Oh, you even got some nice fucking you know, boobs in there. And then 16 minutes later, what? Think I couldn't handle it? I mean, you do look really cute in this. Like I said, your partner is very, very, very lucky. Okay. Then Aspa would continue. Nothing direct here, but a couple of instances of them being a bit too concerned about being canceled in a way that seems to be foreshadowing something. Someone on Twitter would reply to Shayy saying, "You forgot the gay," to which Shayy would say, "If I made that joke, is my platform big enough to get canceled for queer baiting or whatever? Or do I have to get 1 million subscribers first?" Okay. And then in DMs around a month later, Shayy would say, "Oh no, don't compliment me anything but that. Haha, I feed off compliments lately. Honestly, it makes me very confident in myself. But it's okay, I will use my power responsibly." Well, that was a fucking lie. That was a goddamn lie. Damn. Of course, the dude was feeding off compliments. I'm sure you're that kind of person when you're talking to 20 people inappropriately at the same time. At that point, it's an addiction. Me when I lie. Yeah. I'll use my power responsibly. I promise, dude. Yeah, man. Proceeds to message over 20 people. Additionally, very clear early on that they were willing to objectify their friends and fans so far as to say they revel in their simps. Why would I deny it? I'm fucking hot. To which Aspen would say, "So true." Shayy would say, "Why do you think I have so many simps?" Aspen would say, "Charisma." And Shayy would say, "Sure. Not that I mind having simps, of course. I mean, I sort of revel in it at this point." I mean, okay, yeah. I mean, when it comes to other screenshots, this one is pretty tame. I guess it's really to kind of show like what kind of person Shayy was. Negative Riz. Literally negative Riz. But yeah, Shayy was aware that, we could say that this is like a higher tier face than Dream, even though they kind of look similar. Sure. And yeah, they were willing to use this to their advantage, and they did, as irresponsibly as possible. On June 26, 2022, during GDQ, which we were both attending, they sent a suggestive image of them shirtless. To the best of my ability to discern the context, this was while we were sitting on a bed next to each other in the same room IRL. But regardless of context, weird thing to send a 17-year-old. Wait. This was while we were sitting on a bed next to each other in the same room IRL? What do you mean, but regardless of context? This is already crazy. What do you mean, regardless of context? Like it's some... I don't care if your state is like, oh, 16-year-olds are legal. That's still very interesting. Because hold up. Let's take a second. Let's take a step back. At this point, Shayy was with Star Smiley in a relationship. Yeah, sure, they agreed that Shayy can like go around and do stuff with other people, sure. But this means that Star Smiley was probably on that same trip, waiting in the hotel room by themselves. Meanwhile, Shayy was with Aspen in the same bed. What were they doing in the same bed? They were just laying down. Okay. While they were laying down, Shayy is like 22, 23 at this point, next to a 17-year-old. Dude decides, while on the phone, to message them a picture shirtless. Interesting. Image not attached for privacy reasons and for your sake, reading this. For my sake. Not attached for privacy reasons and for your sake, reading this. It's like, dude, I'm going to do you a favor and not show you this guy shirtless. All right. There was no context to this being sent. It was in the middle of a series of messages that we were just spamming funny Discord stickers at each other. Okay. As I approached 18 years old, they started complimenting me and calling me cute more and more. The worst of this was on Snapchat, which I unfortunately can't supply more than this screenshot I had in my camera roll because I don't have Snapchat anymore. But these are all as I was approaching 18 years old at the end of November. Shayy would say cute. Aspen would say thank you. Shayy would say, "Good night, cutie, you look great." Aspen would just mumble on the keyboard. Shayy would say, "You look so good. OML, sheesh." To which Aspen would say, "Thank you." A few days later, Shayy would say again, "Cute." That is just spam, bro. Cute, 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 cute. All right. And then, after I turned 18, their demeanor towards me immediately changed to be significantly more overtly flirtatious. Look, man, I don't know, bro. Like, look, when it came to like setting people up together and marriage and all that stuff, like previous generations, yeah, there were some stuff that aren't accepted today anymore. Like, I don't know, some dude like following a girl home. It was seen as romantic 100 years ago. Now, not so much. Yeah, some of these things don't really apply. But I think regardless of generation, if you're out here pre-ordering like a partner, it's always going to be weird. I don't care like if we're like in the 1400s, bro. If you're like 50 and marrying a 13-year-old and you're like, "Oh, but she's royalty." I don't care, man. You're pre-ordering. So in this case, this idea of like pre-ordering a goddamn partner, like, "Oh yeah, you know, you're 17, I find you cute. Let me just fucking time an alarm clock. And as soon as you turn 18, I'm going balls deep." Like, nah, man. That's always going to be weird to me. Like, that's always going to be weird to me, dude. Yeah, bro's pre-ordering. He's literally pre-ordering a partner. He's legit counting. Yeah, he's counting the seconds. What you bet your ass, because these DMs on Discord weren't the first ones. They started on Twitter, then they continued on Discord. You bet your ass one of the first things Shayy asked was probably, "Yo, when's your birthday, by the way? Yo, yo, when's your birthday? I just want to know so I can get you a gift. When's your birthday?" Bro probably had a timer that was like tick-tock. And as soon as it hit 18, he's like, all right, baby, let's go. It's like, come on, dude. Yeah, they did spawn camping. God. After I turned 18, their demeanor towards me immediately changed to be significantly overtly flirtatious. Yeah. So someone would say, in this case, most of the responsibility lies with Aspen's parents. Families should educate their children. Yeah, but we don't really know the situation, you know? Look, man, if I was like a full-fledged predator and I wanted to pre-order minors to be partners when they turn 18 like Shayy, I would actually look for people who genuinely have fucked up households, broken homes. Because then no one can tell them this is wrong, you know? We can't sit here and act like every minor has good parents. In fact, I'd argue that these days, people who would make good parents are refusing to have children because they're broke and they don't want their kid to suffer like they did, while irresponsible parents are not using a condom and are having more children. So if anything, right, this could be my warped worldview, right? But if anything, I feel like bad parents are becoming more common. And people who would make good parents are just choosing to not have children and get a dog instead because they're broke, right? So the idea of like, oh, the parent, yeah, of course it's the parent's responsibility. Absolutely. But there's not that many good parents out there anymore, man. It is getting like more and more of a rarity, you know? Like when I was a kid and my mom would do something that is like very kind, very nice. I'd be like, "Mom, thank you so much for doing this." And she'd be like, "Well, that's what a mom would do. That's what I'm your mom. That's what I should do." And I thought this way for a while. And then when I start hearing people tell me about their parents, their situation, their family situation, going online, seeing people venting about their family situation, I made sure to correct her. I was like, what, next time she said that, I was like, "No, Mom, not everyone does that. You know, not just because you're a mom doesn't mean like everyone does that. So thank you," right? Because yeah, like when you go online, it really opens your eyes on how many people come from broken households, how many people carry like trauma from their bad mom, bad dad, or hell, the fact that they don't even have a dad, right? So yeah, it's very easy to say Aspen's parents should have been here, but hey man, what if the parents were bad? So yeah, wouldn't want to raise a kid in a shitty world of poverty when it could be better. I mean, yeah, that's how most people think, you know? Like a lot of countries are going through this whole infertility crisis. Like, oh my God, guys, we're going to go extinct. What do? They try to make like these stupid programs and like some incentives. And it's like, dude, just figure out the economy first, man. Stop printing money. Stop making inflation go so crazy. And maybe people will have kids. But yeah, we can see the change of demeanor here at the end of 2022 after Aspen had turned 18. And yeah, the message, like the chain of message would start with Aspen saying, "Hope you're doing well," and Shayy would say, "I am." Smiley face. Hey, we have a comeback of this. Remember yesterday, the good old smiley face. Shayy would say, "I am." Smiley face. Aspen would say, "I'm glad." Smiley face. You deserve it. Shayy would reply with a flushed emoji, and Aspen would say, "Cutie." Smiley face. Shayy would flush again, and then Aspen would say, "Oh, so adorable. I want a head pat." And so then Shayy would, again, another smiley face with like a flushed emoji, to which Aspen would say, "Hee hee, good boy." To which Shayy would say, "Flushed, flushed, flushed," you know, sitting in a flower bed. Yeah. So Aspen over here, of course, is like, you know, saying things like cutie, like just like how Shayy was calling them a cutie and saying things like, "Hee hee, good boy. I want a head pat." Maybe Aspen was talking more to Shayy like a puppy. It could be seen like an innocent thing, right? So, you know, I wouldn't say like Aspen is saying anything like overtly like, you know, out of pocket, right? Document continues. "I don't understand het pat culture, not gonna lie." Het pat culture, yeah. Additionally, within the same conversation, they accepted my advancement to talking about kissing platonically. But more importantly, this was the first time we talked about stars, star smiley, their then partner boundaries about flirting with and being with other people. They were for several years in a monogamous relationship in which they stated that Star said she was okay with them to engage in these relations with other people, but she later clarified they never communicated properly about this. All right, bro, what the hell is kissing platonically? Guys, what the hell is kissing platon? Like, yeah, kissing platonically. When I meet up with friends in France, yeah, we do a couple of kisses on the cheek, like, "Hey, what's up?" Mwah, mwah, right? Is that kissing platonically? Or is this referring to something on the lips? Kissing the homies, I guess. Again, listen, it's normal in some countries to like kiss on the cheeks when you greet them, right? I'm pretty sure that the whole platonic aspect goes away when it's on the lips. I don't know if it's specified here. Tongue platonically? That is wild. I'm not French kissing my friends. It's a French thing to kiss on the cheeks. It's not, there's no tongue. There's no tongue. We know you add tongue, man. Get the fuck out of here. Aspen says in the DMs, "Just admit you like it. You guys are wild. In Spain, we greet like that too." Yeah. It's I think in Italy too, no? It's usually a Mediterranean thing, but the French do that too, because the Frenchies love to kiss, bro. They love kissing. So yeah, Aspen would say, "Next time I see you, I want to give you a huge hug." To which Shayy would say, "That would be nice." So this is cute, you know, this is like wholesome. Aspen would then say, "And I don't know what you're comfy with, but you've mentioned platonic kissing, I think." Shayy would say, "I did mention that." Aspen would say, "Hi, I left platonic kissing." To which Shayy would say, "Good to know." To which Aspen would say, "To be fair, I'm down for a lot more platonically than most people are. Take that as you will." Is the word platonically just being used as a decoration right now? So look, one thing I'll say here, and Aspen didn't really do a good job talking about this. Okay, they accepted my advancement talking about kissing platonically. One very important thing is the fact that in these DMs you can see that Shayy was the first one to mention this. Now, I don't know how Shayy mentioned this. I don't know how Shayy described what platonically kissing means. But again, this is someone who barely turned 18. Shayy is someone that they admire. And that person that they admire, that YouTuber, is out here talking about platonically kissing. Now, that last part is definitely interesting. I'm down for a lot more platonically than most people are. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Someone said, "I'm aromantic and even I'm confused." And someone said, like, the word platonically is doing a lot of legwork. Yeah, it is. But Shayy would then say, "I'm only recently exploring platonic affection, so I think I'll just stick to getting head pats." Shayy said that, right? To which Aspen said, "That's so valid. I also want to make sure I'm respecting both you and Star's boundaries. I take it she's okay with you doing these things." To which Shayy would say, "Yep." Aspen would say, "Good. That feels like it should be a given that you'd be surprised how many people don't take that into consideration." To which Shayy would say, "Lol, yeah, no, I asked her about it, of course." To which Aspen would say, "Good, good. And honestly, it astounds me how often people just like easily violate things that should be respected at the most basic level in relationships." Yeah, I know, right? Crazy. Like respecting your partner's boundaries is fucking important. Yeah, if only Shayy did that. But no. So maybe there was miscommunication. Seeing who Shayy is as a person, it's hard to give the benefit of the doubt. But when Shayy says, "Lol, no, I asked her about it, of course," Aspen probably understood this as Shayy directly telling Star Smiley, "Yo, I'm gonna het pat platonically with Aspen. Is that okay?" To which Star would be like, "Yes." But I guess Shayy was like trying to say, "No, actually, me and Star talked about this a year ago and she's okay with everything." Maybe. But Aspen clearly wants to make sure that in their case particularly, Star is okay, which Star didn't know anything about, obviously. How many times do you think the word platonic is going to be used in this doc? I think at least until halfway through, at least like in Aspen's section. I think at least until halfway through. Before Shayy just goes like crazy. Like once the pre-order clears, he's like, "All right, you're 18. Let me just go freak mode." So Star Smiley would say, "I mentioned it a bit in the Discord, but while I gave general permission to do stuff with others, they never told me who they were doing it with or when. I guess you two had something going on based on bits and pieces." Okay, so this is Star saying no clue that anything with Aspen was happening, except some hints. Aspen would then say, "There are numerous flirtatious conversations like above from shortly after I turned 18 that I will skip over for brevity." Okay, cool. Hey man, we love it when people actually consider the reader's experience, right? If this was Cinder's document, we would have seen every single instance of them talking about platonically kissing. I'm good, man. I'm good. Holy shit. We're talking about donations at the end of the stream, but I gotta mention this one. K-Dog Walton, thank you so much. Gotta pay my tribute to my favorite newstuber. Good luck with the stream, King. Thank you for passing by. Much appreciated, really. And hope you enjoy your time. And if you watch the VOD, hope you enjoy that too. All right. Thank you. Document starts with, "I'll note here that starting here late 2023 until around October 2025, they only reached out or engaged in conversations with me when they were..." Hey guys, so yeah, these are horns. These are horns. You add a Y to the word horn and you you get it? You get it now? I'm not going to say that shit, bro. YouTube is so annoying with these kinds of words. But yeah. So Shayy would reach out to Aspen from late 2023 to late 2025 only when they were rock solid. Yep, that's a better way to put it. Every other conversation is dry at best, or in some cases just didn't even get a reply. This isn't a pattern that I noticed until the events at SGDQ 2025 that I will cover. This isn't a pattern that I noticed until the events at SGDQ 2025 that I will cover later, but it's worth noting. On one occasion while we were talking, they told me to come lay on their lap. And given my exhaustion at the time, I said I would probably fall asleep. They made a comment about hoping I don't do anything silly while I slept. I can't think of any way to read this other than as a threat. Shayy would say, "Come here and lay on my lap for a while." Aspen would say, "Please, I'm going to fall asleep on you, probably just a heads up." To which Shayy would say, "That's okay. Hope you don't do anything silly while you're asleep." What the fuck is this, bro? Yeah, I don't know if this is a threat or not, but it definitely sounds weird. Yeah, man. If I was talking to someone, and I was like, "Yo, lay with me." They're like, I'm very tired," and I was like, "Hope you don't do anything silly while you're sleeping, then. Hope nothing happens. It would be crazy if something happens." Like, yeah, definitely interesting. Someone replied to the donation and said, "Huge platonic W." Dude, can we not use the word platonic? Can God. Anyway, yeah, this is definitely weird. Bro, my husband and I don't even talk like that. What? Yeah, dude, I'd hope not. Imagine you come late from work and you're like, and he's like, yo, hey, time for some sexy time. Hey, you want to get in bed with me? And you're like, I'm way too tired. Work was crazy. I just want to sleep. And then they say, hope you don't do anything silly while you're asleep. It's like, dude, what? I'm getting a hotel. I'm going to sleep at my sister's. I'm calling my parents. See you later, freak. You absolute freak. All right. Later in the same conversation, I established that I was feeling sex repulsed, and that's why I was deflecting their advances, and again expressed worry for Star's boundaries, which they reassured me that it was okay. Yo, Mercinia, thank you. Here's some therapy funding. Much appreciated. I think we'll all collectively need therapy after this, but thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you for being here. Aspen would say, that's gay. Hi, sorry, I'm like vaguely ace leaning at the moment and also don't know where your boundaries are, so I'm being silly instead of engaging. To which Shayy would say, haha, that's fine. You're a close friend, so I'd be okay with that stuff from you. But yeah, I mean, if you're ace leaning, then whatever you're comfy with, friend. I appreciate you being considerate. Aspen would say, I just don't really know what that stuff you're comfy with and where your boundaries are, especially with Star. I'm not trying to get in the way of a happy relationship. And then Shayy would say, oh, ha, she's okay with me being with friends. Don't worry. Shayy had the power to turn people into ace, bro. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Baking some chocolate pumpkin spice cookies while watching the stream. This stuff is crazy. I know, right? And damn, that sounds really good. Thank you, really. Yo, chocolate spice cookies. Yeah. I was clear how important communication about things like this was for me. So again, he's really emphasizing that Star Smiley is okay with this. And Aspen was uncomfortable with like the boundaries, with what I mean, Aspen in general was confused. And I would be confused too if I was 18 and a YouTuber I admired would only reach out for, for the horn, My God, K-Dog Walton. Platonic Dono King, thank you. Guys, thank you so much for the platonic donations today. It's been crazy. I usually leave it until the end of the stream, but I feel too guilty not reading them out in the moment when it's that crazy. Thank you for the platonic donos. Anyway, what? Platonic Dono W. Aspen would say after this, we'd never talked about anything past like cuddling and stuff. This communication is very important, to which Shayy would say so true. So yeah, Aspen at this point was like, yo, what's going on? We're only talking like, we're only talking about the horn stuff. We're only talking about, crazy shit, freaky shit. Where's the wholesome stuff? Shayy would say so true. Document would continue, when I expressed discomfort that they were posting suggestive/nude images untagged on their private Twitter account, that was a thing? Okay. They responded worried about the reach of their posts, again, on a private account, and rather suggested that they remove me from their circle. I was clear that I used my private Twitter account to follow my friends' accounts, and that seeing suggestive things was by far the outlier, and they still pushed that I should just be removed, or that I should make a separate account for that, to which I did, despite not really wanting to do that given my, ace situation. So Aspen would say, Lil bro, gotta censor your Twitter post. I am in class. Shayy would say, why are you checking your private Twitter in class? Censoring posts kills engagement. I don't like doing it. Aspen would say, sad face, fair enough. I was gonna reply one of my posts earlier. And Shayy would say, I feel like I've said this before. It's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. To which Aspen would say, that's fair. Shayy would say, like, if you don't want to follow that, I can remove you from the circle, but like it's something you willingly asked for on that account. I feel it's strange to complain about checking something is suggestive as hell in a public space. Aspen would say, I mean, it's also just the account that I use to see my friends' posts. Those posts are like by far the outlier. And sometimes I just want to see my friends' posts without getting, suggestive stuff, getting jump scared. I don't know. Shayy would say, okay then, do you want to follow on that account or not then? Aspen would say, I mean, that account also just has regular posts, does it not? And like, I do want to see those posts. I would just rather choose before seeing the images. I don't know. To which Shayy would say, I mean, the circle's silly. There's no regular posts in there. All the regular posts are just regular posts. To which Aspen would say, I mean, yeah, it's just the problem of like, I want to see the posts, but it's also like, Shayy would then say, do you have a different account you want to use then? To which Aspen would say, I don't have another account. I have my main and private, and another account that I never open. Shayy would say, don't you literally follow corn accounts on your private? Aspen would say, no. Shayy would say, I swear I remember you showing me your timeline was full of that stuff. Maybe I'm misremembering. To which Aspen would say, sometimes my main gets bad because I follow a lot of artists and it's like, yeah, you know, sometimes artists get silly. Shayy would say, either way, it kills engagement, so no, I'm not putting a spoiler tag on it. To which Aspen would say, that's fair, I guess. I don't really see how that would affect engagement or why engagement is such a big deal, but I guess I just have a different perspective. Like the people who follow you are going to see it regardless. To which Shayy would say, because I want people to see them. I mean, it's the whole reason it's there. And then they'd reply saying completely untrue. People are not going to see that. All right. So yeah, I guess this is included here. We'll see why, I guess, but it's definitely very interesting. So I didn't know Shayy had a private Twitter account where they posted like, you know, borderline naked images. And Aspen was following that. I mean, it was added to the circle, right? And so they didn't want to see that in class when they were scrolling their account. And Shayy was getting really defensive here, right? They really wanted people to see their nudes, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm pretty sure that a whole circle of people who was seeing those images was like his harem, you know? All the people he was talking to at the same time. It's like, hey, you're one of the special people that get to see me half naked. They also proceeded to say I was being condescending for this concern, citing their experience with content creation as if that excuses it. Shayy would say, okay, if this is how this conversation is going to be, I really don't want to have it. I'm already kind of annoyed and this is just making it worse. Good luck on the rest of your classes. Not like you need to worry about it anyway. Circle is dead in like a week anyway. Aspen would say, sorry, wanted to understand your perspective. To which Shayy would say, it's just annoyingly condescending. Like, I do content creation and social media stuff for a living. I know what I'm talking about. So yeah, the only thing Aspen really said was, yo, can you like spoiler tag? Can you mark it as NSFW? And Shayy got really triggered over that because it kills engagement. But at the same time, even if that were to be true, I really never understand private Twitter accounts, bro. Like a lot of content creators have them in general. Not like most of them aren't to post like, you know, straight up nudes, but why would you want to hide it if you made it? Like, are you just acting edgy? Like, why would you want to hide it, but at the same time you want engagement on it? It doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense. It's like you want to have it private, you want to invite a certain number of people, and then you're like, oh, I don't want to kill engagement by spoiling it. Why do you care? Just post it on your main account at this point. Doesn't make sense to me. But then again, one other thing I don't understand is why people make like alt accounts on Twitch. Like, bro, just stream, man. Like, just go live. Like, why do you have an alt account? Like, what the hell? I don't know, dude. You know, content creators are weird. They are. You know, we're a weird bunch. Okay, if we're not literally falling through the roof of our house trying to clean it, or have a room that looks like this, then we're gonna be weird in other ways, I guess. I don't know. Alt accounts on Twitch is crazy. Bro, Asmongold's entire streams aren't on his alt account. You know that, right? Which is crazy. Like, if I go twitch.tv/Asmongold, he has not streamed on this channel in years. He streams on Zach Roar, which is his alt account. Right? So yeah, obviously I don't get that. A lot of people don't. But this is definitely the crazy case. I just choked on my spit, bro. Some other streamers will get like, I don't know, 4,000 viewers. and then go on like an alt with 800 viewers. It's like, dude, just take a break. You don't got to stream all the time. To be ad free, initially it was the case. But Twitch forced him to get partnered or at least run ads, get affiliate, get affiliate, because he was costing their servers millions of dollars. This dude he streams to tens of thousands of people. They were paying millions of dollars to run his stream, and they weren't getting a cent out of it because he refused to turn on ads and refused to get affiliate. So they forced him to get affiliate, I guess, to like make the ads run, right? Pretty funny. In this conversation, they were making more advances than I was comfortable with, and I tried diverting the conversation and diffusing it, but they kept pushing their fantasies on me in the moment. A decent portion of our conversations during this time, 2023 to 2025, were somewhat similar to this, with me eventually giving in to their pressure. I will not continue posting more screenshots of conversations like this, but it is a couple thousand messages over dozens of conversations. All right, so Aspen says, fair. I wasn't sure if she was coming. Cute. If we can, I want to cuddle for a while at some point, comfy bed. To which Shayy would say 100%. You know, it's not clear to me so far. One thing that's confusing me is how often they were seeing each other IRL. I guess they saw each other whenever they went to GDQ. But like, yeah, I just want to understand how often, because they were laying in bed together when she was 17. So I don't even know, man. Shayy would say, oh. Shayy would say, bored right now, wish someone was giving me fellatio. I don't know what that, yeah, giving me head, to be honest. He wouldn't get a reply to this. I mean, they wouldn't get a reply to this. And then Shayy would reply to that same message saying cuddles after this. So no reply on this. So what does Shayy decide to do? Would say, hey, you know, you can just do that and cuddles after this. Aspen would reply with 2 commas. Shayy would say, yeah. Aspen would reply with this, you know, I mean, what does this even look like without the extension? Oh, it's like an emoji looking upwards, like pleading. To which Shayy would say, use your words. Aspen would say, I want to cuddle. Shayy would say, anything else? Aspen would say, mainly cuddle. Shayy would say, that implies something else, silly. Smiley face. Dude, you know what? These Google Docs are, dude, they're ruining this fucking smiley face for me, bro. They are ruining this for me, man. Why do all problematic people use this shit? Oh my god, the chat. You guys are crazy with that. Look at this. Look at how fast it's moving. Evil emoji. I know, right? I found it cute. I find this shit cute, man. Hee Platonic emoji. At SGDQ 2024, they were interested in hanging out with me, with many DMs like the ones below, wanting to hang out. We cuddled while there were a number of people in the room, including but not limited to Star being in the bed at the same time. Okay, that's... What are we doing here, man? What are we... Nah, I'm actually so confused, man. Like, is anyone else confused? Like, what the hell? Okay, so listen. No, I'm a visual learner. One sec. So, bed. Let's say it's like a king bed. Bear in mind, Star Smiley, who is the partner of Shayy, is the one who paid for this bed, all right? Okay. So, this right here is Star Smiley. This right here is Shayy. And this right here is Aspen. Literally laying on the same bed. And bear in mind, there are people in the room. There are people in the room. They're legit just there spectating, hanging out. What the flying fuck? By the way, again, as a reminder, this is Star Smiley right here, okay? This right here is his partner, is their partner, sorry, is Shay's partner. And Star Smiley paid for this entire room. Like, just visualizing this in my head is killing me. And it just said so casually in this document. Like, what do you mean? Shayy, like, let's just go back for a second, because now it's making me think about other things. Let's just go back. Wait. Nah, this is... At some point, Aspen was worried that Star Smiley didn't know that Aspen and Shayy were doing shit, right? Star Smiley would say, this was like November 18th, 2025. This is very recent. I mentioned it a bit in the Discord, but while I gave general permission to do stuff with others, they never told me who they were doing it with or when. This is referring to Shayy doing shit with other people. I guessed you two, so Aspen and Shayy, had something going on based on bits and pieces. Star, with all due respect. What do you mean bits and pieces? When Shayy was literally cuddling with Aspen in the same bed you were in. Brother, what do you mean bits and pieces? Some of this just doesn't make sense. Am I the only one here who's seeing this? Where was it? Where were we? Here. Like, look at this. I'm going to read this again. At SGDQ 2024, they were interested in hanging out with me. With many DMs like the ones below wanting to hang out. We cuddled while there were a number of people in the room, including, but not limited to, Star being in the bed at the same time. What the hell are we doing, bro? What is this? Okay. All right. Listen, bro, there was no way Star didn't know. Come on, man. You're cuddling with that person in the same... Come on, bro. Come on, man. What are we doing here? Given the context of what happened in this same situation when I was alone with Shayy the next year, I wholeheartedly believe their presence saved me from being assaulted here. That's crazy. Wait, what? Is Shayy a woman or a twink? Bro, Shayy is this person right here. Looks like Dream's brother from another world. Platonically paying the bed. So, this was... Okay, this wasn't in the bed. This was at SGDQ. Okay? Yeah, non-binary, but you know, this is what Shayy looks like. So this wasn't during when they were in the bed, but this was at SGDQ 2024. So Shayy would message Aspen saying, "Hey gamer, when do you get here?" Aspen would say, "I'm here, sorry, I forgot to mention, got dragged to the mall right away." Shayy would say, "Ha, no worries, I'm out at the moment." Of course, the cat smiley face. Aspen would say, "Are you out still? All my friends are watching a run right now and I can't." Shayy would say, "I'm in the broadcast room, wanted to see the PB run." To which Aspen would say, "Heads up, I'm in the hotel for the foreseeable future." Shayy would say, "Did you want to hang out?" Aspen would say, "Yeah, when are you available? I'm in the middle of a bunch of people who hate planning." And Shayy would say, "If you just want to hang out, I'm in my room." And he would say the room number. They would say the room number, right? So this is when they would hang out in the same bed like this with Star Smiley and a bunch of friends looking at them. Hell, there might have been another person in the bed too. Because Aspen said including but not limited to. So there might have been just another person straight up in the bed, maybe multiple, I don't know. Ella Petal. I really got to mention this because this is a big donation and said nothing. Thank you so much for the platonic $50 donation. Thank you. Much, much appreciated, Ella. Really. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'm going to start calling them platonic donations right now. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do that. So yeah. This is when Shayy would invite Aspen to the room and they would start cuddling in the same bed in which his girlfriend, in which Shay's partner or girlfriend or whatever was in the same bed as well. Yeah, crazy. Bro, you guys, I swear to you guys are doing this on purpose, man. I'm saying donations until the end of the stream, and you're just donating big amounts to make me feel guilty. John Enriquez, thanks so much for the 100 CHF. Of course, with a cat smiley face. Thanks so much for the very platonic Swiss francs. You guys are silly as fuck, dude. Oh my god. Listen, like, look at this chat. How could you not love this? How can you not? I'm gonna go live at least once every 2 weeks. I'm gonna do my absolute best, guys. Seriously, this is such a riot. Sorry, what is CHF? Is it congestive heart failure? Yes. Yes, I got donated 100 congestive heart failures. Yes, yes. It hurts a little bit, but since it's platonic, I'm gonna let it pass. All right. So the document would continue. We did the same later that day, and I similarly suspect that the constant presence of other people in the room was the only thing saving me. So this is very loaded, right? This is Aspen saying that if there weren't other people in the room, as awkward as it was having other people in the room, Aspen is saying that if they weren't there, an assault would have occurred with Shayy. This is obviously a very big accusation, but I guess they'll specify why later in the document, right? Shayy would say, "You busy?" Aspen would say, "Not at all. Is that an invitation?" Shayy would say, "Yep." Again, with the cat smiley face, Aspen would say, "I'll head up then." Foreshadowing a similar way they treated me at the next GDQ, they did not talk to me or respond to any of my DMs that they were not related to me coming and hanging out with them in person. In this conversation, I very explicitly told them I wasn't, and they still tried to make an advancement. Maybe instead of saying the word, that word, I can just do this. Look. Wait. It's not working. Fuck. I have a thing that lets my hair go up. Oh, I gotta revisit those shortcuts. Anyway, whatever. You get the point. Whatever. I'll just... Yeah, sure. Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa. No. No. How do I... No, bring it back. No. What is that? Oh my god. Technical difficulties, guys. Technical difficulties. Where's the reset button, bro? All right, there we go, guys. Anyway, another conversation. I feel like Aspen would really start like "you're so gay" many times in the conversation. So yeah, in this conversation, I very explicitly told them I wasn't, up to do stuff, and they still tried to make an advancement. So Aspen would say, "You're so gay." So I'm just kind of not in a hornball mood right now. Shayy would say, "Damn, guys, I really want to emphasize the emoji that was used here. Really want to emphasize that. Look at how sad. Like this emoji, you usually use it when something really like, oh my god, like I just heard someone passed away. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. This dude's acting like this is the end of the world. What the hell did I do? I pressed on my mouse. So yeah, anyway. Really dealing with a toddler right now. And of course, even after Aspen would very clearly say, "Yo, I'm not in the mood, bro." yeah, it's pretty much this emoji, but platonically, of course. Who needs emotes on Twitch, bro? Who needs emotes on Twitch when you have this shit, right? Although you do get some emotes here if you sub, and I'll be adding more. I have more. I just need to add them on YouTube. It's a bit harder on YouTube. Twitch makes it easier, but I'll be adding them. Yeah, I'll be adding more. All right. How do I remove the menu? There we go. So, Shayy would say, "I can fix that." What? Smiley face. And Aspen would say, "Bonk." Shayy really seems to be the kind of person that doesn't take no for an answer. So I understand why Aspen thought that if there weren't other people in the room, there would have been like straight up assault. I get that. Because yeah, you know, it is definitely a red flag when someone says, "Yo, not really in the mood, sorry," and the other person's like, "I can fix that. Are you sure? Let me see. Let me use my hands to see if you are or not." It's like, come on, dude. Like, take a chill pill, bro. Plus, this was someone that was like 5-6 years younger. Weird power dynamic too. This is the platonic bottom emoji. And for the main event, SGDQ 2025, this was this year in July. They seemed excited to see me in anticipation, and I was excited to see them. They continued to try to get me to come hang out, all the while I was unaware it would be one-on-one. I assumed that friends or at least Star would be around in their room. What I did not know at the time was that they did this purely with the intent of doing you know what with me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Aspen would say, GDQ today, smiley face, excited to see you. Shayy would say, you know, heart emoji. Aspen would then say, I'm here. Let me know sometime if you're free to say hi. I'm in the lobby for now. Shayy would say, I just woke up. I'm in this room. Aspen would say, good morning, cutie. I think I'm leaving soon for breakfast, but I'll catch you in a bit. And then Shayy would say, ah. Aspen would then say, if you're free right now, actually, I could head up. I just helped Cherry bring stuff up to his room. Or down, actually. Never mind, I lied. I gotta go right now. I'll catch you later. Shayy would say, okay. And 30 minutes later, Aspen would say, I'm back now. Shayy would say, come up. Aspen would say, okay, I need to steal a card from someone. When I went up to their room under the pretense of hanging out, they assaulted me. They made advancements and pushed me to do things I was not comfortable with, but I did not feel safe saying no given the context. The power they had over me, and the fact that I was alone with them. At the time, I was vulnerable given unrelated things in my personal life, and it led me to not really realize what had happened until I looked back on it a few days later. For the rest of the event, they barely responded to me. I sent around a dozen messages, and they gave one single cat smiley face again, and a lol, ignoring almost everything I said to them, all the while acting like nothing happened when we were around each other in person. The next time they messaged me was to bring up what happened in person again, and while I tried deflecting, they were insistent on it. Shayy would say, the other day I was thinking about what we did at GDQ. That was nice. How are you? So that was that was a month? That was 5 weeks later. Damn. And then 3 minutes later would say, also, I never got this ping. I did get it figured out, eventually, talking about their flight. Aspen would then respond, I'm doing all right, finished college and chilling a bit before I go to England. Shayy would say, ooh. And then would reply to the message saying, the other day I was thinking about what we did at GDQ, and would say, I hope this was fun for you, by the way. Haha. Also, congrats on finishing college. That's huge. Aspen would say, thanks. Big weight off. So zero response to this whole thing about what they did at GDQ and stuff. And even though Shayy was really pushing like, hey, hope this was fun for you. I was thinking about it the other day. That was nice. Bro. Shayy was uncontrollable, man. God damn. And bear in mind, this is August 2025. So by this point, Shayy was already talking to 20 other people. Like, come on. Like, oh my God. Absolutely crazy. Jail his non-platonic ass. Someone said that earlier, and it's stuck in my head. Water break. This creep had a partner? Yeah, they were called Star Smiley. 5 to 6 years, and in the meantime had like 20 people in the DMs. Also, the fact that he dropped basically all communication the moment he got his rocks off is so gross. Yeah, the moment Shayy got what they wanted, boom, it's over. It's over. Again, I know Shayy goes by they, them, and stuff. Yeah, I know that, right? I know that. It is a huge document, dude. It's hard to focus, but yeah. I was incredibly uncomfortable around them at the time and left it at saying I wasn't interested and that I was feeling repulsed at the thought of the whole business. I was in a particularly deep repulsion about that was caused by what happened at GDQ, which is understandable, right? If someone threw me on the bed and just fucking, right? And there was no one else I could share this with, and this was someone I admired, I'd be pretty repulsed at the idea of any horn activities, right? So Shayy would still insist, are you not responding to this for a reason, or like still pushing, like, yo, hope you had fun. I'm thinking about the other day what we did in GDQ, still pushing. And Aspen would say, yeah, I'm just not interested. Sorry. Just completely shutting their ass down, right? To which Shayy would say, what do you mean by that? Just like general or right now, lol. To which Aspen would say, bit of both, really not interested right now. I'm sorry, I've been very repulsed recently. Later in that conversation, so like literally 5 minutes later, 6 minutes later, they tried prompting me about AGDQ. Shayy would say, yeah, you're going to be at AGDQ? I really like cuddling with you. It was so nice. To which Aspen would say, nope, definitely can't afford it. To which Shayy would say, no, crying emoji. Document continues, around this time, we started having actual conversations occasionally, which I can only suspect was because around this time people were starting to come out privately with stories about Shayy that they became aware of. Ooh. Eventually, I reached out about my experience with them after I had already shared part of my story with relevant people. I hoped at the time that this was them genuinely making an effort to make good on their mistakes and be a better friend, but now I know that it was simply them trying to cover their tracks and save face. Their apology seemed genuine, and I bit. Okay. So, a month after this very awkward-ass conversation, Aspen would say, hey, sorry I've been awkward and not responding. I've been struggling a lot with things and haven't known how to handle it. To put it bluntly, reflecting ever since GDQ, I felt incredibly hurt and used by you over the past couple of years. I began feeling this way at GDQ, but upon reading back through our DMs, it was very clear that you only ever talked to me in more than a couple of very dry messages when you wanted to use me for, you know what I mean. Reflecting on GDQ this year and last made it clear you talked to me when you wanted to cuddle or have but ghosted me the rest of the time. It's made me feel terrible about myself and about the fact that I've considered you a friend for years. Just for our interactions to boil down to this trend of you only caring about messaging me when you have horns. I don't think it would be accurate to call our relationship over the past couple of years a friendship, and if our friendship is something you care about, you're going to have to learn to be a good friend. Very thoughtfully written paragraph, but, Shayy literally threw you on the bed and, used you, right? So this was definitely Aspen being a bit too nice, but still, they were still trying to see the good in Shayy, I guess. Shayy would then say, hey, thank you for being honest about this. I want to apologize and also validate what you're feeling because I was starting to feel the same way and it made me feel incredibly icky. Were you really, buddy? Hey, were you really? The truth of the matter is that I enjoy talking to you and enjoy hanging out with you. I never intended to ghost you or do anything of the sort. I just really, really struggle to keep up with the amount of social things happening at an event like that. Yeah, maybe because you're messaging 20 people at the same time. I do care about our friendship. I promise that I do, and I want to prove that I do, and I want to just talk about more stuff and hang out more in general. But I'm sorry for how I made you feel. I've been feeling that way from several others as well, too. Yeah. Yeah, you mean the 20 plus people you're talking to at the same time? Yeah. Feeling used, and I think that can be a dangerous outcome of having interactions in a friendship like that. The bottom line is I care about you and I want to hang out more. Promise that I will do better, and again, thank you for being honest with me. Friendship, shut your bitch ass up. Yeah, I know. Listen, bro, hot take. It's not a friendship if you're doing the deed, bro. It's not a friendship if you're doing the under the sheets. It's not a friendship if you're being, if you have horns, all right? It's not. I'm sorry, dude. There's something called friends with benefits, but that's just like, hooking up with someone. Like friends with benefits, they don't give a shit what your favorite hobby or color is. Like they don't care. It's like, yeah, I like the way you look. You like how I look. I like the way you smell. You like the way I smell. You know what? I like the way you dress. You like the way I dress. Great. Let's fucking go. But that's it. There's nothing else, right? It's just a term, friends with benefits. You're not actually friends, though. You're just using each other in a very selfish way. That's it. So unfortunately, Aspen thought this was a friendship, right? Shayy didn't treat Aspen or anyone else really like that. And even when Shayy was in a relationship with a partner like Star, they weren't treated like a partner either. So yeah. It was only platonic. Dude, God, man, that word now. Whenever someone says platonic, I'll remember this shit. And then he would continue saying, I'm really sorry for this. I promise it has everything to do with me just having a low social battery in general. Yeah, maybe because you're messaging over 20 people at the same time. It's nothing against you personally and nothing about how I view you. I just completely shut down and forget to respond to things when my social battery is low. And then I'll just completely forget to respond in general because of that. I've been trying more recently to reach out and just talk about whatever. I feel like I don't do that enough. Dude, side note. How did Shayy have time to upload videos while talking to... No wonder every video was 1 month in between. No wonder. No wonder, dude. It's a miracle they were able to make videos anyway, talking to 20 people at the same time. That shit's a full-time job. This is friends with zero benefits for Aspen? No, it's with negative benefits. Because they got like straight up assaulted, bro. That's crazy, man. Schedule killed by SE Talk. Yeah. Crazy. Like, dude, the reason why I can upload fairly consistently on my channel is because I don't do much. At this point, the only hobby I have is Battlefield 6 and hanging out with like a couple people. That's it. That's it. If I had more, if I had an actual social life, I'd be uploading once a month like most YouTubers who make long videos. But yeah. I've been trying. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. Again, I'm sorry and thank you for telling me. I need you to know that I do care and that I care about you and I want to make this right. Sometimes it's difficult for me to discern what I feel people want from me. I only entertained those discussions because I thought you were enjoying them, and I guess that, yeah, dude. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. I guess that transformed into thinking you valued me for that. Oh my God. Oh my God. The crocodile tears, bro. And I guess that's just low self-esteem on my end. Oh, and image issues I have with myself, but you're really funny and endearing person, and I just enjoy being around you. I'm sorry I made you feel like that wasn't the case. Can we try again? I want to know how your UK trip has been going. You're still there, right? Oh my God, bro. Dude, like I can smell the bullshit. Like that's the thing with these people, right? Like when they take advantage of you and then you like finally put your foot down after years, they'll be like, I'm sorry. I did this because I was abused in my last relationship. Or I have low self-esteem. I kind of sound like RFK. But yeah, that's what they do. They're like, I'm sorry. I've been struggling myself. And it's like, dude, come on, man. That's bullshit. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, where is it? That was the most bullshit thing I saw in this whole thing. Sometimes it's difficult for me to discern what I feel people want from me. I only entertained those interactions because I thought you were enjoying them, and I guess that transformed into me thinking you valued me for that. Man, shut your bitch ass. What you mean valued me for that, bro? Like, oh, poor you. Aspen was only with you for that. If anything, Aspen was using you. Oh, poor you, Shayy. Truly. Man, shut your bitch ass up, man. Damn. Like, that is just so bullshit. And yeah, for someone naive like Aspen, yeah, I mean, this is probably Aspen's first, like, serious anything. Like, again, listen. Have you guys noticed how sometimes people are willing to deal with so much more bullshit on their first relationship rather than, like, the ones afterwards? Like, you'll talk to someone, they'll be like, yeah, I was in a relationship for 9 years with a bitch. Why? Because it was my first relationship out of high school. Oh, okay. You're going through your first relationship. You don't know what's right and wrong. So you're just dealing with things that are very wrong, but you think it's normal because, again, you don't have a reference, especially if your parents are divorced, for example. You don't know what a healthy relationship looks like. So that's how you end up in these situations. So in Aspen's case, starting to talk to Shayy at 17, and at this point, it's been like years. It's been like 4 years or like 3 years. Yeah. To Aspen, maybe this is just like normal. And this is like a real apology because they have no reference. They have no reference, you know? And that's the main issue. That's why like a lot of people will stay in a first relationship for so long, even though it's not working out. Like a year in, you can tell, but they stick with it because they think it's normal. And then in their second and third relationship, they learn how to draw boundaries better. They know what they want, what they don't want, and usually that works out. In the month or so following, there was a few conversations we had that felt real for the first time in years, even them reaching out after I'd posted on my private Twitter during a breakdown. Shayy would say, also, I saw your other tweet. I hope you're feeling better. Please don't do anything bad to yourself. But in the past few days, while learning about others' stories, this was in 28th of September, by the way, 2025. But in the past few days, while learning about others' stories and the recency with which they were continuing to abuse and take advantage of the people, it was clear that it was never about anything more than an attempt to save face. Shayy, if you're reading this, and I sure hope you are, you repeatedly pushed me to my limits and you broke me down into nothing while I trusted you and forgave you over and over, time and time again. You took my endless kindness and used it to take advantage of me and my friends. You and your actions are deplorable, and I hope you never show your face around here ever again because you will never be welcomed back. Holy moly. Holy moly. Muujin hitting home a little too hard right now. It's normal. Like there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people who were in like their first relationship and stayed there for too long, but it's also kind of unfortunately necessary. You know, I would sure hope there's like no crazy abuse or anything, just disagreements, but it's kind of necessary to make you understand and learn what you want and don't want. Because relationships are a tricky thing, dude. You think you know what you want heading into your first one, and then you realize, wait, I actually don't want this at all. This is only good in movies. I actually want this. And so, yeah, you end up like dealing with it for a while and you understand, you know how to find like red flags. Yeah. So, congrats. We made it through the Aspen section. This was 25 pages. 2 hours of this. Oh my God, it's been 2 hours already. Yeah, so we're going to go through a few more. We're not going to go through every single one. But, you know, for the most part, like you kind of understand what Shayy did. And, you know, we're going to continue seeing why Shayy lost over 100,000 subscribers in just a week after this was posted, right? So, Anonymous 1. So, Anonymous 1 has like all these subsections. Anonymous 1. Okay, written statement. This is 26 pages as well. Are there any images of DMs? Oh, screen caps. Okay, this is going to be a big one too. Okay, what I can promise. We'll look at Anonymous. We'll look at Azura Eth. We'll look at, well, Anonymous 3 doesn't have any screen caps, so we'll skip that. Because I do want to see DMs of Shayy. And we'll definitely get to Willie J, because that's the person who posted it on their Twitter. And then we'll see like, we'll see the rest, if there are any like crazy screenshots. And then we'll head on to the other document, which is 26 pages. We'll see. But yeah, anyway. Anonymous 1, let's see the table of contents. So what actually happened between Anonymous 1 and Shayy, opening plus disclaimers. How has this affected me? The physical and emotional consequences of the situation for me. Where did this start? Introduction to how me. Okay, so, you know, this is all table of content. That's fine. Written statement. And so screen caps, I guess. Okay, so they're referenced. This is interestingly organized. Yeah, definitely interesting. Okay. All right. I don't know what this is referencing, but I guess it'll show up later. Yeah, I guess it'll show up later. Okay. There's 2 documents. I heard people saying there's 3, but these are the only 2 I found. This is a complete reaccounting of what exactly went on between me and Shayy and the direct fallout for the people unaware. Please have the heart to read it in full. It discusses my side and my truth. I hope everyone who already knows what went down can take the time to read this in full too. I've given you the evidence and condensed version in private. Here you can read the more in-depth and personal reaccounting of the situation alongside extra parts I might have missed. TLDR, I'm sure a lot of you will be very happy with this. Shayy lied, has continued omitting information, and heavily downplayed what actually happened between me and them. This is behavior they have exhibited with others too. This was written throughout the 5th of November 2025 and the 9th of November 2025. This document has been edited by Anonymous 1 with the help to remove any and all identifiers so that they can keep anonymous. Important details that identify me will have to be kept in for context, but as much as possible has been altered to protect my identity. That being said, any blue text you see has been written by me, Anonymous One. Okay, cool. What actually happened between Anonymous One and Shayy? Hey, Anonymous One here. I'm sorry it has come to this for the people who are most likely sick of hearing about everything relating to the situation. Ideally, Shay's accountability statement would have been the last time you guys would have to hear about it, but Shayy continues not to properly explain what happened, and now I'm here having to do it myself. This feels wretched, and I'm afraid. Okay. Before I begin, I do want to just explain a little where my head is at with all of this. Firstly, please make sure you are going back to both the videos and the screenshots and cross-referencing as you read to make sure you are coming to the conclusions you do on the basis of facts and evidence. I like that. I like that. I do not expect you to take my word, so please make sure you are evaluating the conversations themselves to ensure you know what is happening in full. I mean, you don't have to do it, but it's probably best you do. Secondly, please be aware that my intent isn't to drive Shay's friends away with this. I'm fully aware and already know of people who know the situation in full that are continuing to stick by them, and that is okay. What? 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 Huh? Listen, man, I get being loyal to friends. Like, listen, if someone I know that's a friend that's a VTuber gets canceled on Twitter, okay, like for saying, I don't know, the word retard or fucking or because they called out an artist for taking too long to finish their commission, I'll stick by them, sure. I'll be like, come on, this is stupid, right? Like, this person shouldn't lose their career over this. But if someone has 20 plus victims come out and show screen caps of conversations. Oh, great. Another minor. Oh, great. Another minor, bro. Because look, Shayy at some point says, gotta put the minor's DNI in the bio now. Making a joke of the fact that he's talking to a minor. Bro was pre-ordering minors as if they were on Steam pre-ordering games, bro. What the fuck? I have said this to every person I have told, but I beg of you that if you stay, that you make sure this never happens again. Please take everything I say as an example of what to look for and what to call out. Do not let Shayy do this again to anyone. Wait, someone said, I just got in and just heard, oh great, another minor. What the fuck? Platonic groomer. God, dude. Thing is, Shayy had all this figured out. You know, they talked to a minor and would start like grooming them with the idea of, I really enjoy platonic kissing. Don't you as well? Oh my God, platonic? Oh, sure. And then when they turn 18, it's like, yo, I'm rock solid right now. You want to help me out? Right? So like it was definitely a gradual, like well-studied thing. It wasn't a coincidence. Okay. This part above is kind of redundant now, considering the scope of Shay's actions. A lot of people have fully cut contact. I wish it didn't have to be this way, and I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to skip this. How has this affected me? I originally was going to wait until later to explain how this entire situation has made me feel, but since starting this document, I've had a second mental health crisis moment that was greatly attributed to this entire fiasco. I've had 2 fits of hyperventilation, 3 now as of November 16th, since Shayy released their most recent statement. I'm currently writing this on the 6th of November 2025, so it has been 2 days. I actually woke up to that statement being posted in the early hours of the 5th with no warning. Yes, we'll definitely read that statement too. Shayy statement. Oh my God, why? Wait. We are definitely going to look at a statement when, like, at the end. Why is it 18 plus, bro? It's Undertale. No, this isn't it. This is not it. Where is... Can someone link me Shay's statement if you have it? Feel free to post it in chat, I guess. Maybe, wait, let me look at the images. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I guess it was made in his Discord. Sorry, their Discord. And I'm not in their Discord, even though it's still open. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, Undertale, no underage. Yeah, we made that joke already. So they locked their Twitter. Yeah, they did lock their Twitter. Yeah, they did. I have genuinely never felt so much violent stress, such painful, scary anxiety. I've been through a lot in my life. This has to be one of the most gut churning and physically taxing situations I've ever been through, which says a lot. Not the type of person to buckle physically under stress, but the digestive issues, the nausea, the hyperventilation. Damn, dude, this is like if a business did this, if a corporation did this to you, this is a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. Instead, we're dealing with a YouTuber that just was a complete freak. Struggled to eat, sleep, etc., etc. Like, that's crazy. Mentally, I have felt worthless at times. I haven't felt like a person anymore. There have been so many times I felt disgusted with my body, disgusted I was born in the body because maybe things would be different had I not been perceived the way it feels like I was. That's really sad. Maybe if I was born a man and identified as a man or overtly masculine at the same time, this would have never happened. It has made me completely unlovable, someone who is unable to take affection from anyone out of fear it will become or against my wishes. Several times I have wished I wasn't Arrow Ace, so none of this bothered me. Dude, did Shayy have a thing for people who were Arrow Ace? Dude, was this like a thing that like made Shayy rock solid? Was Shayy just trying to like convert them? Huh. Shayy had a thing for people with pronouns. Yeah, we saw that. Your pronouns are mine, yeah, etc., etc. Please transition into a girl. Yeah, we saw that. But there seems to be like another side of this also, like more leaning on the fact that, oh, you know, oh, you're not into like doing anything dirty. Well, I'll change your mind. Like it's some puzzle. Am I specifically like inexperienced people? Yeah, it's a combination. Inexperienced, naive, asexual, and also, from what I'm seeing so far, transitioning or something. Like Shayy was very particular. It wasn't like, oh, just about anyone, at least so far. Okay. Thanks to my OCD, I've been unable to focus on anything other than this. It's been on my mind intrusively, constantly speaking normally with friends. Spending time with them has been 10 times harder as a result. Shayy has made me feel subhuman. All right. Then they go ahead and thank everyone for being here, and they're proud of themselves for being here and persevering. Hell yeah. Okay. So where did this start? Me and Shayy became friends as a result of me being an active member in their community as a fan, most prominently during 2023. They messaged me for the first time directly on March 11th, 2023, to thank me for the art I made for them. I was 17. Yeah, I was 17 years old. We quickly grew a friendship through interactions in DMs and general chat, as well as through the fact I was making fan art for them every so often. I was added to Trusted on the 27th of June 2023, a bit under a month before I turned 18. Shayy behaved properly while I was underage as far as I'm aware, but soon after turning 18, my birthday being August 15th, which they in DMs wished me happy birthday and joked about minors DNI in bio for, was when they began to use terms like good boy to describe and praise me. Shayy was 24. It's insane, bro. It's like a copy-paste image, like story of Aspen. So let's see the screen caps. Here we go again. Why can't these horn dogs go for people that are 67 instead? You just have to use that number, right? They shouldn't go after anyone. You know, they should just go and talk to ChatGPT or something at this point, right? Back-to-back pre-ordering is insane. What's back-to-back pre-ordering is insane. So yeah, they'd get introduced like this in DMs. Discord, I found him accepting the allegations thingy. Okay, let me see. Wait, where? DM me on Discord. Did you put it in general? Yeah, DM it to me on Discord if you have it. Oh, there we go. Mature content from the Undertale community. All right, let me just do this real quick. In the other browser we go. Little old.reddit. No. Shayy openly admits to the allegations. I think we'll see this in the document. Yeah, I think we'll see this in the document, but I'll keep it here just in case. But yeah, thank you. NSFW. I'll keep this here in the back. All right, so this is how they would meet each other for the first time. Shayy would message them first saying, "Thank you for the lovely drawing the other day. It really made my night." To which Anonymous One would say, "No problem. I'm glad you really like it and that it made your night. It was fun to draw." So they were underage here. And then Shayy, oh my God, bro. Dude, Shayy probably had a fucking document. Like a straight up document, right? Like a straight up document. How can I make this bigger, bro? Hello? Oh. A straight up like document, bro. Like Shayy had a document where they were like, oh, like this is this person's birthday. This is that person's birthday. Like this person turns 18 now. This person turns 18 now. This person, and then Shayy probably had reminders on the phone, like, oh, this person just turned 18. Like I swear, dude, multiple alarm clocks. Like how? Dude literally met a stranger that was 17 and took the time out of their day 5 months later to message happy birthday at 1 a.m. At 1 a.m. Happy birthday. Like, oh, I pre-ordered. It's time to go now. Like, damn. Time to go platonic. Midnight pre-ordering. Like, dude, I know, right? Dude really wanted to make it legal. Yeah, he was like, listen, I'm going to manipulate and ruin this person's life, but I got to make sure they're 18. Okay. To which they said, thank you, Shayy, with a hug. Shayy would say, got to put the minor's DNI in the bio now. Oh, so Shayy was telling Anonymous One to do that since they were 18. Okay. To which they would say, LMAO. And then Shayy would say, good, you deserve to. This was months later as well. You should hang out. Need to distract you from the bad feelings. To which that person would say, on my way. Shayy would say, good boy. Haha, got him. To which Anonymous would say, damn, okay, LMAO. So yeah, that came out of nowhere. They were like, whoa. Okay. So it was on New Year's Eve of 2023, 31st of December, after I had vented to Shayy about me and my mother's relationship and how troubled said relationship was, that Shayy suddenly started speaking to me about their ass. What? Wait. Huh? About their what now? Did I read this right? After I vented to Shayy about me and my mother's relationship and how troubled said relationship was, that Shayy suddenly started speaking to me about their ass. What the what? I beg your finest pardon? Shayy was like, oh, hell yeah. Mommy issues, let's jump on this, you know? Oh, hell yeah. Troubled parenting? Hell yeah. Broken home? Hell yeah. Here's my ass. No, I gotta see this. What the hell? Probably easier if I open this in another window. Wait, let me do this. Yeah, that's easier. So screenshot 4. Anonymous One would be saying, I try my best. I'm blunt to a fault sometimes, so it's taken years of screaming at each other and lots of fear to get to a point where we're in therapy and starting to get better at sorting things out. Thanks for letting me vent to you a bit. I feel a bit better now. Hat pat emoji. Shayy would say, anytime. I care about you a lot, dork. To which Anonymous One would say, you scringle. By the way, if you ever need to vent, my DMs will always be here if you need it. Shayy would then say, grr, I'm so mad about how well my career is going and my bank account status. Grr, and I'm mad that I have a fat ass. I have nothing to be mad about. Lately, life has been good. This has got to be a joke. What the fuck am I reading? Nah, man. What? How old is this? Dude, Shayy at this point was like 24 or something, 23. I mean, Early 20s. God, I hate being caked up. Yeah, I know, right? Sees someone struggling and immediately starts talking about their ass and flexes their money. Dude, what the fuck is this? Like, this is not what you do when someone's venting to you. Like, this person's opening up to you about their struggles with their parents, you know, therapy, and then thank you for letting me vent a bit. This is when you say you're welcome. Anytime you need something, go ahead. They say, you want to vent? My DMs will be here. That's when you just say thank you and shut the fuck up. Thank you and shut your bitch ass up. Instead, I'm mad about how well my career's going and my bank account. God, I'm so mad I have so much money, dude. And I'm mad that I have a fat ass. That's such a shitty thing. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. People really do be making anyone famous these days, huh? People really just making anyone famous these days. That's crazy. That's crazy. Damn. Their message was in direct relation to me offering to listen to them vent, and they proceeded to send a screenshot of someone's Twitter header. This header consisted of Shay's GDQ bed ass picture. They told me that I used my platform to force my friend to make this her banner for the entire year. I started to respond to this playfully, saying dumb shit like, "Goddamn, you got dumpy." I was aware this was stupid to say. It's not really something I like to joke about often, but it felt right in the moment given how playful Shayy can be. I wanted to be friends with them, so I wanted to match the energy. This, though, ended up with Shayy saying, "Are you saying you want to have a fat ass?" And my response of, "That implies I don't have a fat ass already." This is where proof was asked by Shayy. Okay, so this is, wait, let me just turn off the Dark Reader extension. So yeah. Anonymous one would say, LMFAO, I'm glad things are going well for you, bestie. I hope they continue that way because you deserve it. To which Shayy would say, I used my platform to force my friend to make this her banner for the entire year. LMFAO. And it's a picture of Shayy in that hotel bed that, God, I don't even want to know what happened on that bed, bro. With the ass up, right? Dumpy made of light flashbang. Okay, let me just go back. Anyway. So Anonymous one would say, goddamn, you got dumpy. Shayy would say, you know it. I'm hot as fuck and I know it. To which Anonymous one would say, hey, save some for the rest of us. You can't handle all that genderful dumpy for yourself. This is a sentence I just typed. And Shayy would say, are you saying you want to have a fat ass? Flushed emoji. Anonymous one would say, LMFAO, I mean, actually, that implies I don't have a fat ass already. To which Shayy would say, proof? All right. Okay. I don't know why Shayy focused on the nickname Name Ass for this segment. For those unaware, Name Ass was a nickname I gave myself in Shay's sub-only Minecraft server using a sign next to my bed in-game. I would tell my friends at the time, people I had known for longer than Shayy and can testify themselves, not to call me that name as part of the joke. I was always, don't call me Name Ass in 2023, and I know that for certain. I must note, however, that in recent years, so after 2023, I definitely started joking more openly about the name. Now, I cannot prove myself that this conversation didn't happen in 2023. It's extremely hard to prove a negative, but if it did happen, then the most likely reason Shayy cannot find evidence for it is because it either happened in a voice call or in Twitch chat. I implore Shayy to search the Frog Family Discord for the word Name Ass to find it if they believe it to be true that it happened in a public chat. Once again, completely possible it happened offhandedly in Twitch chat or voice chat, but considering context, quite strange it would be the focus point Shayy used instead of the actual reason the conversation started. Okay. So this was a statement he made, and he made this name like something part of his statement. Okay, so this is a screenshot of Minecraft. And this is showing us this was used before. Okay, I guess that'll make sense later. Isn't it like 2 a.m. in France? Actually, 1 a.m. 20 minutes. Okay, 1 a.m. Yes, I'm in the ungodly hours reading this shit. Shayy goaded the conversation on after I explained, and they joked about my body. This went on until I finally said that I did have a photo that could show what I meant using the angle it was taken from. This image was of me in my Omori hoodie, something I had posted elsewhere. I think I actually posted it in the Frog Family's photo channel. They didn't know this yet, though, and I gave them an out since I was confused and unsure on if I should actually post the image or not. deep down, I wanted them to tell me not to so I didn't have to. I'd even asked my own mother what I should do in the situation when I'm unsure about sending something with this context around it. She didn't encourage me to not to, so I felt I had to. All right, the grammar here is kind of busted. You know what I mean? She didn't encourage me to not to. Okay, the grammar here is busted as fuck, but it's okay. You know, this person was stressed as hell writing this. I get it, but this is why I'm stuttering sometimes. All right, busted. I wanted Shayy to like me and I wanted them to be happy. So when they saw my hesitance responding to my but with a but what, I felt even more inclined to send it. They are lucky I didn't send anything suggestive. They were completely irresponsible. I was young. I was 4 months after I had turned 18. So these are images. This is image 9. Anonymous 1 says, I'm a small beanpole, so my ass is probably not that big, lol. I'm just a little guy. Shayy would say, nah, you're definitely packing. To which Anonymous would say, yeah, I totally have the biggest ass known to man. Laughing emoji, 100% real. LMFAO. Shayy would say, definitely, I believe it. I swear to God, this is going to end up with you taking a picture of your ass. It's going to end up looking like one of those Riz memes. LMAO. To which Anonymous would say, I do actually have a photo of me turned to the side showing off my Amori hoodie, but flushed emoji. To which Shayy would say, but what? Laughing emoji. Okay, you definitely got something going on there. Also, yeah, it's a cute hoodie. This was after the picture was sent. Anonymous would say LMAO. Shayy would say, how the fuck did we end up having an ass discussion? LMAO, we are unhinged. Was this the same day this was happening? Yeah. Yeah, this was literally Shayy. Shayy started this whole conversation by saying, oh, I forced my friend to use a picture of my ass as a cover picture. Yeah, what are you asking, bro? Look at yourself in the mirror. Who are you asking? Wondering how the fuck did we end up having an ass discussion? Look at yourself in the mirror. LMAO, we are unhinged. Bro, you're unhinged. Anonymous one would say, hee after pointing a finger emoji, yeah, which is real. And then Shayy would say, so you're blaming me. I don't think that's fully accurate. I think you wanted the chance to flex too. I see through your feint, bestie. You cannot fool me. In that same day, they would continue talking. Yeah. Anonymous one would say, okay, Scrunky, people think my ass is edited because I got mad dumpy. You can't project your flexing onto me. Shayy would say, yes, I can. I just did. What are you going to do about that, huh? Again, with the signature cat smiling emoji. And then Anonymous one would say, SGDQ 2024, picture the scene. You are walking down the hallway when all of a sudden there are the tiny tippy-tap footsteps of a blank speeding in your direction. Shayy would say, I will hug them and pick them up. Smiley face. Anonymous would say, explosion. Shayy would say, you can't stop me. You know I will. This stupid smiley face, bro. This stupid smiley face. Yeah, to anyone joining, Shayy is huge in the Undertale Deltarune community, was at 470k subs, lost over 100,000 in the span of a week after this document came out. They held huge sway in the Undertale Deltarune community, but also in the speedrunning community, right? So, yeah, to add salt to the wound, they blame me for the conversation even starting. I called this out as projection jokingly. We read this. They teased me asking what I was going to do about it. I joked about chasing them around a GDQ someday. Something I found funny to do with my tall friends. Picturing a height person chasing someone tall down a hallway sounds stupid as hell. And they told me they would hug me and pick me up. Platonically, of course, guys. Platonically. Platonically. Right? Guys, I cheated on my girlfriend. Platonically. Platonically. Okay, I only platonically kissed someone. I only platonically inserted my wee-wee into their woo-woo, right? Platonically. It was all platonic. You don't understand. I platonically impregnated them. It's like you go to your girlfriend, you're like, dude, I'm sorry, baby. She's platonically 4 months pregnant. But it's okay. It was platonic. We're going to get a platonic abortion. This stupid word has no meaning because of Shayy. We had a baby, Mujan, platonic. Yeah, just platonic, bro. We're going to call the baby Platonic Jr. I'm going to platonically raise the baby and platonically kick them out of my house at 18 and platonically pay for their college. That was one of the many exceptions I made for Shayy. Usually these things included more intimate or affectionate things like calling me cute. I hated anyone calling me this, but I made exceptions for them specifically. It made me feel special. I felt important to them. The same goes for being picked up. I've openly discussed before how I would hate the idea of being picked up. It's something people used to do without my consent throughout my childhood because of my height, which resulted in me being spun around and tossed like a doll. Damn. But it's entirely possible Shayy didn't see it. It's the least of my concerns nonetheless, but thought it'd be important to note my own pattern of allowing Shayy to do things I wouldn't allow others to do. Side note, you know who's tiny as fuck, bro? When I went to Malaysia, I met up with Bin. Wait, let me if you guys don't know who Bin is, I collabed with Bin a little bit on Twitch. Like back when I streamed there like last year. Bin was the one who reached out to me actually. Absolute femboy, bro. Bro, Bin is tiny. Bin is... You look at this model, you think, nah, no way he looks like that IRL. Bro, Bin is a fucking femboy through and through. If he heard this right now, he'd be like, no, stop. Through and through, bro. I met Bin in Malaysia. He is tiny. Oh my God, bro. You know, we went to the arcade with a couple of his friends, which became my friends. I love the guys. I already missed them. We went to the arcade. There was like this, loved it, dude. I didn't love it that way. Not because he looks like a fanboy. Dude, you know, anyway, there's like this car ride for kids arcade. Bro. He actually fit in this. He sat there unironically in something like this. Dude was so tiny, man. So yeah, I'd get it if he didn't like, if someone didn't like getting picked up when you were small. But yeah, dude is tiny, man. He's like 20 something. He is tiny. He could fit in this so easily, and we'd all laugh like, no way you fit in this, dude. No way. But yeah, it was so fun meeting up with him. I also met Bin's parents, dude. They were so wholesome. And they embarrassed the fuck out of him, made him blush. Because like when we met, they were like, oh, nice to meet you. Ben has been talking about you for weeks about how a friend is coming to Malaysia. I was like, really? And then it was like, ah. But yeah. So speaking of tiny people, that did remind me of Ben. Yeah. Ben, if you're watching this, you are a fanboy. Don't deny it, buddy. All right. Anyway. Was it all platonic? Yes, it fucking was. There was nothing else that was... We're friends, all right, dude? I drew art for them for free when they asked, which they made into their profile picture for the month of October 2024. Dude, what do you mean? What do you mean been doxed? Dude, we went to this anime convention. Right? And there was like a bunch of VTubers there, like a bunch of VTubers cutouts. And at some point we spotted a crazy bin cosplay. Like that person put in effort. We were like, whoa, this is sick. I was like, Ben, you should go say hi. No, I'm not going to do that. Ben, just go say hi. No, I'm too shy. I was like, come on, dude, look at this crazy cosplay. So then I convinced him to like write a note and like give it to them and then run away. I recorded the whole thing. It's on my phone. Obviously, I'm not going to show it, right? But because you can see Ben. But like, dude, what? Like the Ben cosplayer was playing a card game. Ben would come in, tap them on the shoulder, and give them that note, and then would run as if he had committed a crime. The cosplayer would look at that note, confused as fuck, and then like as he was reading the note, he'd look back in confusion, then go back to the note, look back, go back to the note, and then when he'd finished reading the note, you could very clearly see them say, fuck, like I missed him, shit. Man, it was so fun. It was so fun. But yeah. Anyway, continuing this document. Damn, bro, you fancy him that much? Bro, what do you... How in all of this did I say that I fancy him? How? Anyway. Did they also walk around on their knees to commit to the bit? Not to that extent, no. They were definitely taller. Continuing. You guys are like wholesome platonic boyfriends. All right, but okay, dude. Okay. Ben is cute. I get why you platonically like him. Okay, buddy. Okay. French kisses and platonic. Okay, buddy. All right. Okay. You can legit use that word for anything. You can say, oh, I platonically ate a 5-kilogram burger today. I platonically ate a croissant. I platonically ate a donut. What does that mean? I don't know, but I know it's platonic. Anonymous one was continues saying, I drew art for them for free when they asked, which they made into their profile picture for the month of October 2024. During a time where I had halted drawing for people when they asked, even when payment was given, another example of an exception I made for them. I finished it the same day. Shayy actually wasn't the nicest to me about the artwork, but apologized the next day after I confronted them about how it hurt my feelings. Okay. 12 and 56. Let's go through. Shayy would say, how much do I have to look at you cutely for a profile picture featuring witch clothes? To which Anonymous one would say, you want a spooky profile picture? Is there any particular images of said witch's clothes I could look at? Shayy would say, maybe just the hat. I think I'd look cute in black turtleneck plus hat plus purple hair. Though you can do whatever you want, I just want something spooky. Anonymous one would say, I shall see what I can do. To which Shayy would say, hee hee. Hee hee. So then 56. That's crazy. How is it organized that way? Okay. So Shayy would be asking for free artwork. Just keep that in mind. Anonymous one would send it. And Shayy would say, I'm curious. What is up with the left shoulder? Shocked, surprised face. Shocked, surprised. Oh, that's a new one. We hadn't seen that one before, okay? We saw the cat face. We saw the very sad face. We have not seen this one. We have not seen the shocked face, okay? To which Anonymous one would say, I typically like to angle the shoulders like that so it makes it look less boring pose-wise. It's hard to explain. Imagine the camera is to the right of you in the art and you're looking to the right. Shayy would say the right shoulder is going to be cut off in the profile picture circle. So I was just wondering, because it even goes like that behind the hand, post the art. I see the vision. Just makes me look like a linebacker. Lol. Got them huge ass shoulders. So this dude received free art and had the gall to complain about it. Free art's free art, bro. You can't complain about that shit. You can't complain about that shit. So then Anonymous one would say, hold on, let me finish processing the speed paint and I'll try to show it better. To which Shayy would say, I just think it would be better in the circle profile picture if the shoulder ankle was just generic, for lack of a better word, if that shows it better. Spooky. I'm spooky. Again, with that stupid fucking smiley face. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Free art is free art, man. You can't complain about that. Hell, if you're going to give feedback, at least don't be an ass about it. Right? Like, it's one thing to be like, yo, like, I think, this is actual feedback. Yeah, I think, as someone who's familiar with art, maybe the shoulder can be a bit to the right or whatever. That's just my opinion. I'll use it anyway. Dude was like, yo, I think this bad. Shocked face. Like, like, this shit was free, bitch. Anyway, yeah. Speaking of art, guys, can I even find this in my notification? Speaking of art, guys, if you haven't yet, if you don't know who Wayo Wang is, Wayo is my artist. They sent me this randomly. They did this as a study. This is my character. I was speechless. I don't know what to say, honestly, but yeah. Shoto's like, you have my attention. Bro, this might be one of the first times Shoto bothered to fucking post something on a post of mine. And it's because it's a goddamn drawing of me suggestively. I love Shoto, dude. Bro took time out of his day to be like, yo, you have my attention. This brought your ass out like Like the bat signal. Oh my god. I'll platonically goon to this. Shut up. Dude, this was just something Wayo sent me randomly out of the blue. Like, yo, yeah, I'm doing studies with your character. I was like, okay. There's a lot of stuff like this. I want to start posting that. At first, Wayo didn't want me to post this. At first, they were like, dude, come on, leave my studies alone, okay? Because you know how artists are. They could be very skilled, but they'll still be like, oh, you know, I'm very self-conscious. But dude, Wayo's really, really good. Wayo's really good. Wayo, 40% off gifts for a limited time. I think if I gifted Wayo X Premium, I'd get a slap on the face. But yeah, some very cool art here, especially if you're into gacha or, you know, specifically Tartaglia from Genshin Impact. I'll link her to her. Fuck it, bro. Yeah, this is my artist. This is the person who made my, you know, model look as good as it does right now. Yep, the one and only. Anyway, I digress. Okay. Power imbalance played big on my reactions to Shayy doing these things. I was more hesitant to say no, to upset, to confront. These are all things I have always struggled to put boundaries up for most of my life. Shayy has always been in the back of my mind when making decisions relating to them. I felt I owed it to them with how often they told me how close we were and how much they trusted me. It was something they told me a lot, enough for it to be something I remember so much. All right. 5 screenshots of Shayy being very nice. First one, no, I really appreciate that you take time to word things in an explanatory way. I have a lot of trust in you and your understanding and respect towards more serious things as part of the reason why. And the other screenshot, I really appreciate that. I always feel really comfortable talking to you. I consider you one of my closest friends. Yeah, Shayy says this while talking to 20 people at the same time. And one of the few people I have absolute confidence confiding in. In less words, you're fucking awesome. Bro copy pasted this to everyone, you know, like when you go and pick up a woman, like in a movie, like in movies, when someone goes and picks up a woman and says, you're probably the hottest woman I've seen. You probably look amazing without makeup. And she's like, am I really the first woman you told this to? You know, it's like that here. It's like, are we sure? You know, but of course, Anonymous One had no idea. They had no clue. They thought they were actually special. And Shayy knew that. And another screenshot, this was in July 2025. You don't need any of those things to fit in. You fit in by just being you and being awesome. And bullshit, you're not smart enough. You are one of the smartest people I know, and I appreciate your sensitivity. I trust you more than almost anybody else in my life. Wow. I feel incredibly comfortable talking to you about anything because I know you have the sensitivity and touch to talk to me as well. That is crazy. I trust you more than almost anybody else in my life. This is him saying, this is Shayy, this is them saying this while in a long-term relationship with Star Smiley, while talking to Aspen, while talking to all these people. That's crazy, man. Platonically trauma dumping. Yeah, platonically manipulating and lying. And another message, heart, thanks, blank. Sorry, I sort of trauma dumped on you. LMAO, I trust you a lot, though. Oops. Accidental trauma dump. Oops. Oops. And then the last one, we see Shayy saying, definitely got to make that happen. You're like one of my closest friends. I want to visit one day. Yeah, dude, really making Anonymous One feel like they were very, 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 very special. Maybe even the most special person in Shay's life. Unfortunate. This bracketed section was added after finishing the doc whilst reading back. I completely forgot to mention this was not the only time Shayy made this exact proof joke to me in relation to seeing my ass. In the early hours of the 27th of March 2024, Shayy started streaming Stardew Valley on their Shayy 2 account. In this stream chat, I remember mentioning the New Year's ass incident to them and tagged back to the joke I had made back then. Shayy proceeds to respond, proof, again to me during the stream. I responded back, linking back to the proof I had sent and showed them an image of an LPS toy I had within reaching distance because I didn't want to take another photo. Shayy never directly responded after this, and I know for a fact it was during the stream because I actively sent them Stardew Valley wiki information unprompted, implying I was sending this as a result of the stream, which again, Shayy doesn't respond to in DMs. What is an LPS toy, bro? I'm scared. LPS toy. Oh. Oh, okay. It's just okay. I don't know why that's. I guess it's relevant to like the DMs because we're gonna see them. But yeah, okay. All right, that's cute. Okay. All right. In all seriousness, this is textbook grooming. True. 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 Bro, that's my childhood. My childhood was opening Pokemon packs without even knowing how to play and buying a bunch of small cars, which I would get bored of in like 2 days and ask for another one. Yeah, that's my childhood. Did that for a little bit. Did that for a little bit. When things were a bit calm. But then shit happened. Guys, do you mind if I platonically trauma dump? Do you mind if I platonically trauma dump for the next 4 hours? So, this is why I didn't open Pokemon cards anymore. Anyway. Yeah, so let's see. 82 and 83. Okay. Here Shay's saying, I'll be playing more Stardew later if you need something to relax a bit too. I will platonically listen. Anonymous one says, I'll be there. Shay says, good lord, I have too many Therian friends. I'm just about to say good boy without thinking LMFAO. To which Anonymous one would say LMAO. Okay, listen. Step back. Step back. Therian? We're not calling them furries anymore? Yo, Therian is a race in Zenless Zone Zero. Is this what furries are being called now? Therians? Since when? Bro, if you type Therian, I'm pretty sure you'll find like Zenless Zone Zero. Or ZZZ. Oh, they're called Thyrans. Therian, is that actually a term? Oh my. A Therian is an individual who identifies as a non-human animal to some degree. We know we have human bodies and brains. Wait, where is it? Human bodies and brains. We just believe, and there are many reasons why, that we aren't quite human on the inside, metaphorically. Some view it as a spiritual experience, some see it as more psychological. It's an intrinsic involuntary identity, like your sexuality or gender. You don't become a Therian, you either are or you aren't. Interesting. This is the first thing I thought about. This is the first thing I thought about when I was reading this. This is legit. You know, I've always identified with this meme. I've always looked at this meme and thought, bro, this is so me. This is so me. Does that make me a Therian? Am I a Therian, guys? Is it over for me? Don't worry, kitten. The alpha is here. I don't know, bro. This is honestly the first time I've heard this. Because I know furries, they're very like adamant about explaining, guys, no. We don't want to do the with an actual animal. And we don't really see each other as an animal. We just see ourselves as like what's the fucking term? You know, like an animal with 2 legs, like a completely different subclass, like a completely like different thing that's not based on reality. Furries admit this, right? It's actually a misconception that they want to do the with animals. But what's a Thyran then? Does a Thyran want to do you know what with animals? I don't know, bro. Anyway, wow, you learn something new every day, but don't worry, kitten, the alpha is here. Let's get back to the document. Anthropomorphic, yeah, that's exactly it. Anthropomorphic, yes. So furries see themselves as anthropomorphic, something that obviously doesn't exist, and they just want to do stuff with each other. On all levels except physical, I am. Therians are mostly kids role-playing. Yeah, but these were adults in that Reddit thread. And Shay's saying, good lord, I have too many Therian friends. I'm just about to say good boy without thinking. As if that's a fucking excuse. So what, if you're a Therian, you want to say, you want to be here a good boy, like a dog? This is way out of my depth, bro. I'm going to be the first to admit this. Way out of my depth. Way out of my depth, dude. I'm like an American going to a foreign country for the first time, you know? Way out of my depth. Like, what in tarnation? These dumb foreigners don't even use American Express over here? What do you mean you don't accept American Express? You know, I'm just like this right now, bro. What do you mean you guys have, what is a bidet? You mean you clean your asses with water? You don't just use toilet paper? What is a bidet? What is this sorcery, this magic contraption, right? That's how I am right now. That's how I am. So yeah, no knowledge of Therians, bro. Hey, why am I catching strays over here? Okay, French, man. I'm not French. I just live here. We don't say what in tarnation no more. Yeah, I know. It's a stereotype. I mean, to be fair, if you go to the Appalachian Mountains, you'll probably find people who say what in tarnation. So yeah, in continuation to this, yeah, Anonymous would say, you silly. Shayy would say, proof? I totally have the biggest ass known to me. Why was this referenced again? Was that a recent message in 2024 too, with Shayy talking about their ass? Anyway, Anonymous would say, you're poof. I do not have any more photos of myself with this angle. LMAO, you get him instead. And that's the little toy. Okay. Shayy would then ask, how's the sleep schedule? All right, this was added as the last thing in the document. Okay. Mujan is French platonically. No, not even platonically. I'm not French. Although, listen, guys, I'll be honest. I got cursed by a witch. I got cursed. You know why? Because something implored me to apply for French citizenship. Yes, that's true. Yes, I'm in the process of becoming French. Yes, I must have gotten cursed or something. Like, you're probably asking yourself, why would you ever do that to yourself? Why would you ever willingly become French? Well, I got cursed or something, I think. But I'm doing it. That'll be fun. Therian is more about not feeling entirely human or simply feeling a deeper connection to our own animalistic instinct side. It's more of a form of escapism than anything else. Okay, fairly innocent then. But that Reddit explanation was completely different. It made it seem like you had a werewolf inside. But yeah. Mujan has betrayed us. Betrayed who? Betrayed what? Are you British? I wish EU passport upon you. Thank you. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, I can't wait to be able to go to any country without a visa. Well, not any country, but you get the point. Holy shit. Crazy. Anyway, why was I afraid to speak up about Shayy? All right, getting spicy. I mean, it's already been spicy. Can't wait for you to have rights, King. Thank you so much, dude. That's so true. When you have a shitty passport and you go to another country, you have no rights. I always think about this when I go to another country. It's like, my country would literally do nothing to even lift a finger if I get arrested for no reason. Nothing, zero. Like, if I get arrested, they'll probably be like, yo, you want to contact your embassy? I'll be like, what embassy? Is there even an embassy in this country? What embassy? Right? But if you're French and you get arrested, like, yo, the embassy's here. You know, you don't just arrest a French citizen for no reason. You know what I mean? Yeah, big difference. This is something a lot of Europeans and Americans don't realize when they go travel outside. But it's something we peasants have to think about. Anyway, why was I afraid to speak about Shayy? There's a situation I will not give details about that occurred in late 2024 that involved me finding out about a dynamic between Shayy and someone else that was in nature. Horn dog in nature. That person was victim 7. Is that Anonymous 7? No. Anonymous 7 starts us off saying, I was one of Shay's old friends. I don't know if I was ever close to them or not, but they liked me enough to want to have e-sex with me. Wonderful. Great. I'm so happy to realize that literally everyone here has gone through the same exact thing. All of them thinking, are we even friends? I don't know, but he sure as hell wants to see me naked. You know, like it's so nice to know that at least Shayy is consistent with how dog shit of a person they are. All right. That person, victim 7, but you guys don't know what e-sex is? It's like what these Discordians do, bro. These people from the country of Discordia, right, that spend all their time on in Discordia. That's what they do. They just call. They call each other and they just sit there. They're like, "Oh my god, I'm about to bust." Ah! Right? They just call like they just talk to each other like that, and the other person's like, "Oh my god, I'm about to bust too," and they just sit there, and they actually do that. Sometimes without even turning on face scan, they just do it with the voice, you know? Like, "Oh my god, I'm blooming! Oh my god, I'm about to bust!" You know, so like, yeah, I know some of you guys are normal people. We don't hang out too much on the internet. I'm being loud. It's 2 a.m. I wonder what my neighbors think right now. What is this guy doing? What is he do? What kind of? But yeah, platonically, of course. But yeah, that's what e-sex is. Anyway, I'm clipping this, bro. Your neighbors platonically hate you. That person, victim 7, came to me in confidence about their feelings. And because of the guilt of keeping my knowledge of it from Shayy and my wanting to help in sorting the situation out as someone who cared about the both of them as friends, I told them what I knew. The reason I specifically bring this up is because Shay's reaction to me knowing this information was one of the big reasons I was so terrified to confide in anyone about our own interactions both in the past and present. Oh, okay. They repeated to me that the interaction they had with me was personal and private, cited how it would have made me uncomfortable to read them because I'm Arrow Ace, and said that it made them uncomfortable that the person in question came to me they knew I was close with without their consent instead of talking to other people. Okay, let's go. 14. The person this is about to has given me consent to share the screenshot and speak about what I have. So this is Shayy saying, yeah, definitely, which I get. I understand that. At the same time, it does make me kind of uncomfortable. This was brought up to someone blank knows I'm close with without my consent instead of talking to blank. Okay. So someone who was talking with Shayy would come to Anonymous 1 and tell them about their experiences. When that would happen and Shayy would find out, Shayy would get very pissed. Now, Shayy was mostly pissed because I think they just didn't want to get canceled. But I think the main reason, but the reason Shayy gave to Anonymous 1 was that, oh my god, it sucks that someone would do this knowing that I'm so close to you, trying to use you. You know how much I care about you, Anonymous 1? It makes me so uncomfortable that someone's trying to do that. Yeah, okay, buddy. All right. Okay. Okay, buddy. The situation was in the back of my mind until the most recent incident. It plagued me in a way because I knew deep down that the 2023 New Year's situation was wrong, and I kept linking the two situations, wondering if Shayy saw our relationship in a similar way. I had not enough reason to properly think this, though, and tried to forget about it completely. We're not even halfway through this shit, bro. Let me drink some water. How many aces is this now? There's Aspen. No, it was Aspen was repulsed. Aspen was confused and was then so repulsed by Shayy that they were literally converted to an Arrow Ace. Star Smiley was already Ace. Anonymous 1 was also Ace. I mean, yeah. Either they were already Ace before Shayy, or Shayy was so weird and freaky that they literally single-handedly converted them to Ace. That's impressive, honestly. That's impressive. Shayy had a pretty large paranoia and trauma over people talking behind their backs / fake posting, and expressed this to me multiple times during our friendship. I wonder why, dude. You know, I have like 40k followers on Twitter, 600k on YouTube. I never get paranoid about people talking behind my back. I wonder why. Maybe because I don't have a reason to be paranoid. There's nothing to talk about behind my, there's literally nothing. Interesting. Maybe if you're paranoid about something like this and it was pretty large, maybe it's for a reason. Maybe it's because he was talking to 20 people at the same time. I talk behind your back all the time. I say how much I love you. Platonically, of course, okay? Listen, we're not a parasocial stream, bro, okay? If you're going to say you love me, you got to say I love you platonically, okay? All right? If you're going to say you goon to me, you have to say you goon to me platonically, dude, okay? All right? I draw the line here, bro. We're not parasocial, all right? When I was vague about things that were bothering me to them, they would pry and try to get it out of me. All right, this is screenshot 15. I'm struggling to phrase it without explicitly telling you that what it's about, and I'm not sure it's my place to do that. It's complicated, but I can say that you can relax and that you're not in trouble. Autism to autism communication. How the fuck do you write a sentence? Bro, can we stop? Can we stop giving autistic people a bad name? This is starting to piss me off, and I'm not even autistic. As far as I know. But I'm not, you know? No one in my family's autistic either. It's starting to piss me off too. You know, people really have to stop, you know, using that shit. You know, look, I know this is like a conversation that has nothing to do with this, but they really got to stop. Really got to stop. I'm platonically parasocial to you. Thank you. Like, damn, man. Brother, I seen your Cinder video. If you don't have the tism, I don't either. Guys, am I autistic because I made a 6-hour video about VTuber drama? Be honest. Shay would say, Anonymous would say, you're going to try and guess what it is, aren't you? Shay would say, I mean, I'm already subconsciously thinking what it could be. Yes, maybe, platonically, yes. The fact that multiple people said platonically yes is crazy. Yes, but platonically, maybe I'm not a doctor. 120%. Did you hyper focus on it? I mean, I made it in 9 days. Thing is, okay, listen. I can only focus on one thing at a time. That's true. Look, a lot of people like to flex and say I can multitask. No, I'm going to admit to you, I can't multitask. I can only focus on one thing at a time. Or I would rather focus on one thing at a time. So like, yeah, if I'm working on one video and I want to finish it, I kind of ignore everything else except eating and drinking water. That's good at least. At least there's that. I might forget to take a shower for a few days. But you know, is that, I don't know. Yeah, you're autistic. I'm not autistic, bro. I'm not diagnosed. I'm not diagnosed, bro. And I'm not about to go to a French doctor. Bro, French is such a goofy language. If you take like anything in French, listen, it's a nice romantic language. But as soon as you start to translate things, it becomes extremely cringe. Okay? All right? I always give this example. I played the game Elder Scrolls Online at some point, and you know how like the Khajiits, like the cat people, have something called moon sugar, which is like drugs to them. They get addicted to it. I got in a lobby with French people, and they were really happy I know French, so they started speaking French in chat. Some dude would refer to moon sugar and would call it sucre lune. Sugar moon. And yeah, obviously it sounds goofy as fuck. Ever since then, I was like, yeah, bro, this language is fucked. It's busted. It's fucked. And yeah, guess what? If I go to a doctor and I'm like, yo, can you diagnose me if I'm autistic? It'll sound something like this. It'll sound like, est-ce que vous pourriez voir si je suis autiste? Bro, autist in French is autiste. How am I not supposed to die laughing every time that shit's mentioned? How do you want me to keep a straight face in front of a doctor? They're not going to say I'm autistic. They're going to say I'm mentally ill. They're going to be like, why are you laughing every time I say autist? They're going to send me to the asylum. I'm going to end up like Cha-Cha Chilla, bro. Anyway, bro. Fuck my Chungus life, dude. Sometimes I didn't particularly want to tell Shay how I was feeling or what was bothering me, but I always found myself doing it when they pried. I couldn't bring myself to tell them no. It felt bad to tell them no. This also obviously didn't help with what I said previously about my fear of telling other people the shitty things they had done to me. They had trauma about their friends going behind their back. If I confided in people in private about how uncomfortable they made me feel. Okay, so Anonymous one had a hard time expressing their feelings. And because Shay had this crazy paranoia about like talking behind their backs. Anonymous one wanted to be a good friend and not do that. So they were pretty much isolated completely. Terrible. I would be triggering their trauma if they ever found out. It was unsettling and guilt-ridden feeling. I told myself multiple times when bad things happened that I wouldn't tell anyone, that maybe I'd have to take this shit to the grave with me. I wanted to be loyal and a good friend, and honestly, this entire situation has made me feel like the worst person alive because of this. In the present, I can safely say I have carried guilt for months. I feel like a fucking monster, especially now this is going public. So even after everything Shayy did, Anonymous One still feels bad posting this. Damn. Shayy and other people's hair. Something I have learned against my will during this situation is that Shayy has a thing for long hair. Why is this relevant? Bro, Shayy? Bro, did Shayy go to like Rule 34 and like play bingo and randomly combine a bunch of fucking tags and just be like, yep, this is what I'm into? Like, what the hell is long hair? Okay. All right, man. December 2nd of 2024, Shayy had spoken to me about how they had gotten a new hairdryer in which they had told me, if that gives you ideas. What the fuck am I looking? What is this? Shayy says, my hair has gotten really soft since I got my new hairdryer. Anonymous would say, oh, hell yeah. Shayy would say, if that gives you ideas. Always with the goddamn... Didn't Shayy have Discord Nitro? What is up with these? Anonymous one would say, the floof. That reminds me, I should probably cut my hair shorter at some point. Shayy would say, your hair looks so amazing, though. It's up to you, of course. I'm just a big fan of cute boys with long hair. To which Anonymous one would say, that's very based. I think boys with longer hair look cool, too. Okay. At the time, I had no clue what that meant, so I paid it no mind. I had mentioned to them that I wanted to cut my hair shorter because it helps with my gender dysphoria. I think everyone knows I'm trans, lol. And to my surprise, Shayy responded with, your hair looks so amazing, though. Like, they didn't want me to cut it. This was confusing to me because Shayy knows I'm trans. Again, literally everyone does. It's strange, but nothing heinous without the context that I know. To give them credit, they told me it was my own choice. That was fine. But the thing is, the context is that they have a thing for longer hair. And that seems to be known to people who have intimate relationships with them. It was news to me until like a month ago, and it was pretty horrifying to find out. This is the same exact fear I had with my ex-boyfriend. That it was being subtle about something he had a thing over, and that our innocent and personal conversations were being used to satiate their desires. I was pretty fucking upset to find this out, and while it may not mean anything to most, it means a shit ton to me. No wonder Shayy said, if that gives you ideas. It all makes sense to me now. Additionally, after this happened, Shayy offered to let me run my hands through their hair, and then proceeded to cat post. The fuck is cat? Oh, like posting a cat? It's very base. I think boys with longer hair look cool too. Shayy says hi. Anonymous says, honestly, your hair's texture is really awesome. It's very poofy. Shayy says, you're absolutely free to run your hands through it. Not to cat post on main, but laps are comfy. Guys, what the fuck is cat post? What is... Cat post? Pretending to be a cat? Oh my god, dude. I typically don't feel like a normie, but I'm feeling like such a normie, bro. Why is there a term for everything? Not to cat post on main, but laps are comfy. Imagine going back 10 years and showing someone this sentence. Not to cat post on main, but laps are comfy. What happened to just saying, yo, dude, you know, not to be weird or anything, but I'd love to lay on your lap. Like, what happened to that? Not to cat post on main. Okay. Anonymous one would leave a hat pat emoji, then say, hell yeah, ditto, because it's nice when people play with my hair. Shayy would say, nya. Anonymous would say, nya nya. Why did I even bother reading that out loud, bro? Lovely. Other people can corroborate that Shayy says similar things and does similar things with others, especially people they wish to be intimate or actively are intimate with. Okay. Cringing platonically. Can't tell if this is an Undertale community thing or if they're just weird. I think it's fandoms. Fandoms, when they get too extreme and have a big portion of minors. Yeah. Because Tumblr was kind of like this too, you know? Tumblr was kind of like this. Anything like Tumblr-esque. Yeah. Feeling my age because I'm not understanding some of these terms. It's fine. It's a good thing you don't understand. This is a good thing. You need to pat yourself on the back. Did anything weird ever happen in Trusted Chat? Okay, so Trusted Chat was a channel in Shay's Discord comprising around 35 plus of Shay's friends in the Frog family. Only people with the idiot role could see this. And in 2023, I was added to Trusted as an artist that Shay considered a friend. Typically, people were added who Shay met from their server community and wanted to get closer to, but as the years went on, it became a channel that only really ever added friends of friends. Okay. So can we safely say that this channel, or that role, was anyone part of like Shay's personal harem and they had no idea? Right? Because I failed to see someone being added to the channel that was platonic, right? So these 35 plus people were all like being groomed by Shay in a way. That's crazy. That's a lot of people, bro. How big was the harem? How big was the Oddman harem? 400 rooms? Holy shit. Wow. How do you even remember their names, bro? How do you even like know? Like, oh, you know, hey Emma. Hey Kate. Hey, like, how do you remember 400? Nameplates have to be dated. They did not have nameplates. Imagine, bro, like a fucking doggy house. Like you just walk by the room and see like, oh, that's her name. And there's like a picture on the bottom right. There's like a painting next to the door, so you can see what she looks like. She's like, oh, cool. Yeah, I was looking for a blonde, and this just knocks. Yo, this is the Sultan. Get on your knees. Like, what the fuck is this? Anyway, yeah, so dude wasn't an Ottoman Sultan, but he was definitely trying to roleplay as one. Look, at least the Sultans were straightforward, you know. As far as I know, there was a lot of drama in harems, but they didn't starve compared to others during that time period. At least there was that, and there was no grooming as far as I could tell. What I mean, was grooming even a thing back then? But you had people marrying 13-year-olds like it was. Humans back then were crazy. But anyway, yeah, 35 is crazy. By modern standards, yeah, man, this dude had a fantasy of like having a harem or something. Read Mugen, please. I'm sure you can find the odd examples of Shay misbehaving and being in Trusted Chat. Really? In front of everyone? Dude, I'm pretty sure Shay's partner, Star Smiley, was in that chat too. I think everyone is guilty of having those moments despite the fact we had children there. What? Bro, why do you say that so casually, man? What do you mean despite the fact we had children there? Children? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Platonically pre-ordering. Dude, no, that's crazy, though. Like, think about this. So far, what we've seen is Shay only adding people they were being, like, weird with, freaky with in this channel. And there's children there. No one thought this was suspicious? No one thought, like, oh, so only friends of Shay are added to this channel. And there's children here? Maybe Shay was pre-ordering some people? That's crazy, bro. Damn. I'm going to mention this specific instance, though, because I remember it extremely clearly and have the evidence to prove it happened. On September 6th of 2024, a conversation was had about... about, you know what? About, you know, flicking the bean. Yeah, that's a good one. Flicking the bean. Okay, about, you know, using your hand to direct it towards the nethers and triggering those nethers Does that make sense? I sure hope so, because I'm not reading this out loud. In the vent channel, I mean, others were participants in this conversation, which I'm aware I shouldn't have been partaking in either, but someone who also was a participant was Shayy. And what's worse is there is proof that 2 minors saw these messages and were present lurking. Both of them were 17. Oh my God. All right, this is image 19. Image 19. And this was, yeah, and this was in the vent channel? This was in the vent channel. Why are we talking about flicking the bean in the vent channel? Like, imagine someone's like, yo, man, my parents are abusive. I just can't stand them anymore. And then someone comes in and is like, yo, guys, don't you hate it when like your pubes get stuck when you're, anyway, whatever. So Shayy would say, I find the concept of a one-night stand to be strange to me. I don't know, bro. One-night stand sounds way more relatable to me than throwing someone on the bed and just having your way with them. You know, I don't know. You know, me personally, I mean, I don't do one-night stands either, but I can understand them at least, as opposed to what you did to Aspen. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just. Someone would say, I agree. I never really understood what would make people seek out something like that. Someone would say, ace people can still have and enjoy. I didn't even know that. I thought you were just okay. Almost threw out, I'm normal. I cannot imagine having so little regard for my partner's mental, physical, emotional well-being that I do something to cross any line they put down just because I'm horned up. I like that term. Like, I don't know, I feel like that's basic human decency. I know, right? If only Shayy could have read this. Anonymous one would then reply to Shayy saying, I always really hesitated to say I'm on the ace spectrum because like I really enjoy stuff. Lol, but Demi fits me very well. An anonymous one would reply to that and say, you can be ace and enjoy stuff. I'd say Demi is somewhere on the spectrum just for the fact you need that connection to feel anything to begin with. Completely out of my depth here, guys, by the way. Listen, completely out of my, like, wow. Anyway, someone would say it would be a lie anyway. Shayy would say, again, I want to know the person. I could not do something without being friends with the person, being able to trust them, knowing their maturity, etc. This was Shayy talking to his harem, by the way. And everyone here had no idea. Someone would say, true, I'm not normal. Someone would say, I get horned up when my partner's comfortable and consenting. Such a crazy thing to say in this Discord, by the way, bro. Such a crazy. Shayy probably saw this and was like, I don't know. I don't know. It's all right. It's all right. This was Shayy when he saw this.
I mean, it's all right. Like, overrated as fuck, in my opinion. I mean,
it's all right. Comfortable and consenting. It's all right, dude. Someone would say it's foreign to me, but I'm so ace that flicking the bean is foreign to me. So anonymous would say, that being said, if the label doesn't feel right, then it doesn't feel right and you don't need it. Okay. Someone would say, hell yeah. And then Shayy says, Demi feels right for me. Someone would say, God, I'm such a promiscuous human being for making sure boundaries are respected. Anonymous would say, for real, feel that. To the concept of like flicking the bean being foreign. Shayy would say, I'm comfortable in that. And then Shayy would very ironically respond to the person saying, God, I'm such a for making sure boundaries are respected. Shayy would respond with, hey, me too, W. This is someone saying, I love when boundaries are respected. Boundaries are respected. And Shay's saying, hey, me too, W. That's crazy. That's crazy. Me when I lie. Bro, Aspen would literally say, yo, I don't really want to do any of the horned up stuff right now. I'm really not feeling it. Can I convince you? Boundaries. Someone would say consent is very hot. Anonymous would say, like, seriously, people do that and enjoy it because what? Oh my god. And then minor number 1 comes in and says hi. And everyone just continues, bro. Yeah, man. I mean, look, in my Discord, by the way, make sure to join discord.gg/Muujin. We do keep that, you know, sexual stuff isn't really allowed. I know some people really want to, but like, I know Discord. I know how many minors hang there and how many fake being like, you know, adults. I really never want someone to like say, yo, I got groomed because I was on Muujin's Discord, right? Like, yeah, I'd rather that never happens. So, you know, again, it does suck, but when you have adults and they want to talk about like crazier stuff and they want to share, I don't know, some gooner stuff, but yeah, it's just the risk is too big to screw with that. Server's only 13 plus. Yeah, that's the thing. That it's 13. Yeah, it's only 13 plus because that's Discord. Discord in general, like you can use it if you're 13 plus. If you're under 13, you get banned. And like, yeah, you can technically have these NSFW channels where it says, yo, you have to be 18, continue or go back. Dude, you know, I was 13 on the internet. No one respects that shit. So yeah. I convinced my teacher to watch your videos and now she's adding some to the curriculum, the ones at the strike. No fucking way, Eclipse. No fucking way. No fucking way. Yo, I'd love to know more details about that shit. You can DM me on Discord. I'd love to know. Can't believe that. I'd love to know more about that. DM me on Discord. That's a base teacher right there. That's crazy. But yeah. So Discord's tricky. It really, sometimes you have to take decisions like this to not risk it for anyone else. And yeah, minors don't know better, dude. They're 13. They might come in. They might go to the NSFW channels. Who's going to stop them? Their parents should, but we just discussed earlier, there are too many bad parents these days. So unfortunately, yeah, I you know, as a content creator, you have to take the role of a parent sometimes. What? What is someone would reply to Shayy saying, hey, me too, and say, bestie, with all due respect, I think you just need the first 5 words of that sentence. Oh, they're saying that Shayy just needs these 5 words. Like, God, I'm such a, yeah, okay, whatever. And then someone would say, like, seriously, people do that and enjoy it because what? And then Shayy says, meanwhile, I can't imagine not at least doing that every once in a while. So this is in reference to flicking the mean, okay? So they're literally out here talking, yo, like there's some people who actually like flicking the mean. I'm ace, I don't know, like I don't like it. And Shay's like, I can't imagine not at least doing it every once in a while. Once in a while, by the way. This dude probably did, listen, I would bet money on this. Shayy probably did it 3 times a day minimum. Someone would just flat out say the word 101. Shayy would say, look, man, call me a slave to evolution, I fucking guess. They talk more about this. Yeah, there's a lot. I just don't have the drive for that kind of stuff, blah, blah, blah. And then someone would say, like, something's wrong with me. Someone would say, absolutely nothing, you're PogChamp, mom. And then minor 2 would come in, reply to that, and just say mom. Yeah. The word was not there. I don't know what they're referencing. They're like, oh, messages deleted by Shayy. Okay. Just something along the lines of, I do not have any pressure to perform in that way in our relationship, and that's nice. Wait, what? Wait. Shayy would say he's happy that that they don't have any pressure to perform, you know, sex, in their relationship with star smiley, and that's nice. And then anonymous 1 would say, Shayy, what the fuck does that mean? Even minor 2, the fucking minor would just say, you can't just go out and say that. That's definitely interesting. Guys, I'm so grateful I don't have to fuck my girlfriend because she's ace. God. I'm so fucking grateful. Even though I just admitted that I flick the bean, you know, that I do the deed every once in a while because I got that drive. I'm so fucking grateful. God. The minors are more mature. Yeah, the minors know better. Yeah. So that was the most recent example of Shay's behavior. All right, we're on to the interaction that actually sparked my need to talk about Shay's behavior to other people. Between May 7th and May 8th of 2025, this happened at night. I had responded to Xander's usual hello bottoms in my iPhone message, so for the obvious reason that I do not identify with the label bottom. I've never personally jived with the idea of being labeled as such, and it is something that Shay has tried to playfully argue I am since we became friends. They even once teased that I was becoming like Redacted 1. Dude, the name Redacted gives me trauma. Because that was Cinder's manager. Regularly got called a bottom. It's like they so badly wanted me to be someone I'm not, and that always made me feel somewhat uncomfortable. I tried my best to push against this when I could. Okay. The message is hello bottoms. Shay would say, I was simply jesting, turning into a bottom, you know, yeah. Okay. Anyhow, soon after I responded, Shay teased that I was a bottom for whatever reason. This prompted me to tease them back about a tweet I had made on my private Twitter. So fantastic, I have to make this unprivate to prove what happened. Think I'm a bottom. Shay would be laughing. Anonymous would say, someone hasn't seen that one tweet I made that one time recently. Shay would say proof. And then they'd link that. Oh my God. Whoa. This is like straight up fanfic. Whoa. One sec, guys. One sec. What does it say? It says clinging onto the back of a femboy and giving him the hickey of a lifetime like a little vampire on top of his, I guess, yeah, chest is something I'll probably never do, but it sounds fun. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful, dude. Okay, what the fuck is this? No, I have to platonically redacted. These next DMs are crazy. Wait, I need to show this, but can I even? This is embarrassing to admit, and I shouldn't have to admit this, but a big reason why I so quickly felt like I had to prove I wasn't a bottom and in turn a top with a tweet I had made is because the idea of being a bottom makes me afraid of being taken advantage of within the context of positions. The reason they're very personal to me because of my trauma and how I've been treated my entire life. I feel small and powerless, and I struggle to say no in most situations, and I'm generally so afraid of being manipulated into situations without my consent or being forced. It's a huge fear of mine, and it has been for years. It genuinely sucks that I have to explain this. None of you should have to know this much about me. I would be surprised if it makes you uncomfortable to read. Because it should make you uncomfortable. Hey, I'm right here with you. The fact that I feel like I have to explain this to show the gravity of the situation and why this should have never happened to me. That tweet was made in a moment of comfortability with my a moment where for once in my life I felt okay with the idea of doing something with someone in person intimately. Shay ripped this comfort away from me. I have no reason to share this sort of thing with any, and I mean any and all of you again. Back to the timeline of events. The time is 9:08 p.m. I took the screen cap to the DMs with Shay to show them proof. Funny how this is the third time we're doing the proof bit, huh? Because I trusted them. They responded shyly, teasingly with the hey cat smiley, which is a signature for them. Yeah, when they're trying to imply something involving them. Yeah. Wait, let me show it. This is embarrassing, but oh well. Shay would say 3 dots. Hey, I'm so tired of this fucking cat face, bro. Oh my God, Shay. Find something else. This was in July of 2025, by the way. This was barely a few months ago. God. The fucking chat never ceases to amaze me. I instantly knew what they meant by this, but hoped I was just making things up. I didn't want to assume Shay wanted me to give them a hickey. It made me revolt at the thought. It disgusted me. Whoa, damn. If Shay reads this, they'll have a fucking crisis. I don't want interaction with Shayy. Why would they say that? Maybe I'm just overthinking it. So I just took it as a joke. I teased them. I called them slur that we all reclaim teasingly in this group of friends. Okay. How do I explain? I'm not going to show this because I think YouTube doesn't like slurs. I mean, obviously. I mean, you can technically say like, I don't know, the N-word hard R, but like it'll absolutely age restrict your video, I think. Okay. Let's do this. So the slur. Okay, listen. Here's how we're gonna do this, okay? Waggy. My handwriting's amazing. I know, dude. I write in cursive. I write in cursive, bro. Listen. Waggy. Okay. All right. Okay. And then the first, this is the sentence. This is a slur. Okay. I'm getting there. Gee. All right. So this slur that they were talking about. All right. This slur that they were talking about. In front of Aggie, there's the letter F. All right. So you get what I mean, right? You can come up with it yourself. Aggie, waggy. Yeah. So like the first one has an F. So that's the, so I don't know, unprompted. Say the British cigarette. True. That didn't really come to mind. I'm not British, bro. The fuck? If I said British cigarette, it would have been I would have exposed myself as British. Imagine being British, dude. That's crazy. But yeah. So that's what they're talking about. That's what they're talking about. Yeah. It's in the screenshot at the bottom. Let me just do this. So yeah, they'd say, finding the brain words not to say in response to your silly ass, right? Knowing you'd probably like being called that now that I think about it. Shayy would say, yeah. With a flushed emoji. And then Anonymous would say, read you like a book. Okay. Wonderful. This is, listen, this is educational for me. Okay. This is all educational for me, bro. You know, I don't know how like people in fandoms and people who identify as ace and all that like flirt. I don't know. This is all educational for me, bro. Like I've never flirted with someone and called them a slur. You know? That would definitely be interesting, right? Like, no idea. I joked that they probably liked it knowing them because I had seen their reaction to being called that before. They seemingly responded seriously, worsening the feeling, but I kept it light and playful as much as I could. We spoke for a couple more messages before the conversation dropped at 9:56 p.m. Shayy messaged me again at midnight, responding to what I said hours prior, randomly to elaborate and share a photo of themselves alongside it. Oh my god. Where's the photo? Set 26. All I'm seeing is a photo from an anime called Urusei Yatsura. Off. Yeah, I'm a little bit silly. I guess Shayy had sent it already, right? Did you really expect different from an ENBY who dresses like this? Okay, bro, I'm so out of my depth. A person who has a non-binary gender identity. Oh, is it like a shortened version of non-binary? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that was the screenshot. So Shayy had sent an image of themselves unprompted at midnight under this message. Cool. Light mode is fine. You just want to see people suffer, don't you? So the conversation reignites. I call them pretty. They respond positively using the blushing emoji they use constantly. I send a patting gif we regularly exchange for platonic nice reasons. This word. I'll never see this word the same again. This is something I usually did with emojis, but we did it with GIFs. That was normal. Then Shayy responds, please. Pretty goober. Shayy says, nya. Head pats. And Shayy says, please. Oh my God, please, bro. Like legit like a Like, wait, where's that meme? Dude, my head is just full of memes. I'm full of references. Wait. Water. It's like this. Yeah. It's like, wait, let me do this. Go on. I promise it's worth it. It's for the comedic effect. I can't show you what it is yet. I can't show you what it is yet. Wait. Wait, can I do eye drop? Yeah. That color, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. And then black. And then make it smaller. Yep, you can do this. You can write. I can write with a mouse. And there it is. Okay, this was Shayy. I told you it was worth the fucking wait, dude. I told you it was worth the wait. Yeah, this was Shayy. This was Shayy, bro. This dude was talking. This dude was talking. Please, oh my god, yes, please. The head pass, as if it was someone who was in the middle of a desert, needing water, but head pats were better. It's like, please, oh my god, dude, please, come on, man, bro. It's midnight. You're like 24, 25, or whatever. I think this was like in 2025. Or when was this? Yeah, you got nothing better to do, really? You got nothing better to do. You have a YouTube channel where you upload once a month. Really? That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I sent another patting gif and called them a sopping wet cat. An affectionate term I used to describe characters like character. I don't know. Anyone that gives that energy. I was keeping it light like it should have been. 3 whole hours after I had sent that screen cap, Shayy responds with, so why am I getting this though? So when am I getting this though? Bro, we're not even halfway through. This is 26 pages. Oh my god, I bit more than I could chew. You're still live? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I have to make this text big so I can get it through everyone's heads what was actually said. Shayy, for whatever reason, continues to say this was a God-I situation. A what now? A God, I wish that was me situation. Why didn't you just... Okay. Yeah, this is the next image. It wasn't. It was never... It never was, and I don't know why they continue to make it out like it was. If you check the videos that should have been posted the other night, you can see for yourself that the attachment links to the Hickey tweet, if they weren't posted. I will make sure they are actually posted this time like I wanted originally. I'm saying this now so I don't forget later, but Shayy has actively lied about the situation to people before making any of the accountability posts. They were callous in how they talked about it like it was clownable. Luckily, the person this was sent to knew better than to trust what Shayy was saying. But who knows who else they said this to behind closed doors. The implications that they told multiple people based on them saying basically everyone I've spoken to. The most recent accountability post also lied about it too. Why are you incapable of speaking the truth? To directly quote, it was pretty explicitly written as, God, I need this. Was it really now? Okay, so this was him explaining this to someone. It's in French. Yeah. Okay. Interesting detail. So it's him. It's Shayy explaining. They're pretty much explaining to people, to someone, what this was about, because this was getting out of hand. Like people were about to come out with a document, I guess. So Shayy would say, basically, everyone I've spoken to about it agrees it was really wild. It was literally like, God, I wish that was me joke. But apparently, it had them fall down a rabbit hole of trauma stuff, which I do feel really badly about. I just think pinning it on me was really unfair for one out of line joke. But yeah, that's why they left. We talked about it a few weeks ago and got some closure on it, but things are just quiet at the moment. Neither of us really want to talk about it, so just blah. So yeah, this wasn't just a God, I wish this was me moment. This was like a straight up like, when am I getting this? When am I getting this? When are you patting me on the head? When am I getting this, bro? A platonic 10-hour plus stream. Oh my God. Maybe I'm down. Maybe I'd be down to make a long ass stream. Hey, maybe I am. We'll see. We'll see. So, sorry I'm getting carried away and speaking directly to Shayy instead of you all. My apologies. It's the only way I can really express this now without speaking to them directly. I don't really want to do that after the last 2 confrontations we had. I'll speak on that later. Subathon. I'm not about to set up a subathon. We could do one day though. Sounds fun. Just going like on a whole binge of drama and playing games. Would you guys even want to see me play games? Anyway, she continued. Yeah. Anonymous one continues. I was confused, horrified. Shayy had just confirmed the concern I had that I assumed was just me overthinking. I assumed I had misunderstood, so I asked for clarification on if they were talking about me or in general. That's a lot of yeses. Platonic yes. Play Undertale, dude. Shut up. After this? You want to play Undertale after this? How were you introduced to Undertale? You know, some Undertale content creator like grooming 30 plus people. Deltarune gameplay. Yep. Sir, please don't do a long stream. I want to be able to sleep tonight. You can sleep. The VOD will be up. Don't worry. But yeah, thank you all for being here. So yeah. So in this here, Shayy confirmed the concern that Anonymous had. Shayy confirmed this the joke was aimed at Anonymous 1. It sounded pretty good to be given a hickey from me. The arrow ace who never had never done anything intimate with anyone, who had never given a hickey. I've never even kissed someone with romantic or intent. So I clarified again, thinking maybe they didn't realize I was being serious or that it was a tweet. Shayy doubled down twice, took none of the opportunities to shut down the joke they made, and platonic interactions aren't terribly different to Shayy. I noticed. To Shayy, platonic equals, you know, sex. It's like, oh, let's kiss platonically. Bro just uses the tongue left and right and up and bottom, bro. God damn, man, chill. It made me rethink every single interaction we had once months had passed. How much of what we said, what we did was being taken, If and platonic are distant, what was our platonic friendship? It's crazy to me how everyone so far always came to this conclusion. They always took a step back and were like, what is our friendship? Are we even friends? To consistently make multiple people feel this way is crazy. So yeah, let's check the screenshot. So yeah, Anonymous would say for me, or you mean in general? To which Shayy would say either sounds good, pretty good to be honest. Anonymous would say that's very cute, but you know I meant that tweet in a context, not platonic one, right? You dork. To which Shayy would say, oh well, I mean those two aren't terribly distant for me, so. Oh my god, bro. Platonically? So being platonic is not different from sex. It's crazy, dude. To say that with a straight face is crazy. It's so weird. There are different things. Oh, they are. Oh, they are. They are. Oh, they are. It's like, yo, man, I thought we were friends. Yeah, and? I fuck my friends. But then that just means, like, why don't... That just means we're friends for benefits, or maybe I'm your girlfriend. Same thing. Friend and girlfriend, same thing. Same thing. I don't see any difference for me. No difference for me. I declined. It hadn't sunk in yet how bad this was. Just like New Year's of 2023, I was ready to sweep this under the rug and take it to the grave with me. I felt the horror, yet chose to ignore it because Shayy wouldn't actually do that to me, right? I think they realized their fuck up, telling me that they weren't into hickeys anyway. Sure, I'm glad this was funny for you. I sent a head pat gif. Yo, bro, can we stop with the head pat gifs? Just, like, I'll never be able to see that smiley face the same way again. I'm never sending someone a head pat gif. Ever. Like, they could legit be venting to me or whatever, or crying. Instead of that, I'll just send a hug gif. Head patting, yeah, I'm good with that shit, bro. Yeah, man. Ooh, head pats you. Every time I'll think of that smiley face or head pats, I'm gonna think of Shayy, dude. I'm gonna think of Shayy, the person who looks like dreams more chiseled cousin or brother who ruined dozens of lives and was trying to form a harem. That's Shayy? Yeah, that's Shayy. Yeah. You guys want to hear Shayy talk?
I'm kind of a perfectionist when it comes to piano covers that I upload
So, can you give me a head pat and then remove all your clothes? Thank you.
on YouTube. The reason I'm a lot more comfortable doing them on Twitch is because when I make mistakes, like when I'm playing live or whatever, that's kind of something you expect.
Can you give me a hickey? Thank you. All right. So this was in screenshot 31. Anonymous would say, I'll still have to decline on the hickey, but I can give you an awesome hug and head pats. To which Shayy would say, smiley face, I will happily take those. Cat smiley face. Actually not into hickeys at all, so LMAO, I might be a bit of a goober. Sure, buddy. Sure. Sure, man. Yeah, bro. I believe that. Yeah, man. You know, Shayy would make a perfect politician. Everything from the grooming to manipulation to being into minors to being a great liar. I think, you know, Shayy would make a great politician. The first non-binary president of the United States. I admitted to them finally that it was jarring to hear what they said. They apologized instantly, telling me they didn't mean it, conveniently acting like they were unsure if I was Arrow Ace. Release the Shayy files. So Shayy would say, yeah, sometimes I forgot other people think differently about that stuff than I do. Bro, what do you mean? Platonic and sex are this, like, it's a very established definition. It's not like subjective. For me, stuff can be platonic. What? What? I don't view them as different things, just up to the people involved. Intimate and affectionate, but not sexual. Like, this is literally the definition. It, oh my God, it specifically says not this. And what does he say? I mean, they say, for me, stuff can be platonic. For me, water can be I don't know, can be fire. For me, you know, the sun can be Mars. For me, you know, 1 + 1 can be 3. Like, what are we doing here? This is literally Shayy saying, for me, 1 + 1 = 3. What the fuck? Then would reiterate, need this for real though, the head pats. And then 10 minutes later, hope you're doing well. What a needy, insecure little bitch, dude. Anonymous would then say, I think establishing this before saying something like that is important because I can't lie, having you say something like this to me was quite jarring. Shayy would say, oh, sorry, sob emoji. I was mostly just kidding, don't worry. Was not serious. I know you're Arrow. Ace 2, I think. Sorry if that made you feel weird. I apologize. To which Anonymous would say, you're good. You've explained a lot in the past that you like being flirty and that you do this with your friends. Just be careful, yeah? I'm not really the best person to be including things into platonic flirting. That isn't your fault because you didn't know. Maybe I should have said something way before. And I think to check with the person and be direct is important because that was a bit of a jump scare. Too real feeling. Shayy would say, sorry, again, mostly a joke. Sob emoji. I understand though. All right. It's so interesting to me that back when I told them I knew information about their situation with another friend, they cited me being ace as a reason why it might be uncomfortable for me to learn about their dynamic. So why is there such hesitance now? That's a very good point. This happened in 2025, August. And Shayy would actually remember that they're ace. Saying for 2 reasons. 1, that's extremely private, and 2, it probably wouldn't be very comfortable for you to hear. We already saw this. I know you're ace, so you don't like that stuff. Is it because they potentially saw me expressing that I was unsure if I was Arrow Ace once at the vent channel because I was trying to figure out what was going on with my sexuality? That's speculation on my part, but if that is the case, then why the actual fuck would you take advantage of that? Every outcome, in my opinion, as to why Shayy would do this, all led to Shayy not acting appropriately. They pushed me against a boundary, pushed the limits of our friendship, and tested the waters to see if something stuck. Yeah, exactly. Shayy was just saying, like, can I get away with this? If Anonymous would say, yeah, fine, I'll give you a hickey, Shayy would be like, hell fucking yes. But when they said no, they're like, oh, I'm not even into hickeys. Oops. Oops. Don't pull this shit with anyone again who you know is Arrow Ace. I mean, dude, don't pull this shit again with anyone. Anyone. Just don't. Just don't. Don't pull the demanding acts joke with anyone. It's creepy and weird. It borders on harassment. Shayy said this was mostly a joke, and I told him not to worry. I feel bad for saying this as it took me time for me to wake up, and this wasn't okay whatsoever. I pushed down my feelings to make them feel better about it. Then they told me, Anonymous, I would never, ever, ever, ever do anything that would make you uncomfortable. I knew what they meant by this, really. They meant to say they would never intend to make me uncomfortable. The cruel irony is, this was the most uncomfortable I had felt about talking to Shayy since New Year's of 2023. I just chalked it up to an autism slip-up. We all have them. No, you don't. No, I actually, wait. Actually, okay. All right, let's not make this about autism first, okay? This is not an autism slip-up. Shayy, during all of this, not one time was an autism slip-up, okay? Do not pin this on autism. You're making all autistic people look way worse. Come on, let's take a step back here. Like, come on. Yeah. For additional context, since it sounds weird about it, I'm diagnosed autistic. Yeah, we know that. 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 But I doubt Shay's diagnosed. Oh my God, I doubt it. I'd bet money. Anyway, this is the conversation. Yeah, we already saw this. It's where Anonymous would say autism to autism communication, and Shayy would say, I would never, ever, ever do anything that would make you uncomfortable. Actually, if anything, I was just surprised to see that tweet. LMFAO, I did not know you had thoughts like that. Yes, so you know how it is. And then Anonymous would say they're rare and they never actually come with my feelings. Being Arrow Ace is weird, to which Shayy would say it's valid though you're valid. Okay. They're about as diagnosed as you are, yeah? Yeah. Absolutely. So no diagnose whatsoever. Diagnostic whatsoever. Shayy is likes to say he's autiste. But I don't think he's autiste. All right. So then the rest. How did I find out other people went through this too? I hope you don't mind that I start this off with some of our last interactions for context. I kept all of this to myself for months, acting like things were normal. I actually kind of forgot it had happened and at a lot of points because of how far down I buried it. I had started to distance myself from trusted chat and had been hanging out with people in smaller groups due to the nature and vulgarity that I was getting sick of. I'm sorry. I stopped why are you sorry? Oh, they're apologizing to the other people in trusted chat. I stopped instigating conversation with Shayy as much, kind of subconsciously. I was supportive and they supported me. There were still some odd interactions that were more personal, like venting to each other or me congratulating them on runs. GDQ came around and we were still friendly and supportive with each other. I had ended up venting to Shayy eventually about my feelings about trusted. I didn't feel like I belonged. I blamed myself for not enjoying the conversations of vulgarity. How often would this happen? And you had minors in there. I was also having family issues around the same time, so I was extremely broken up. This was the last conversation that me and Shayy had that felt meaningful and personal and where I felt comfortable to vent to them. It took place on the 20th of July, 2025. Okay. Yeah, we saw this already. And yeah, I mean, yeah, this is actually how you need to react when someone's venting. You don't say, oh, hey, I have nothing to vent about. My ass is big. So yeah. On August 1st, 2025, me and Shayy had a conversation about their trip to Cedar Point. It was short, but ended with Shayy saying, I looked like I would be extremely comfortable to cuddle with. Before telling me after I had hoped we could meet one day, absolutely me too. 10 minutes later, they followed it up with, definitely gonna make it happen. You're like one of my closest friends. I want to visit one day. Yeah, so we saw this as well, but with more added context this time. Okay. The flushed emoji, you're one of my favorites. Oh, my ass is so platonically big. Um, Additionally, on August 15th, my birthday, Shayy would repeat the same sentiment. This to me was more sinister in my opinion. They said, one day when I'm a YouTube millionaire, I'll fly you out here and we can have a proper party. I reacted positively, and I probably shouldn't have. Then again, at the time, I saw it as being pretty innocent, all things considered. Who says shit like this, bro? One day when I'm a YouTube millionaire, I'm gonna fly you out. Shayy was already flying out people to GDQ. This spooks me now knowing what went on with some of their friends and that they saw in person. This included, but is not limited to Shayy groping Audrey, Azura ETH's behind at SGDQ 2024, and cuddling Anonymous 3 to the point where he could feel Shay's, oh my god, where he could feel Shay's sausage, his member on his leg at AGDQ 2025. Both of them have given me permission to mention these encounters by name here. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. However, before my birthday, I had begun to discuss my feeling. Dude, what happens in GDQ, bro? Like seriously, like what happens in games done quick? Like what? Damn. So you could be walking around these people and someone will just grope you? Mind you, this isn't the first controversy that came out of AGDQ and GDQ in general, right? Like, it's not. And it sucks because this entire event was made for charity. And these people, like, not these people, but like people like Shayy see it as an opportunity to just like do whatever the hell they were doing. Yeah. GDQ is where they all platonically get weird. That's where they all platonically get laid, dude. This was because someone I was talking to so let me read this again. However, before my birthday, I'd begun to discuss my feelings of Shayy exhibiting weird behavior. This was because someone I was talking to in a voice call vaguely brought something up relating to how Shay's behavior reflected on Trusted Chat's vulgarity and nature. It woke me up completely, and a place for me to talk about everything was made for me. I finally told a set small group of people my exact too many experiences with Shayy up to that point in the early hours of the 9th of August 2025. I told them everything, sobbing as I did it. Years of anxiety I couldn't pinpoint the reason for finally connecting together to form what it is now. Why was I so nervous and antsy whenever I got a DM from Shayy? I had just thought I was being completely parasocial, but no. Subconsciously, I had been pushing down discomfort from both the two big interactions that bothered me and the smaller, more subtle ones that came in between. One of the people contained in this group had also been personally affected by Shay's intimate nature, Anonymous 7. We both exchanged our stories to each other and wondered if anyone had been through something similar, praying that nobody had. We knew if this became about more than just two people, we would have an issue to deal with. We assumed it was just us and waited. We were wrong. Slowly but surely, as days, weeks, and months passed, I learned of more and more who had been through the same or similar interactions with Shayy through telling them about what had happened to me until today. There are things that transpired because of this, but I will touch on them later and chronologically. As a result of me being so open behind the scenes, slowly learning to trust other people and them putting their trust in me, we all started to notice a very prevalent pattern. We were being playfully flirted with, advances made on us, acts exchanged which were mostly instigated by Shayy. Some were young, but of age when it happened. The majority of us are feminine, often AFAB. Some of us are vulnerable and not appropriate to be initiating flirtatious or conversations with. Again, I'm Arrow Ace. I was unavailable. Eventually, I decided I need to take action. The first confrontation. This is going to go on for another 4 hours. We'll go through the other ones faster. I think this is important to go through because it shows us the chronological order of how like these victims came together. But then the other ones will focus more on just like the encounters and the DMs. Yeah. The first confrontation. On August 22nd of 2025, I sent my very first and what I intended to be my last message to Shayy. As I explained in the message, and as Shayy has mentioned to several people without my permission, this awakening did also open my eyes to a running history of situations I had faced in my life that were related to sex or situations. Yes, I realized I have trauma. I'm not going to elaborate further on why or what happened in my past that caused me to have this trauma. I've already said enough, and quite frankly, I'm disgusted that Shayy has gone around telling people about this trauma spiral I went down. That was not their place to mention at all. Okay, let's check these out. 39, 29, 40. So what's on 29? We already saw that, right? 29. Oh yeah, it was Shayy explaining to someone else like why Anonymous had a problem with him. Okay. And 39. Whoa, that's huge. Anonymous would say, I'm sorry about what I'm about to say. It's really out of the blue. I wish I could feel comfortable enough to have a real discussion. For a while, especially more recently, I've been coming to terms with a lot of personal feelings regarding intimate situations. I've experienced a lot of misgivings. I know your intention isn't malicious or to do this on purpose, and I know how passive I tend to be. However, you know I'm Arrow Ace, and I think regardless of intent, your actions have caused me distress and confusion in a few instances. It's something that is regularly on my mind, no matter how much time passes or how resolved it feels in that moment. Deep down, I knew these things shouldn't have been said to me in the first place, which is why my intense discomfort continues today. I don't feel comfortable having an open conversation about this, like I said, but I will tell you what you can do to avoid this in the future. I don't want you to feel like you cannot grow and become a better person from this, but I believe you can. Please don't take people saying intimate things in private space as an invitation to insert yourself into without explicit consent first. I also understand you like to play, platonically flirt with friends, but please consider what you are saying and how extreme it is before you say it. Okay? I'm going to be direct about what I'm planning to do to set my boundaries. I'm going to block you after sending this message so I can have my space. I know this is selfish, but I simply cannot handle a responsive conversation. It will ruin me. I need my space and peace. Then I'll remove you from my server and my private Twitter as well as unfollowing your private Twitter so you can have your space too. I'll then be leaving your server and any other servers I feel I should. Anything else is up to you to decide, such as public follows, mutual servers run together, whatever the case. I prefer if you do not directly contact me until further notice. I hope you can understand. Okay. And then in 40, Shayy would respond. So Anonymous wouldn't block Shayy, right? Shayy would respond and would say, I just can't believe that. I'm sorry. I can't believe I'm worth knowing or being friends with. Not when I keep fucking up and hurting people. Why do you think blank left weeks ago? Because I was, oh, no, this is him talking to someone else. Yeah. Yeah, this is him, this is Shayy talking to someone else. So why do you think Anonymous left weeks ago? Because I was a fucking stupid idiot and I made stupid, completely out of line remark because I wanted to be funny because I can't read a goddamn social cue to save my life. How did that go for me? I put my friend, someone I care about deeply, someone who means so much to me, into a trauma spiral that deeply wounded them because of something I did, because of something I said. I hurt someone I care about so goddamn much because I'm a fucking dumbass. Oh, this guy. Yeah, so anytime there's a problem, someone would mention it, whatever, it's like, oh my God, I'm a screw up. God, I can't read a social cue. It's not about a social cue, dumbass. It's about you not knowing what a boundary is, idiot. Manipulative as fuck. And yeah, Shayy was making it out to be like, oh my God, I put Anonymous 1 into a trauma spiral. No. They were in trauma spiral from other things. Don't take so much credit, buddy. Damn. So, anyhow, after I sent this message, I blocked Shayy like I had warned them. At the time, I simply did not want to deal with the stress and anxiety of having to respond to their immediate reaction. I'd already been through enough of that, even typing the message up. The last several weeks had been a never-ending hell to begin with. This boundary would last, though. Uh-oh. August 27th, 2025. So 5 days later, I unblocked and messaged to express my distaste with the fact that the profile picture they were using was a complete redraw of my Halloween witch art, which I had personally made for them at my request. The same art from October 2024. Now, I have my own feelings about the communication between me and Shayy relating to permission being given to literally redraw my art almost exactly, but it's not something you should care about particularly. I'm just outlining the reason why communication started again. Shayy apologized, so it's whatever. After this short conversation, Shayy asked if we could talk. I told him I didn't want to, but to go on ahead. So yeah, Shayy would say, can we please talk? I don't want to, but if it's something you want to do, I'll have you unblocked and go ahead. And Shayy would say, it hurt me so incredibly badly that you didn't even give me a chance to at least explain anything or just have any kind of weight on saying bye or anything like that. I understand what you told me, and I went back and read through the interactions and questions, and I'm sorry I did not pick up on the social cues. I wish I was easily able to, but it's something I immediately apologized for and never repeated. And while that doesn't take away all what made you feel uncomfortable, it still hurt me so badly that you just fully cut me off and didn't even let me say anything. You should please stop in that voice. I feel like after all we had done, all we had been through, and how close we were. Wait. Is this like sad violin? You get the point. I'm trying to do sad violin, but I want to get copyrighted. Anyway, yeah, we need a sad violin for this. I said it because, but I'll be crystal clear. I'm extremely sorry. A stupid attempt at a joke made you uncomfortable. That was never, ever the intention. I was just trying to be funny or lighten the mood a bit, and I completely missed the cue. These things are incredibly difficult for me already, and I was pretty sure you're aware that I struggle with it. How does Shayy always manage to like make this about them? Like that they're the victim. But it hurt me incredibly to just have that suddenly thrust upon me, especially so late at night, 4:30 a.m. my time, after an already very difficult day in which I had dealt with a panic attack and was unable to do anything. It shut your bitch ass up already, man. It hurts me that I didn't get to say anything back, to respond, to do anything. Even just saying bye. I thought I would have at least earned that as a friend. I have barely slept these past few days. I've been stricken with grief and self-loathing. It has absolutely been miserable, and I just wish you had given me the basic decency to talk at the very least. Of course I care about how you feel. I wouldn't feel like a complete and total dogshit over having upset you like this if I didn't care. That hurts me deeply to know that as a result of something I did, it hurt someone I care a lot about. Man, shut your bitch ass up. Shayy guilted me over the fact that I had sent my message and blocked them, telling me how awful it was for them. How they had a difficult day, how it was late at night, how I should have given them the basic decency to let them talk to me. I felt so guilty. But I pushed through and defended myself. You go, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They responded and used the fact that I knew about their trauma against me. It made me feel like I was wrong for doing any of this, despite the fact that I had every right to. I had to do what I did for myself and my own trauma. To move on and heal is what I needed. And to talk to Shayy and to be exposed... Sorry, I just farted. To be exposed to the full brunt of their reaction was going to send me over the edge. One of our comforts had to be sacrificed, and I had sacrificed mine to Shayy too many times. It had to be done. Okay, so now I think, like, unless there's something crazy, I'm not going to check DMs anymore. I'm just going to keep reading the document. Because, like, this is just a bunch of, like, back and forth. But this is, like, what happens when someone, like, anonymous is trying to put their foot down, and they're up against a master manipulator. It's rough. I told Shayy they needed to be careful and stop this behavior. At this very time, I was still under the impression that it was just me and the other person, and at most maybe a third person. I'm unsure about that one. So I was trying to warn them in case it ever did become more people. Shayy was defensive, saying we had been friends for years and how they wouldn't do this to a random person. I asked them what their intent was behind looping back around the tweet hours after I had sent it, and they had already responded. This made Shayy even more defensive. They told me they would have stopped because I had told them outright I had made them uncomfortable. We now know based on other people's accounts that showing Shayy signs of discomfort outright is not a guarantee that your boundaries will be respected. True. I didn't know this at the time though, as it wasn't something brought up yet by anyone I knew affected, so I believed it. It made me feel even more guilt. They then told me they had no intent and took what I said as me implying negative malicious intent. Shayy continued to say it was a mistake and said it was hurting them, that I was magnifying a slip-up that was pulled up months after the fact, saying it should have been clear from my action that it was never going to happen again. I clarified what I meant, and they started blaming the group dynamic of Trusted as to why they thought it was okay. They repeatedly made it a point to state that I knew how Trusted was when it came to these things. They made me out like I was accusing them of repeated behavior of the sort, getting extremely defensive and treating me like I was making a big deal out of nothing. I felt crazy. They made me feel crazy. Yeah, so like Shayy would say my intention was to be funny, I guess. I missed a group level comfort for personal. I'm sorry. This is something I already worked on. Yeah. Really nitpicking and making Anonymous really feel like they were crazy. Like they were inflating something so small into something huge, right? They became even more defensive, excusing their behavior as understandable because of the group dynamic, which was the group dynamic of the channel of the trusted people that Shayy would have on his server, right? These are like 35 plus people. And they mostly were victims. They just didn't really know that the group dynamic was getting to a point where people were getting involved with or witnessing interactions that made them uncomfortable when they didn't want to. They got upset at me for implying there was a pattern and that this was a one-time mistake that won't happen again. In hindsight, I think we all understand now that this was a complete lie, not just in general, but in relation to me too. Shayy has exhibited this behavior with several people, maybe even more we don't know about, and it's clear they've acted this way with me more than once in subtle and unsubtle ways. For the record, you probably noticed that I completely failed to mention what had happened on New Year's of 2023. You might be wondering why I never brought that up. To put it simply, I was already getting grilled for bringing up Shayy's actions from months ago, let alone years ago. I knew I was already going to face consequences for bringing up the more recent incident, so I had left the other one entirely. I shouldn't have left it out in hindsight, but at the moment I was so goddamn afraid of what the response would be already that I wanted to limit how much it would hurt as much as possible for my own sake. Should have just blocked him, or them should have just blocked Shayy. But at the same time, yo, hateful Canadian, thank you. Wait, there's no such thing as hateful Canadian, dude, but thank you. But at the time, I doubted myself. Even after time had passed, I still doubted myself. Hell, I still kind of doubt myself. I still wonder, is it really that bad? Did I really make a big deal out of nothing? And that also so bad that during my therapist visit, my own therapist acknowledged how my language during my recounting sounded like I was unsure of myself before I had even mentioned how much doubt I held for myself. Shayy continues that they have continued to work on themselves for over the past year. Accidentally revealing this is something they know is a problem that needs fixing. They continue to paint it as a one-time mistake to me again, saying how much it hurt them, comparing what I said to something someone would say about an abuser. Again, they talk about how badly it affects them, how it's a one-time mistake again. Yeah. But great strides into making sure, I check people's comforts and that they're improving and stuff. And on 48, I'm not even going to explain. You've seen this all before. You've seen the same sort of self-loathing language and exclamation that it's a one-time slip-up. Yep. I powered through trying to explain myself. It was exhausting, and it's exhausting to retell now. I'm sure it's exhausting to read too. I'm sorry. But thank you for getting this far anyway. You're welcome. At this point, Shayy started to bombard me with message after message, and I was starting to shut down. It was message after message, and it was all starting to blur together to me. Shayy, Thanksgiving is today, Mood. You need to sleep. It's all good, bro. Family isn't here. They're coming at the end of December, so it's all good. They're coming. My family's coming on the 25th of December, so I'll probably still stream on the 24th of December. Yeah, I'm going to do a Christmas Eve stream. Hell yeah. Shayy openly states to my face, they cannot truthfully and honestly look at the message I sent here to say a large portion of it is their fault. Okay, so look, in a nutshell, all this is pretty much Shayy manipulating. We've already seen that. They then start to therapize me again. Oh, that's interesting. 53. Not sure if you want to hear this from me, but I'm older and have been through this for a long time. It does get better. There was an analogy I saw one time. A rubber ball inside a square, bouncing around forever. One spot on one of the walls is a button that triggers a traumatic experience. The ball doesn't ever really go away, but over time it shrinks. And while it will still sometimes hit that button, the frequency of that happening continues to decrease and decrease. The more we've come to terms with what happened, where the trauma is rooted, why it is there, I hope that makes sense. It helped me to picture it that way. It gives me some hope. Maybe it could give you some too. I know hope's in short supply these days. And in the previous image, we can see Anonymous apologizing because it's a lot to process. Dude, that's crazy. But yeah, Shayy was acting as a therapist. Platonic rubber ball of doom. And then Shayy would say, okay, listen, I'll give you space. Please don't block me. Okay. The name drop and why Shayy was banned. I actually ended up reblocking them soon after. They didn't know this until right now. Sorry. This is because since that conversation happened, I had heard of more people's experiences. At this point, the entire thing left a bad taste in my mouth and I was sick of making exceptions. But I was hearing about what Shayy had told people behind the scenes that really cemented to me the fact that they were just someone I never wished to speak with again. I had learned this through Redacted 2, who had been messaged by Shayy and told what happened. Shay's message, as I mentioned prior, contained the lie that the joke was in the caliber of, God, I wish that were me. That is simply not true. like I said before, was plainly written. So when am I getting this stuff? Right, we saw this already. I had received this information after being contacted by someone who had also been affected by Shay's previous actions, Anonymous 6, on the 11th of September 2025, very recently. This is when I learned how far back Shay's actions have gone. It spanned several years, over 5 years to be specific. Damn. All right, so Shayy would get banned from the group that they were in. I guess they had like a group together. The problem was that Entrusted Shayy was responding to the ban in real time in the vent channel. This is when my name was dropped. I see. This is when Shayy would be like, oh, why do you think Anonymous left weeks ago? It's because of me. I'm a fuck up. Self-pity party. Everyone in the group of Trusted knew that Anonymous was involved in this. Yeah, okay. And they were talking badly about Anonymous. People in the vent chat started talking about me, and because of how Shayy had presented the situation to people both in chat and private, they were defending Shayy and making it out like I was being unreasonable. As soon as this happened, I was told by people it was fucked up and wrong, so they told me it was mortifying, and to watch people I cared about talk about me like this was soul-crushing. All right. Now I felt obligated to completely come forward to the group Shayy was banned from. Okay. I shared full video evidence to the people in the group of the first confrontation I had with Shayy, and understandably they were disappointed. They had already had the screen caps of the other big 2 incidents, so this was new to them. Now we had a bigger problem. A lot of people had experiences with Shayy interacting with them flirtatiously. Additionally, Shayy had just name-dropped me and vented about their own behavior to the response of support from the rest of our friends, who didn't know what was going on. This is when other people got involved and started to aid Shayy in the process of trying to make this right, working with both sides to gather evidence and to try and minimize the damage as much as possible. Okay. On the 14th of September 2025, an accountability post was sent and Trusted that vaguely talked about how Shayy had a handful of interactions with friends that made them uncomfortable that were, in nature. 57. Okay, so this was the initial statement in Discord. And then this was his statement. Okay. Holy shit, this is long. All right. So this was on the 14th of September. Okay. They'd say, hey, I just want to talk about this. So Shayy would say this. I just want to talk about this with you guys here and be open about it and make sure I'm taking proper accountability. I've had a handful of interactions with closer friends of mine in the past, while that have left them feeling uncomfortable. Specifically, conversations with jokes and conversations that were in nature. Additionally, during time at in-person events, I would occasionally misread social cues and engage in physical activities, stuff like cuddling, nothing explicit beyond that. Without always being crystal clear that it was comfortable and okay for the other person. I never did any of this with malicious intentions by any means, but it still caused them harm and still made them uncomfortable, and that's completely on me. I feel absolutely horrible about it all. I had several concepts of interactions internally normalized. Dude, the amount of mind games and hoops that Shayy is jumping over to try and justify their dumbass approach. It's like, oh, social cues, I'm autistic. Oh, dude, just shut your bitch ass up. Shayy says they will do better. It is a repeated thing that they have said to multiple people at this point, but clearly Shayy has not done better enough to stop themselves from omitting information. Repeatedly talking about how they feel about how they hurt people. Trauma dumping in what is supposed to be situations where they are taking accountability for ways they hurt other people. Yeah, it's always like, oh, I'm sorry I touched you, but it's because I have trauma. Then there was another confrontation. Document 58. It's not really a confrontation. Okay. They said, do not feel inclined to read this. It goes through a lot of stuff we went through. Intent doesn't matter. When you normalize your sick, self-indulgent, disgusting behavior to me for years. Okay. I trusted Shayy. They did this over years. Cool. So yeah, we kind of made it. There are some more screenshots in here of old messages. Yeah, there are some more messages, but I mean, we already kind of understand how much of a crazy person this is. Yeah, conclusion. I hope this document has finally shown you what type of person Shayy is. Now you can make your own decision of all the facts. I'm generally sorry you have to sit through 13,000 words of this abysmal dog shit. Thank you for taking the time to do so. If you have any questions, please don't be afraid to message me. But wait, you're anonymous. Anyway. Yeah. All right. Cool. Cool. Okay, we're gonna go through. Okay, so anonymous one, we got through this. Congratulations. Okay, congratulations. Now we understand the pattern. We understand how Shayy did this over years. We understand the timeline. How some victims were leaving. They were seeing things that were wrong. They would talk to each other. They would realize, wait, this isn't just a couple people. Shayy has been doing this to a lot of people, and they got together to make the document. We understand this. Now, what I want to focus on is just the weird DMs and the stuff that happened to people, because we already know this person sucks, right? There's no need to delve deeper into that. So we're gonna go through this. Okay. No. Only anonymous one is over. Only this. No. Look at all the sections. But don't worry, we'll go through this quickly. Okay. This is 7 pages. But I wish there were screenshots here or something. In our first conversation after GDQ, Shayy called me hot and told me I had a nice butt. They also immediately stated again they were okay with activities with friends. I responded with disinterest, discomfort, and also expressed my dislike for being called hot at the time. From then on, oh, and they had just turned 18 as well. Again, pre-ordering, bro. It's crazy. Shayy was continually flirty with me. Yeah, okay. From then on, nearly every DM exchange with them would contain something flirtatious. Although it was nearly universally initiated by them, I would come to grow used to that expectation and preempt it myself on some occasions. Just as a general example, in one conversation in August, they would send me the following string of messages as I somewhat assented. I've been told I have a nice ass, but I want an adorable trans girl grabbing it. This applies to several things, to be honest, replying to my previous grabbing message. Whatever. Tone towards me being transgenderist sticks out, and the unneeded and explicitly unwanted advance does as well. Shayy is known to act in a dehumanizing way towards trans people in some instances, but this was, to my knowledge, the only time it would happen to me. Okay. So let's see. Shayy would say, you might have broken my brain a bit. Azu would say, you really chose the wrong person for this, Shayy would say, LMAO, what do you mean it's mutual? Azu would say, arguable. Shayy would say, what do you mean? Azu would say, look, man, I would be entirely real. This is fun, but I think you get a lot more out of this than me. Not to say I dislike it, to which Shayy would say, honestly, I'm mostly just playing along, to which Azu would say, same. Okay. I don't know where the dehumanization thing is, but I can see it. It's no coincidence that Shayy was literally just going after people who were trans. Straight up. Okay. Let's see some more DMs. Let's see. Some regular selfies. More mention of the suggestive Twitter alt of Shayy. This was sent to Azu, I guess. Yeah. Spoiled and marked thigh warning. The photograph was fully nude and showed most of their body, obscuring only, the abyss in between the two legs. This photo is clearly meant to be seen as content. It was posed suggestively, and they put up a peace sign as they often do in regular selfies. Let me once again state for the record, I explicitly did not want intimate relationship of any sort with Shayy. I said as much to them several times. I gathered myself and responded only by stating that I should do the process soon as well, attempting to stonewall them. This made me deeply, horribly uncomfortable. I hated it. I still hate it. Okay. Shayy would just keep, as always, no boundaries, right? Even though said in the channel, oh yeah, I love it when people have, respect boundaries. No, bro, you don't. Even after being told multiple times Azu didn't want to do anything, Shayy would still message shit just checking again. Cuddling was a no, right? My brain is deep fried the past few days. Yeah, man. Just scroll up the DMs, idiot. Okay. Let me see. All right. Sometime after, on July 15, My partner and I would break up for reasons irrelevant here. Just know that this was not a conflict. It was heart-wrenching for the both of us and took a good while to recover from. Shayy knew this and paid it no mind. On July 30th, I guess this was 2025, a group of several friends took a trip to Cedar Point, including Shayy, Willie, and I. By the way, Willie is the person who posted this. Yeah, Willie J. Willie J. Okay. The first night that we were in the cabin all together, I was sitting on a couch near Willie, entirely ignoring all context, not even shooting me a glance to see if it was all right. Shayy sat next to me in a spot such that we were quite snugly together and tried to lean in. If this sounds like a mistake, please note that they would later state explicitly that it was an attempt to get cuddly. I did not want to be next to them, and they did not whatsoever ask if it was okay. As such, I tried to move away slightly, and upon that not being effective, I left my seat rather quickly. This incident left me even more of a sour taste in my mouth, given other instances of similar behavior I now know of. It feels as if they were being intentionally ignorant of consent and boundaries just to gain what they wanted. Yeah, so the thing is, the Shayy, platonic and sexual, same thing, no difference. Consent, non-consent, same thing, no difference. All right. So then they talk about disrespect after they left Shay's server, and how, you know, downplaying it, making it more about themselves, being a victim. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I always do this. I suck, blah, blah, blah. So yeah. All right. So that was what happened to Azareth. Anonymous 3. Okay. A former moderator and friend of Shayy. I've been close friends with them since early 2021 and have remained quiet about many things for a long time. Here they are laid out as clearly as I can in chronological order. Let's see. Behaviors towards a 17-year-old fan. Bro legit had a list. He actually had a list. He just sit down and be like, all right, listen. Be like, all right, listen. This picture's so stupid. Be like, listen, all right. Okay. This is the Shayy checklist. Are you ready? All right, boom. Or no, it's more like a checkbox. Are they 17? Pre-order, done. Are they trans? Done. Are they ace? Done. Press the pre-order button. Bro, just go all in, dude. Bro, just go all in. That's it. That's it. That's it. Of course, there's some like bonuses like long hair and you know, whatever else. But this was like the main pattern of behavior. We've already seen like 4 people so far, and every single one of them shared these traits. They'd get in contact with Shayy at 17. They'd be like transitioning or already trans or whatever. And they were all disinterested. Whether they were ace or not, it doesn't actually matter. They were just disinterested. They did not want anything to do with Shayy sexually. Doesn't care. If we got platonic, of course. Platonic. Everything had to be platonic, bro. Everything. So, I turned 18 on April 2nd, 2021. I was added to Trusted April 6th, 2021, 4 days after my birthday. Bro, I swear to you, he had a list of birthdays. He kept track of every 17-year-old's birthday. Wow. Shayy first DM'd me on December 27, 2020. See, that's the pre-order right there. That's the pre-order. However, it wasn't until February 2021 that we actually began to be closer and talk regularly. Let me guess. Once you turned 18, dude became flirtatious? Shay's conversations that led into topics often were sparked by something completely innocent, such as March 26th, they DM'd me about sussy hypnosis. And when I didn't understand what they were saying, they proceeded to explain the joke. I just make the assumption everyone is a degen. I found out through a YouTube video that some people have a thing for something called sissy hypnosis, and I think it's hilarious. You're saying this to a 17-year-old, bro? As a 20-year-old? Crazy. And then I don't think I need to state why assuming your 17-year-old friend is a degen and then explaining something like that is a bad thing. Yeah, years down the line, Shayy would talk to others about their hypnosis thing. Knowing this presently with this having happened in the past gives me such a horrible, gross feeling. Wow, so it's actually like something they like. Oh my god. Multiple people have come forward to me while writing this that Shayy has a thing for hair. Oh my god, here we go again, dude. Yeah, sorry guys, one sec. Yo, should we do Shayy Bingo? I like that. I like the idea of Shayy Bingo. Shayy Bingo. Every time we go to like a document. Yeah, I like that. Every time we go to a document, let's see if we can like check mark this. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's draw this again. Checkbox. 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 All right. So far, 17 done. 17 done. Hair done. We don't know if this person's trans or ace or you know there's any mention of platonic. We'll see. Okay, let's keep going. Shayy frequently mentioned and complimented my hair, especially when I first dyed it, often out of the blue. What's up with the hairnet? Hair dye, what color? I'm sure it'll look fucking great on you. Definitely send a picture after it's done. Okay. Next. Head pats, true head pats. Head pats. Oh, and you know what? We also need a special one for yes. You guys thought the same exact thing. Yeah. All right. Okay. By the way, I'm terrible at compliments, lol, but you look really good. So take that, idiot. God, this person's such a liar, bro. Posture check. Look at that posture. Also, damn, looking good. The hair looks fucking fantastic. This could be seen as innocent, but knowing Shayy, it's not. Not much else can be said about it. It was all within the realm of plausible deniability and it makes me disgusted. There isn't any first-hand evidence of this specific incident happening as it was in voice chat. At some point between January and March 2021, I joined the general voice chat to see Shayy, victim 6, and another person drinking. I turned on my camera, grabbed some Fireball, and joined in. I don't remember the exact date, considering I was drunk. I remember I was still 17. Underage drinking? When Shayy and victim 6 pointed out I was too young to drink, I gave several BS excuses along the lines of my parents bought it for me, and in my state it's legal to drink at any age if you're on private property. Apologies that my memory is so blurry regarding some details. Do note that at this time, Anonymous 6 was only 19 and Shayy was 21. Despite them both giving me a short spiel about how underage drinking is bad, they did not kick me from the call or take the situation seriously. They did nothing about it, more than likely due to an impaired judgment. Shayy did nothing when Anonymous 6 joined VC already drunk, and then did nothing when a 17-year-old fan joined VC and immediately began drinking as well. So you see, all of these people that were taken advantage by Shayy, they don't have parents around. Because if there were parents, they'd slap the fuck out of their kids, being like, what the fuck are you doing drinking at 17, right? That's the thing. Like, that's how they can fall into this. The Red Sage, thank you for the 5 memberships. I continued on in the VC that night drinking with all the adults as if nothing was wrong with the situation. I felt so cool. I was drinking room temperature whiskey with all these cool adults on the internet. Now, believe it or not, this was actually a bad thing. While writing this doc, I discussed the incident with Anonymous 6, and she immediately apologized upon being reminded of it. She admitted to being extremely drunk when she initially joined the VC, and continued drinking during it. To quote her statement during our discussion on this, I think I was desensitized to seeing underage people treated as peers rather than children in there. Maybe I'm biased too, but someone absolutely should have stopped it. One of us needed to be an adult. Okay. Months afterwards, while discussing their behavior towards me, Shayy told me that there was an unwritten rule that mods had to be 18 plus when I brought up my discomfort knowing they modded me right after I turned 18, with very little input from other existing mods. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. This interaction itself regarding my age happened in a VC, so no tangible evidence exists. My apologies for that. However, this rule is interesting, especially considering 4 other people that Shayy modded in 2021 were all under 18. A 17-year-old is 2 16-year-olds and a 15-year-old. Huh. Listen, if you're a 13 plus server, you know, it's not the end of the world, but this is like a server with a channel called Trusted in which they talked about like flicking the bean and shit. And knowing Shayy and how Shayy pre-orders fucking, you know, pre-orders minors, this is definitely weird, bro. This is definitely weird. A similar sentiment was shared in 2023 during a discussion of modding, Anonymous 1. Agreed, but not until they're 18 in my opinion. My scouting list recently for mods. Was unaware they weren't 18 yet. I thought they were like 20, not gonna lie. Blank is 17. Okay, so that's Anonymous 1. And Willie J, as far as I know, it was one of those mods in Shay's Discord. Okay. Anonymous 1 being someone that Shayy has groomed. So why were we some of the only people whose age was taken into such heavy consideration before being offered moderator? I've never publicly said this for many reasons, but at this point it is unavoidable. When I was 13, I was heavily groomed and coerced into doing ERP by someone far older than me, and this behavior was never prevented by other individuals witnessing it. Shay's behavior towards me was setting off the exact same red flags that my groomer had set. Kids and the internet, bro. Very unfortunate. All right, April 15th was added to a group chat with Anonymous 6. All right, so this is where like Anonymous 3 would see things that happened to Anonymous 6. Flirting, stuff like that, etc. There was some confrontation. Anonymous 3 put their foot down. Yeah, I'm live. You watched the Cha-Cha VOD? That's awesome. Thank you. Again, Shay's like, I have absolutely no idea how to say this at all, but if you feel as though as I have been too flirty, then I want to apologize. Dude, this imbecile has been fucking apologizing for being overly flirtatious since 2021. Man. It's been that way since 2021. And Shayy thought they just get away with it because they did. You know, they could push their luck as much as possible, impede on consent as much as possible, and as soon as the other person finally puts their foot down, I'm sorry. I didn't know. And then they move on to the next victim. Crazy. Wait, where did I see this? Wait, I saw first name. First name. Yeah, I specifically noted in this conversation that I was uncomfortable with them referring to me by my IRL first name and sending me goodnight texts often. Oh my God. I'd only been their friend for 2 months and only knowing them for 4. Shayy specifically said they had no romantic interest in me because they were in a relationship and I was a lesbian. Okay, so no trans, but still trying to convert someone, right? So no trans or ace, right? Not ace, but still kind of the same idea of trying to convert someone, right? Trying to convert someone to fall for their irresistible charm, right? Others have noted in their testimonies that Shayy likes a challenge. Oh yeah. Their advances only get stronger the more you push back. Learning this was sickening, to put it nicely. It's insane. Okay. All right. The mod that was a groomer. What? That's interesting. In the early hours of February 14, 2022, Shayy, Uber, some friends, and myself all played Calamity into the night, completely unaware that at the same time, Willie would be notified that Uber was using his status as a mod in Shay's community as leverage over a 15-year-old. Grooming them. God. I can't do this, Chief. I can't do this, Chief. I can't do this, bro. I can't do this. It was miserable. The screenshots I was sent the next day were appalling. It was miserable in every sense of the word. Someone I thought was my friend was doing this to someone in our community, someone completely under my nose. It's sneeze. Bless me. It tore me on the other people and trusted to shreds. We hastily workshopped a vague corporate statement about why Uber was suddenly gone. Thank you, guys. Thank you for blessing me. Thank you. Shayy would make like a statement being like, this is something I really wished I would never have to do, but this is extremely important. Bro, wait. Back in 2022, he'd say, this is a 13 plus server. And dude had a channel called Trusted where they spoke about flicking the bean and other shit with minors in it. Oh man. Oh man. That doesn't look good. I mean, it's already not looking good at all. Shayy completely shut down after this, going completely MIA, save for frequent venting. It severed my trust with the server, and after this, I was never as close to the community again. Try as I did, it was never going to be the same. In April, the very victim of Ubers would make a separate offshoot server. Once the server was made, I really slowed down talking in Shayy's community, almost exclusively talking in there. I finally had it. The tight-knit circle of online friends that I trusted with everything. This would be where 90% of my future online interactions with Shayy came from. Okay. To date, I still talk on that server daily. Awesome. Okay. It's actually an ace person here. It's unfortunately very common for people to view our identity as either not real or as a challenge to Shayy's, so Shayy's behavior isn't surprising. Yeah, I've heard of that before. When someone says like they genuinely are not turned on by anything, people are like, really? Nothing? Right? It's like, I mean, it's the same thing also, like when you tell someone that you don't drink. I don't know if any of you guys here don't drink, right? Like if you say that you don't drink, for example, you don't drink alcohol, some people's reactions are very weird. Like they'll be like, what? How? Like never? Like, oh my God, you know, like it's definitely interesting. And I guess it just has to do with things that they see as normal that you don't do or partake in, that they go crazy over. So like, they're like, yo, I get turned on by people all the time. You don't? Nah, come on. Come on. Like, come on. Not even once? Come on, dude, you know? And it's annoying. It's like, come on, just take me for my word for it. And shut up. Right? But yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Thank you. Okay, so this is about GDQ. It's about to get pretty spicy. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. I do need to pee though. So here's the Be Right Back screen. This is my old Be Right Back screen made by an amazing member of the community. And yeah, I'll play some music in the meantime. Yeah, one sec. All right. Wait, you can't hear the music. There's no music. Wait. Whoa. Almost fucked up there. Whoa. All right, there we go. Guys, I need to pee. I've been sitting here for 5 hours. I need to walk a bit too. Give me a sec. God damn, bro. This is crazy. I didn't think it was... No, I was estimating it was going to take 6 hours. Let's see if we can still manage to do that. Be right back. Yeah, that song definitely goes crazy. That song definitely goes crazy. I'm back. I peed. I walked a little bit high. Okay. Let's continue. Let us continue. Yeah, songs from Zenless Zone Zero OST. The reason why I use it is because it's great. Wait, no. That's the wrong scene. The reason why I use it is because it's great. It's awesome. I love it. It's unironically sick, but also they don't strike you down for copyright. Isn't that awesome? That's typically how most game OSTs do it. I don't know if Nintendo does that though. They're kind of lame. But yeah. I'm platonically back. Bring the microphone with you next time. That's crazy, bro. That is crazy. Salty, that's crazy. Hey, you're being called out. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. Salty wants me to take the microphone with me so that they can platonically hear me pee. I think that's reasonable, dude. As long as it's platonic. As long as it's platonic. All right. Nah, you guys are wild. You guys are wild. Didn't even let me open my mouth. That's crazy. You didn't even say that this was platonic, bro. At least say you're doing this platonically. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We made a bingo board for you in the Discord. Let me see. Where is it? Where? Can you tell me what channel it's in? Is it in the members chat? Wait, let me see. Media? Okay. Oh my god. So there's this. Wait, let me put the chat into the other monitor. There's this. Shayy bingo, head pat, long hair, 17 trans, free space, smiley's platonic, shocked face, ace. And then there's this. Shayy grooming bingo speedrun. Unwanted advances, long hair, head pats, platonic. That's good. That's really good. That's really good. They're both good. They're both good. Head pat, but which one? Converting. I feel like we don't really need converting. That's the thing. This is I love the design of this, by the way. But I think I'll stick with this. I'll stick with this. Because it has this too. It has more things that we saw. We didn't I don't think like because in the past ones we saw, there wasn't one that explicitly said converting, right? Like we didn't know. So let me just we can just we can just do this. Yeah. Oh my god. The pixels. I can see the pixels. All right. So far, long hair. No. So far, long hair. And 17. Great. Let's get back to the document. Oh, I closed that by mistake. Okay. GDQ. All right. This is where physical contact will potentially happen. After begging my mom to understand I was 19 and capable of making smart decisions, I was going to attend my first ever GDQ in June 2022. I roomed with Shayy, Star, and a mutual friend, and only 2 things happened. Bro, Shayy never went into a hotel room by themselves. Never. There was always someone. And Star, like, listen, bro. Listen. Look, this might sound controversial. I might get shit for this. I might get canceled on Twitter. But Star, as much shit as Star went through, to a certain extent, Star had to put their foot down and be like, yo, what's going on? Like, how is it that we're always going to a hotel room with a friend of yours and you're like cuddling with them or some shit. Like what? Like, you know, can't just completely feign ignorance and say, oh yeah, I doubted a little bit. You know, like, you know, it's definitely interesting. Anyway. So yeah, the first was before the event began. We had agreed that we would be buying a room with 2 queen beds, Shayy and Star sharing one. Okay. Pleb and I sharing the other. Okay. Shayy changed these arrangements right before buying the room. They didn't say anything about it until after they bought the room. Instead of having 2 beds, they bought a room with a single king-sized bed for them and Star, saying Pleb and I can share the pull-out couch. This fucking sucked. I've generally never slept worse in my entire life. But Shayy got their king-sized bed with their girlfriend, and I was the bad person in this situation for thinking they should have let Pleb and I have a real bed. I asked if we could at least rotate beds, or if Pleb and I could at least rest in the real bed if Shayy and Star weren't in the room. We were told no. There would be no negotiations. That entire week I didn't sleep longer than 3 hours a night. So what? Like, again. Wait, wasn't Star the one actually paying for the hotel too? Because Star was paying for the tickets too, based on her testimony. The other incident at SGDQ was shortly after Shayy, Pleb, Vel, another mutual friend, and I went to the hotel hot tub. Hey, Testa Rose, thanks so much for the 10. Didn't even say a single message. Thank you. Much appreciated. After we returned to Shay's room, I immediately went into the ballroom to change out of my swimsuit and into the regular clothes. Then Vel changed in the bathroom. Wait, ballroom? No, bathroom, sorry. After we returned to Shay's room, I immediately went into the bathroom to change out of my swimsuit and into regular clothes. Then Vel changed in the bathroom. Then Pleb. Star was already in the room laying in bed. Then, while grabbing food from the fridge, I hear Shayy say, "Don't look," from behind me. With no elaboration. Now, I don't know about you, but when someone says not to look at something, most people's first reaction is to look, and by the time they said not look, they'd already stripped down. So Pleb, Vel, and myself all turned our heads and were greeted with Shayy bent over completely naked, their bare ass out for everyone to see. Shayy, instead of apologizing for changing in front of everyone, claimed it was everyone else's fault for turning on when they said not to. Mind you, Vel was 16 and facing Shayy. Shayy said it was their fault they looked up from their phone to see Shayy completely naked. I made a simple diagram in MS Paint showing where everyone was in the room when Shayy was changing to show how hard it was not to see it. Me, Pleb, Shayy. Why was Shayy changing without going to the bathroom? Are you kidding me? And again, Star was okay with this? Man. What the hell, bro? There's a literal bathroom right there. Oh, Shayy knew. Shayy knew exactly what they were doing, dude. The bathroom was empty. Yep. They could have gone in there to change like the rest of us did. Yep. Or even in the corner of the room closet closest to the door. They could have just specified that they were changing and no one would have looked. However, they did none of that. None of us wanted to see their fucking asshole. For the rest of the event, they stood their ground, saying it was our fault we saw their chocolate starfish. Okay, you didn't have to say that, bro. You didn't have to say chocolate star. It wouldn't be until after the event they would apologize. Shayy and I have attended every single in-person GDQ after COVID, and Shayy would often disappear without notice. This may be nitpicking, but I feel it's important to include the repeated pattern of selfishness, such as knowing people were waiting for them to come to the lobby so we could all go out for dinner, making everyone wait 30 minutes for them. Then when we made it to the restaurant, Shayy would make the executive decision to sit outside despite everyone wanting to sit inside because it was hot. All right. AGDQ 2025. This was this year, bro. Has Shayy changed since 2022? What do you guys think? Of course not. During AGDQ 2025, I believe on January 11th, Shayy and I were Anonymous 6's hotel with a handful of other people. The ancestors before him would be ashamed of him. Bro, if the ancestors knew Shayy was going to be someone like in their family tree, they would have just not had kids. So, Anonymous 6 did not want Shayy in her room. This was in 2025, right? Anonymous 6 had already gone through a shit ton of crap from Shayy. She only let them in because she knew if Shayy wasn't there, then the people she wanted to hang out with wouldn't have been there. She witnessed everything I'm about to say, but was unaware how much this incident affected me. Shayy and I were laying in the spare bed next to each other. Okay, listen, at this point, I have to make, like, I have to take the executive decision of same bed. This is happening too often, bro. No, no, no. This is happening too often. All right. Cool. So, Shayy and I were laying in the spare bed next to each other. I was doom scrolling on TikTok while Shayy started to inch closer to me. I inched away, wanting my personal space. I'm rarely okay with platonic cuddles. There we go. There we go. All right. Platonic cuddles. And especially so as I had a partner at this point. Oh, so Anonymous 3 had a partner too. Okay. Shayy continued to move closer and closer anytime I moved further. Trying to stay calm and keep my composure, and while nearly falling off the bed, I turned my back to Shayy as a sort of nonverbal, hey, I want my distance. I didn't want to speak up and cause a scene. Turning my back to them was instead seen as an invitation of some sort because Shayy then curled up behind me, spooning me. To make this even worse, I could feel their member on my leg, their sausage. I sat there terrified at what they would do next. They ignored every single sign that I was uncomfortable. They didn't see this as me freaking out. I sat there horrified thinking, are they going to grope me? Are they going to start grinding on me? What should I do? What the fuck should I do? After a minute or two of getting my bearings, I got up and decided I had no choice but to make a scene, loudly asserting I wanted personal space. Shayy was confused. You might as well add that to the card. What? The mention of his... Honestly, yeah, maybe. Shayy. Pee-pee. This is not the first time his Shay's pee-pee was mentioned, you know? Anyway, they saw nothing wrong with what was happening. Oh, wait. There we go. What happening, I immediately felt it was my fault this happened to me. If I let them have their way, then I wouldn't have upset them. I upset them by making a scene. How old is this one? By 2025, I believe Anonymous 3 was like already in the 20s, but when they first encountered Shayy, they were 17. So that's why 17. Like Shayy did what Shayy always does, which is pre-order minors. Wait, like be friendly to them at 17. And then as soon as they turn 18, they're like, hey, you want to platonically cuddle? Yo, C4 IUS, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. They saw nothing wrong with what was happening. I immediately felt that it was my fault. Yeah, I was still shaken up after the whole thing, masking my uneasiness by trying to stay happy and treasure what little of the event was left. Shayy noticed this. They proceeded to come and give me a hug. God, just take your nasty ass hands away from people. I pretended to be comforted by it so as to not hurt their feelings. Until September, I never told anyone about this. I was afraid I would hurt Shayy if I brought it up. Shayy never apologized until after I brought this up in our final confrontation. D-Day and the aftermath. Okay. So we already saw this in Anonymous 1's testimony when Anonymous 1 would leave the server, etc., etc. So this is Anonymous 3 talking to Shayy saying, yeah, I want space. I'm out of here. And Shayy would do what Shayy always did. I felt so immediately stupid about what this happened. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You guys mean the world to me. I'm so disappointed in myself. Oh my, like, dude, shut up, Art. Shut your bitch ass up. Okay, final thoughts. This has been incredibly taxing. Yeah, I know. This is not easy at all. And a massive thank you to Anonymous 1 for having the courage to initially come forward with the story in September. All right. This was Anonymous 3. Willie J. So this is the person that posted this document. All right. I haven't been impacted like the others have, but I wanted to detail an interaction that might shed some light on the way some may feel about speaking up against Shayy in the past. Okay. We're not even halfway. Don't worry. We'll get through this quickly. In early 2023, Shayy had posted some pictures to their private Twitter account that started out simply minorly revealing, showing some skin in a way that was not bad at all, citing happiness with their body and a focus on body positivity. These photos would become increasingly more revealing and potentially suggestive, culminating in a picture being sent in mid-April of 2023, which to many went way too far. To the extent of my knowledge, no record of the actual image exists to this day, but unfortunately the image is forever etched into my memory. The image, specifically, was frontal, bare, midriff thighs with, the nether region obscured. Well, not explicitly NSFW, it was the kind of image that borders on that category in every way possible. I found it very concerning that minors were able to plainly see that image. Okay. All right. On April 17, 2023, a conversation in Shayy's trusted channel started regarding intentionally not having an NSFW channel in their server. I used this as an opportunity to address my concerns about the content previously mentioned on their private Twitter account. I'll send pictures of that confrontation here. So Shayy would say it did have a spoiler tag, right? And then Shayy would say, oh, I mean, it's not NSFW. So that picture of Shayy barely covering the nether regions, right? To them, that was not NSFW. Okay. I mean, it isn't outright sausage, but like, and then Shayy would kind of double down saying it's not NSFW. Twitter doesn't have a suggestive label. It just has a nudity one. Also, it makes it so people don't see the tweet either for some reason, LMAO. There's someone, I just want to point out there's someone here saying, I'm going to destroy Elon Musk. That is so random. Anyway. So yeah, this is Shayy being very defensive over marking that picture NSFW, even though there were people who were minors following that private account. Okay? Right. Sorry, I just don't like being told I did something wrong when I didn't do anything wrong. Couple notes here. I was made to feel like I was crazy for thinking that something was happening that was wrong, made to feel incorrect, etc., etc. Okay. And then after this, Shayy would start a confrontation with Willie J in DMs about this. I really wish you would just tell me directly if something made you uncomfortable, if bringing it up in a discussion like that and making me feel embarrassed and like I did something wrong. This is the first time this has happened and it just makes me feel like shit for the rest of the day. I want to move anything that could be seen as suggestive over to my Twitter circle on that account. Okay. Wait, did he do that? Did he do that smiley face? I mean, sorry, did they do that smiley face? Did Shayy do that? Are you guys just spamming it? Guys, this is important. We're playing bingo. Yeah, I don't see that. No, because Shay's serious. Shayy only uses that smiley face when they're being flirtatious. It's there. You skipped it. Where? Oh, I'm locked in. You guys better not be trolling me. I swear to God. You guys, I swear to God, dude. Yeah, but it's not Shayy. It doesn't count, dude. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It has to be Shayy that does it because when Shayy does it, it means like the flirt mode was activated. Guys, it's called Shayy Bingo, okay? No, it doesn't count. No, it doesn't count, dude. Shayy was there? Wait, am I actually blind? Last one? You're good. P. That does. Anyway, you guys scam me. You guys scam me hard, dude. You guys scam me hard. But yeah, Shayy was being very, very triggered over this. You're fine. No worries, man. You don't need to respond if you don't want to. I just wanted to let you know how I was feeling. Blah, blah, blah. And Willie J was being very, very professional. Mijin, you should put misgendering Shayy as part of your bingo at this point. True. 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 I'll just do this. I can't write misgendering. Anyway. Willie would say, I'm glad you're using circles for that now. I'm not one to judge what you post, but this is really about like minors and stuff. And Shayy would say, it's just strange for men in general. I'm not sure there's necessarily correct answer. Law-wise, it's just the pee-pee, and that's it. This is also probably reflective of me living in a warmer place because it's pretty common for men to walk around with no shirt and short shorts on where I'm at, so I don't really see it as an NSFW, if that makes sense. Dude, always with the acrobatics. Always with the acrobatics, bro. Trying to just, like, oh my God, anything to just justify their point of view. Oh yeah, I don't know if like having my straight up cock out counts as nudity because where I'm from, it's hot. Where I'm from, we sleep with our cousins. So there ain't no problem when we're talking about the cock out, you know what I'm saying? You do be out all the time. In fact, whenever it gets too hot, I do the helicopter. With my mama. Like, come on, dude. Like, stop with this shit. Willie is just concerned that you're posting this on an account with minors. That's it. Anyway, a couple notes here. First of all, I'm happy they decided to move that content into his Twitter circle. Cool. Through this interaction, I felt as if I was being scolded for not only thinking that what was posted was wrong, but also that I was wrong for trying and challenge it. This would greatly diminish my confidence in later attempts when I felt conflicted about the way certain things were going. I felt that I could get in trouble for standing up for myself and others. The line, I don't like being accused of doing something wrong when I feel that, no, I haven't done anything wrong, sticks out in a similar way as before. Shayy tries to make the comparison if it's pretty common for men to walk around with no shirt and short shorts where I'm at, so I don't really see it as an FW, which is grossly misrepresents the image that was shared. I was pressured to speak about this publicly. Ignoring that I wanted to spend the time to make sure that I got everything I wanted to say right, I'm glad I resisted this pressure. Okay. Cool. Fell asleep and your music woke me up. It's 4 a.m. in Germany, for fuck's sake. For the love of God, go to bed. Love you, and I will hear this as a podcast at work. By the way, is your passport green? My guest is West Sahara. West Sahara? You mean like that contested land in Africa? That Morocco wants to have and that Algeria want to have too? No. But that's a country most people don't even know about. Wow. Most people don't even know that's a passport. You're well cultured, but no. Guys, I'm a passport file. Like a passport. You know, like how they say audio files? I'm a passport file. You know, I when I'm at the airport, I'm looking at other people's passports. So yeah, this is a passport right here. This is the Western Sahara. You don't see this. This is a very rare passport. And most countries don't even recognize it. Yeah. Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. Very interesting. Very, like, most people don't even know about this. You guys want to talk about rarest passports? I can legit do a segment for like 3 hours about the rarest passports, bro. I'm not even joking. The rarest passport is the Order of Malta. I bet most of you don't even know this is a passport. Look at this. This is insane. Look at how fucking cool this looks. Ordre Souverain Militaire de Malte. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta. This is a fucking passport. All right? Yes, Passport Autism. That's me. This is the rarest passport. Like, when you show this passport at the airport, the guy handling passports will straight up look at you and say, wow, and take a picture. Like, this happens a lot to people who have Maltese passports. So what, you probably don't even know what this is. No, this isn't Malta, because the Malta passport looks like this. So what the hell is this? Well, the thing is, at some point during history, right, the Templars of Malta had control of the island. They were expulsed, a lot of things happened. Eventually, Malta was made independent, right? But they didn't get their territory back. What ended up happening is that this quote unquote Country is literally just a big castle in Malta. That's it. Right? So the sovereign military order of Malta is a country within Malta. They don't have land, they just have a castle. Like the castle's closed off. When you go inside, you're technically in this country. The only people who have this passport are people who like work for that service. It's temporary, kind of like the Vatican passport. The Vatican passport is given to like members of the clergy, but also the soldiers that join. And usually they're Swiss. So they go there, and during the duration of their service, they get this. So like a couple of years or whatever. Of course, the Pope has this like permanently, obviously. But yeah, you get this. Really cool. Again, another very rare passport. You know, I could just keep going, bro. What else is that? Like a really rare passport. What was that place called? What was that place called? It was called, wait. Let me go to maps without doxing myself. No, I need to show you this. And then we'll go back. Don't worry. We'll get back to this. Don't worry. What was that place called? Maps, Google Maps. It was. Where is it? Where is it? It's like around here. Most people don't even know this place exists, bro. Where is it at? Guam, Marshall Islands, New Caledonia. Fuck, I don't know. I know a way to find it though. Don't worry. Look, wait. I know a way to find it. Wait. Passport index. All right. Where are the Americans? Let's see. Explore. You guys probably don't even know this was a website. Yeah, I know this is a website because I'm autistic about passports. Lay off my dick. You can see like rankings and shit here to see what the most powerful passports are. I'm telling you, I am a passport file, bro. I'm a passport file. Okay. United States of America. Cool. So I want to see. I don't want to see the visa-free countries you can go to. I want to see destination. Yeah. So where's the US flag at? This will make sense. Don't worry. This will make sense. Oh, where's the US flag at? Am I missing it? I'm an idiot. I can't. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yes. Palau. You guys probably don't even know this passport exists. This passport is also extremely rare. But get this. This is one of the only countries on earth that can go to the United States of America without any visa required. Zero, not even an ESTA, nothing. They don't even have to register anything. They can go in as if they're citizens. You probably didn't know that. You're welcome. It's the only exception. It is the only exception on the entire map. All of Europe needs an ESTA. Chile needs an ESTA, right? Israelis, even though the US loves Israel, they need an ESTA. Only Canada and Palau and the Marshall Islands and Micronesia can come in without anything. And the reason for that is simple. The US usually in the UN will play like a Civ 5 game, like a civilization game, right? Well, they'll try to bribe people for like votes on certain things they like. This is why usually these islands always vote on whatever the US wants, because they bribe them in certain ways. One of them being visa-free access. Now, I don't know how many people in Palau use this shit, but the fact that they can go there visa-free compared to other countries, huge. Very rare passport. Yeah. Anyway, autism done. What are we at? We're 5 hours 40. Okay, I need to note this down. I need to note this segment down to like put it in the section. 540. Passport autism segment. I need to segment that for VOD watchers. Anyway. Yeah, I can legit do a whole fucking 4-hour stream on this shit. I'm not even joking. All right. Let me close all this. Now I learned something new. Anyway, we just got done with Willie J. Let's go to Say. One page. Is Mujin Kurdish? No, because then my passport would just be Iraqi. And I'm not Iraqi. There's no, like, you know, I know Kurds love to say that they have a country, but you don't have a passport. So, hi, I'm Say, a writer for Calamity that used to work with Shayy on various projects involving it. I also moderated their Discord and Twitch chat. Before all of this happened, as my contribution to all of this, here's them trying to get me to specifically come over while Star is away, even after clarifying if I visited, I wanted to be able to see them both. As of now, it's pretty fucking clear that Star didn't actually know everything, and Shayy probably just wanted to do stuff with me behind her back. After this, they always became seemingly very sheepish about working out a time I could come visit after I later clarified again that I wished to see them both. I'd totally love to come over and visit you and Star for a week or something because both of you are awesome and amazing. Okay, wait, we have to reset the bingo. We have to reset the bingo. Unfortunately, I kind of screwed it up. I have to rewrite this. One sec. Wait, what was this? Shayy. PP. Okay. Don't worry. Give me a sec. Same bed. Yeah, don't worry. Because of these two. Okay. Now we do it. Same bed. Same bed. And Shayy. PP. And then just whatever. This is whenever I misgender Shayy. Because it's 4 a.m. All right. So, because both of you are awesome and amazing, you know what? We will include this even if Shayy doesn't say it. Because why not? Boom. I don't know how much you tend to do when it comes to holiday stuff, but in my house, we've never been a super festive stuff. Sometimes somebody comes over to visit for a day around the time of one of the holidays, but that's about it. We don't really go anywhere. So it more depends on when would be a good time for you, as long as I have like 2.5, 3 weeks of notice. Shayy would say, the only issue right now is that we have one bed. Cue the violin. No. Say would say, hey, that's not a huge issue for me. I mean, so did blank and blank. I just slept on couch just fine. I could just bring like an inflatable mattress. It's fine. It could be completely fine. And then Shayy would be like, same. I mean, there was a time where Star was on a trip or something and you wanted to pop in for a bit. You'd have a bed then. God, so disgusting. This person's so weird. Bro was waiting. I love the violin emojis. Bro was waiting for their girlfriend to leave so that they could invite someone else. Oh my God. And they wanted to entrap them in their bed. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you for the donation, The Dark Prince, but I'm not giving hints, bro. I'm not giving hints. I'm not giving hints. Okay? I will tell you guys where I'm from when I have 1 million subs. But yeah, this guy's crazy. All right, what's next? Jay's Evolution. In winter 2023, I had gotten a message from my fiance about how Shayy had DM'd it. Is Jade's Evolution fiance, is their pronoun it? All right, dude, you do you, man. Sure. But how Shayy had DM'd it, asking about related things, and that if it was okay because they had permission from Star to do them because she was ace, so they can have an outlet for desires, right? I identify as it as well, bro. Sometimes when I am hungry, I think women can relate to this too. This is them on their periods. They're like, dude, I'm about to make you bleed, buddy. All right. I'll admit at the time, polyamory was still new to me, so the line at the time for what was acceptable wasn't entirely clear. But what was clear was that Shayy then pressured my fiance into having e-sex. And wanted to have more encounters after the fact. This, for the record, happened while I was unaware what was going on because I only found out about this after my fiance had told me about after the fact. So like you were cheated on. The situation made me feel betrayed and angry because there was no communication on the matter, and it almost ruined my relationship at the time with my soon-to-be wife. Okay. It was only after I had messaged Shayy about how shitty their actions were that they apologized and told me they'd properly ask for a line of communication when it came to sex, as there was no permission given by me or my fiance's other partners. Partners? I am so fucking confused. I'm so out of my depth. All right. But they deemed it okay because my fiance and I were poly, despite that not being how our relationship operated at the time. For clarity, we were in a poly relationship, not an open one. So had to be communicated and not done whenever. Oh, so there's a difference. I didn't even know there was a difference between polyamory and open relationships. Are you going to be able to sleep once you finish reading this whole thing off the screen? Of course I will. Thank you, Will Clark. Of course. Yeah, okay, interesting. Prisma. I posted a clip in chat quotes, a public channel, with Shayy making a joke about Gox. My fucking god. You know what? No, at this point, Gox is such a funny fucking word, man. Gox. And look at how creepy Shayy looks and inverted. Honestly, this is how Shayy actually looks on the inside. CC, hey, hi. Just because you aren't wrong doesn't mean you have to call me out like that. All right, Gorcox. Ooh, this is 16 pages. Ooh, okay, this is the spicy shit. Isn't life so much easier when I choose your pronouns and gender? Oh my god. Okay. This is important. Honestly, I'm okay. I'm okay with like moving on to the next document quickly after this, because I don't think we can find anything crazier, to be honest. But yeah, this is it. This is the one. This is the one we've been waiting for. Yeah, this is what I sneak peeked this whole thing with. Okay, and how long is this? This is like 26 pages. This can be summed up quickly though. This can be summed up quickly. The second document, because I already kind of read it a little bit. How much more until we found out they were plotting something even worse? Here, right now. This one. Hi, I'm Ray, aka Fallout Fan, and I have been a member of Shayy's community and a close friend of theirs since November 2022. Over the course of our friendship, I had multiple consensual encounters with them, DMs, which eventually escalated to me visiting them in person this past June 2025, where we engaged in physical activity. As is the case with others in this document, I was assured by Shayy that their girlfriend was aware of the fact that they engaged in behavior with their friends. And I was understandably horrified when I found out that she did not. I was particularly horrified to learn that a tweet of mine on my private account was what alerted her to the fact that I was having with Shayy. If I had known the extent she was being kept in the dark, I would not have continued engaging with this behavior. I will reiterate that these exchanges were fully consensual, but there's one particular aspect that I'm finding increasingly uncomfortable, especially in retrospect. Their attitude towards my gender and my body, especially during For context, I'm gender fluid, and my pronouns have fluctuated over time, but my most preferred pronouns were they, them throughout the entire course of my friendship with Shayy. Once, while we were intimately texting, I mentioned top surgery offhandedly, saying, I don't know if I'll ever commit to full top surgery, but before I do, I need to be... There's no way I can read this. I need to be sausaged on my chest. Yeah, sure. We can read it ourselves. There's some people listening while doing chores. Oh yeah, okay. So first things first. Trans, or at least someone transitioning, I guess. This was not platonic. Okay. We'll see if there's long hair, head pats. Same bed, probably. Shayy PP, is that going to be mentioned? We'll see. I'm hoping Gox get mentioned at least once. All right. As the roleplay continued, they said, why would you ever get rid of these? They help you fulfill your purpose. I deflected, and they pushed. After we finished, they joked about breaking my gender. I'm listening while at work. That's crazy. Which I took as just that, a joke. As time went on, they started using feminine terms and she, her for me, despite my pronouns at the time being they, he, and preferring mixed gender terms. At one point, during a roleplay session, they forced me to change my pronouns on Discord to she, her. Again, my pronouns were they, he at the time, and rewarded me with a video clip of themselves. As the messaging continued, they made reference to my desire for top surgery again, saying, they're mine and you're not allowed to get rid of them. That is... I had originally thought this was all part of the scene and that they didn't truly want to control my gender, my body, or my pronouns, but none of that was explicitly clarified by them. And in line with my assumptions, I changed my pronouns back to they, he the next morning. However, this behavior continued on and off throughout our friendship, with them continuing to try to control my pronouns and gender, ranging from getting me to change my pronouns in bio again to flat out referring to me as a girl and then she, her with she, her pronouns. I'd even changed my pronouns in bio often enough that my other friends were confused as to whether I used she, her pronouns or not. Dude, like Ray's friends were probably like, yo, listen, we know you're gender fluid, but not to that fucking extent. Like, goddamn, every day you change from she, her to they, he, or whatever. Damn. Shay's literally pronoun Shang Tsung. I swear to God, bro. I guess that's a reference to Anna Shang Tsung. No, is that a historical figure? I don't know. Shang Tsung? Fictional character? Okay. All right. Yeah, I get the reference now. Okay. Mortal Kombat. All right. I'm playing video games and listening. Shit show. Hell yeah. Yeah. And more often than not, I did not. They just wanted me to. All right. So here's some messages. All right. Here we go. Yeah, true. This is part of the whole hypno like thing that Shayy was into. Like the whole sissy hypno. That's what Shayy was kind of doing, I guess, because they were into that. Isn't life so much easier when I choose your pronouns and gender? Like, dude, how can you say this with a straight face and not cringe at yourself? Your pronouns are mine. Hope you don't mind. I added it's to my pronouns last night. Go ahead and change your pronouns too. After all, it's better if I'm in control of that, right? What are you waiting for? Change your pronouns then. And get on the bed so I can use you. Oh my God. Okay, it's getting really like really explicit. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Shay's pretty much saying, "Oh yeah, your chest area is really nice," and then Ray's saying something about, "Oh, actually, true." About the pee-pee. All right. Okay. All right. Woo! Wow. Whoa. Okay. All right. Okay. That is a lot. Whoa. Listen. Just one sec. Okay, so these are the DMs that were referenced before about like the whole top surgery or whatever. Shayy, wow, Shay's really into some interesting stuff. You know, like, hey, you're brainless. Your only purpose is to please. Blah blah blah. Again, Shayy would say things like, okay, I misgendered. I'm gonna add that to the bingo. One sec. All right. Shayy would say, I feel like I'm watching a movie and there's like an 18+ scene and I'm covering the fucking eyes of like my son next to me or something. So one interesting thing in this session would be Shayy saying, walk around with you, everyone's staring at your chest. It should feel good. Being desired and objectified feels good when all you are is a pet. So really pushing this idea of that chest, even though it kind of made Ray uncomfortable. Ray would call Shayy master, and Shayy would just keep going with the whole hypnosis thing, like let all those thoughts go. You're just a stupid blank and you love it. Bro, this is so weird. This is so. One of the things Shayy would say is no more thoughts, no more worries, no more dysphoria. A bitch who loves to be objectified, you're my pet. What? No more dysphoria? What the fuck is this? No more thoughts, no more worries, no more dysphoria. A bitch who loves to be objectified. Mijin, don't scam us from the smiley face. No worries, there's none. There's none. Only hearts. Oh, no. There's actually, no, you're right. There's actually one. There's like a line where Shayy says, those nice big of yours with a smile. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you for reminding me. Yep, there we go. There we go. Wow, this is the craziest thing I've seen today, dude. No more thoughts, no more worries, no more dysphoria. Imagine talking to someone who's like anorexic or like has a mental illness, or no more thoughts, no more worries, no more anorexia. Like what? Anyway. Ray would respond with like a flushed emoji, I guess, kind of rolling with this, hoping it's just part of the roleplay, I guess. Damn, this is just entire, like, this is so explicit. Hey, I mean, Ray was into it, kind of, I guess. Ray would say dysphoria mostly, but they're fun to have around still. Of course, with the cat smiley, of course. And Shayy would say, can't have dysphoria if I blank the thoughts out of you. To which Ray would say, God, yes, please. All right. Okay. Is that, are we done? Can I, okay, great. Okay. Thank God. Okay. Shayy would say that was fun. Ray would say it was. Fuck, I needed that. Shayy would say, hey, I could tell. Oopsies, I hope I didn't break your gender with that one. Oh my God. Oopsies. Hope I didn't. What does that even mean? Ray would say, was it the desperation while I was still in public with the voice message that gave me away? Shayy would say yes. Ray would say, listen, I'm gender fluid. Okay, half the time I don't even know what my gender even is. Okay. Are we good? Oh God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shayy would say, good girl. Ray would say, no thoughts, head, blank me please. Shayy would say, I would never make my friend have a gender crisis with an angel emoji. Ray would say, shush, you're lucky you caught me on a fem day. Shayy would say, it's much easier if you realize you're whatever I want you to be. No more dysphoria if you just give in. Bro wanted to like, you know, the Thanos glove? He wanted like the gender fluidity glove. He wanted to decide what gender Ray was every day. Anyway. It just would never end, bro. Then. Okay, I think this is okay. Shayy would say, how does it feel being a girl again? Little smiley again, bro. Honestly, fuck it. Again, boom. So many times. There are so many. Ray would say, I can't even type anymore. Girl skull emoji. Yeah, that's, I mean, this whole thing's a skull emoji. Not just any girl, though. My good girl. Okay. All right. Okay. I love this. It's so much fun. What are you waiting for? Change your pronouns then and get on the bed. Yeah, we already saw this. Change it to she. Good girl with sense. Oh my God, dude. What am I doing? Get me out of here, bro. Okay, wait. Wow. I'd love to. Yeah, okay, that's wow. All right. Okay. Shayy would say they're mine and you're not allowed to get rid of them, referring to the, chest area. You're close, aren't you? You can barely speak. Ray would say, fuck, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I think we're good. Teddy Lingonberry. Wow. That is I think that's the highest donation I've gotten on YouTube. Dear Muujin, maybe I'm boomer, probably. I've learned new meme things today. Pre-order. Cat smiley face. YouTube censor. Ace, and a new meaning for platonic. Thank you, dude, for a great program and have fun, everyone. Signing out. Best, Teddy. P.S. I heard YouTube docs 30%. Wow, that is so considerate of you. Yes. Yes. When it comes to super chat, YouTube does take 30%. That's why you donated 130. Dude, oh my God. Thank you. Really. Messages like these always make my day. And it's not the amount, really, necessarily. It's really just the message. Very, very cute overall. And I love the fact that you were able to learn new things. I love that. Yes. Yes. That's awesome. Yeah. Everyone spam Teddy with the cat smiley face. Thank you so much. Really. Really glad you're having a good time. You don't have stream elements? I do. I don't have a linked. I feel like I could. I'll look into it. But usually when people, the thing is when people donate on stream elements, they expect TTS, and I feel like text to speech, holy spam. I feel like text to speech would impede too much on the stream. Like I'd be mid sentence and someone would be like, "Hello, Muujin, how are you doing today?" I'll be like, "I'm good, thanks," and then I'd like sideline, that's why. But yeah. Shay would say, "I can tell." Ray would say, "I've had an overwhelming couple of days. Can you blame me?" All right. Okay. All right. Well, I didn't see that. That's crazy. I'm flipping you off and smiling about it. Is that a picture of Ray? I'm surprised it's not censored. Or is it like a meme? I don't know. Let's see. No, that's literally a picture of Ray. Okay. So Ray would be like, "Yo, I have a gender crisis." And then Shay would say, "Just simply don't have a crisis, smiley face." We're officially past the Cinder video and lathe. Congratulations. Bro, it's like going up to homeless guy and be like, "Just don't be homeless." Smiley face. Like, I just don't be homeless. Wish it were that easy. Well, judging by early, it might be just that easy. Solution, just do what I say 100% of the time. Okay. All right. Didn't I already tell you, be a good girl and give away your thoughts, control of your thoughts to me. You don't need them after all. Okay, all right, we're going, all right, okay, all right, okay, wait, one sec, we're going back in the way, Okay, it would be so much easier for you to be like this all the time. Embrace it. Okay, I have to show this, because you guys are going to love this. The smiley face again. The smiley face, yeah. Anyway, the problem is you only do this when you're horned up. You need to realize you're just meant to be a stupid girl with no thoughts, again with the smiley face, again, at all times. Ray would say, "I'm not even that horned up right now. I just don't want a brain. Don't want to like think." Shay would say, "Good. That means you're getting closer to realization." Realization. These DMs are fucking crazy. Okay. Go ahead and change your pronouns too. After all, it's better if I'm in control of that, right? Ray would change the pronouns. Good, now get some rest. And Ray would be like, "I'm resting, curled up in bed." Yeah. Anything else? Okay, I don't think there's any like crazy shit anymore. Just woke up. Okay, so Shay would reply to their message from the day before. Go ahead and change your pronouns too. After all, it's better if I'm in control of that, right? And would say, "Oh, and I won't be giving you control of this back anytime soon." Ray would say, "I thought not," which is why I didn't put it back to they here while we were sleeping. And Shay would say, "Hope you enjoy your new brain dead life, pet." Ray would say, "Yes, master." I hope you don't mind. I added it's to my pronouns last night. What did I just read, bro? What did I just read, man? I feel like I need therapy after just this right here. I just need to like just sit down with a therapist and be like, yo, I read this. Can you read it with me? And then the therapist will be like, well, great. Now I need therapy too. And would go to like a second therapist. That therapist would say the same thing. We'd end up just becoming like a wagon of like 20 therapists and myself trying to find a therapist that can actually handle this. Is it worth it, Mujin? Hell yeah, it is. Because of you guys. All right, so we finally saw the elephant in the room. Okay. So what's this? 3 pages. Okay, didn't get physical. But it was impossible to not notice Shayy getting cuddly with others, particularly Azur, which we already saw Azu. Okay. All of our interactions from then on were consensual. Addition, all this, another victim came forward with a story about how Shayy was trying to get them to visit while Star was away. Okay. All right. It makes me glad that I met them, appreciate them for being a positive force and being able to look at myself in the mirror without disgust, but I truly sincerely hope they get the help they need. Okay, this isn't as serious. But it's the same thing. It's like, yo, visit me this weekend because I'll be alone. If I wasn't working, I would have totally said yes. Anyway, you can reschedule. I got the Friday off too. Let's make plans when you're back home. Yes, yes, yes. I'm all excited now. Okay, so yeah, just this whole idea of, oh, my girlfriend's away. Let's invite one of the 30 people I'm talking about too on Discord to come and sleep with me in bed. Okay, there are no screenshots here. I will unfortunately have to skip, but I think this person, from what I can tell, so many friends being hurt and stuff. This doc taught me new ways of degen goonery. That's not what it's supposed to do, bro. That is not. Yeah. don't get, out of all the things that you can get, 30 people. Well, the thing is, there was a channel where only like friends would get given access on Shay's Discord, and those people typically were people Shayy was flirting with, and there were like more than 35 people. So we can assume that there's quite a bit, because this document also mentions that not everyone actually talked about their experience. Anonymous 2, we're gonna skip this. Anonymous 4, content warning for sexual. Okay, no. All right, cool. There's nothing yet. All right, let's reset the bingo. I already saw mention of long hair. Just woke up, can't believe you're still live. Love your videos. You truly inspire me to start my own channel. Aw, thank you. All right, long hair already. Boom. Cool. What's next? I agree with the longer hair. You'd look really hot with it. I'd love to see with shoulder hair length. It'd be really cute. You have to grow your hair out a bit. Okay. We did things together. It was master pet type dynamic. Power dynamics with famous people are always dangerous, and I've learned that firsthand. The biggest issue was that I would be used for relief, and then they would ghost me after. It got to the point where I would have to go to one of my friends for aftercare and to be taken out of that headspace. There was also one time they engaged in a Findom-style teasing where I bought them a game and proceeded to... Really? I told them after that to be more careful, and their reply didn't seem genuine. Ultimately, they seemed to lose interest because I wasn't feminine enough for them. During this time, I also asked about Star, knowing that they were dating. They said she was okay with having a harem of bottoms. Shayy said it, not me, bro. Such a good boy buying me oh, for fuck's sake. I guess you realize your money is better with me. Yeah, I already have a subscription to both of your channel. Sounds like, okay, this is just straight up like taking advantage of people. Like straight up. This is taking advantage of like a fan, like straight up, like financially, straight up. Like I'm not talking just like, SEX style. I'm talking like financially. Like if we're to believe what Star Smiley's saying, Shayy was making $250,000 a year. Or at least in 2025 or 2024 or whatever, like recently. Still taking the time to Findom a viewer who's already subscribed to you on both channels, like membership. Listen, personally, I wouldn't be able to sleep with myself. Mujin in chat, I burnt my brownies because of this fuck-ass document. No! No! No, I'm so sorry. But yeah, most normal Discordian behavior. No, I mean, God, I can't even argue with that. But yeah, Shayy is a terrible person. Like, just if this was the only thing, like anonymous forced testimony could have been a document by itself, I think. Because this is crazy. I don't know. Like, it would really take. Like this does break my heart saying I already have subscriptions to both of your channels. Like, this does break my heart because it's like, man, the fact that Shayy was able to do this and sleep is crazy. Like, listen, I'm gonna be honest. I don't talk about this usually, but recently I turned on a. So here's the thing. My agent reached out, was like, "Yo, there's this deal. I know you said that you don't want to deal with crypto at all, but there's this deal. I thought I'd just run it through you." I was like, "Okay." It was a ridiculous amount. It was like 5 figures, not like low 5 figures either. And they just wanted a 60-second ad on a video. That's it. That's it. I was like, okay, can I know what the company is? I got linked the website. It was pretty much like pump.fun, where you make your own crypto. Like, you make your own coin. And like, you know, you advertise it, I guess, right? And listen, the website was fucking shady. But they were like, they were gonna pay. Because my agency runs through, they do background checks. When I saw the website, it didn't even take me 60 seconds to say, I'm good. I'll pass. I'm done. It's like, look, money's nice. Money's really nice. I don't think any of us can argue with that, but not at the expense of others, you know? Dude, mark my words. Right now, if I wanted to, I can reach out to a casino. Right now, like an online casino, I can be like, listen, I want to make an 8-minute video of me gambling, and I'm going to post it on my channel. I can probably get $100,000 out of them. 6 figures. But it's like, dude, you're getting that money, you're going to ruin hundreds of people's lives. Like, people will literally be homeless because of you. You still see this with like Counter-Strike streamers, you know? Like, I used to watch CSGO streamers a long time ago, and these people will still post to Twitter to this day, acting like everything's okay, after having advertised multiple casinos. And to this day, they still get replies on their tweets saying, you ruined my life. You know, you ruined my life. And these people can live with that. So yeah, what Shay's doing here is like, it's really weird. I don't know how someone can live with this, like gouging a fan out of money, taking advantage of them, and then ghosting them. That's so weird. What's wrong with advertising casinos? You're making, like, you're advertising it. So you're selling it to your audience, which is undoubtedly going to make people want to try it out because their favorite content creator is trying it out. And gambling is extremely addictive. So these people will highly likely, at least a few hundreds, when you have hundreds of thousands of viewers like me, at least a few hundreds will lose everything. You know? So that's the thing. I mean, yeah, the house always wins. So that's the problem. And a lot of people don't realize that. They're like, oh, let me just do it. But like, the thing is, like, I was someone who played CSGO a lot, like back when I was younger. And when I saw all my favorite pros start to peddle casinos, I actually gave it a shot. And I lost money. And back then, hey, money was very tight. I mean, you know, like when I was like 18, $100 was like so much money, bro. Oh my God. I mean, it still is, don't get me wrong, but like back then, if I had $10 on my Steam account, I felt rich. I felt rich. Like, you have to understand, I felt like oil, like I felt like an oiler. So yeah, I lost $100 on CSGO Wild. I don't know if you guys remember it, if you're around. CSGO Wild. I lost $100. It wasn't just like one bet, it was multiple. And that point, I was like, I swear I will never do this again. It was one of the harshest lessons ever, but and it was because of these streamers that really made it look legitimate. You know? They made it seem like, oh, you know, like, I'm doing this like 4 hours every stream or whatever. You can do it too. So yeah. So that's why I'm never going to accept gambling ever. I mean, it shouldn't be the reason. In general, you shouldn't. But like me personally, I do have a personal experience with it. Like, don't get me wrong. it would be really fun to like just have the community watch me play something like blackjack or whatever. It would be fun, right? But just knowing that there's one viewer that could see me do it when they would have never done it, but because I'm doing it, they'll do it. No, no, no. But you know, but I'll still do it in a video game, right? If there's like, you know, gambling in a video game, I'll do it. But like IRL money, no. So yeah, this is really weird. And yeah, especially when you spend your hard-earned money on me, always happy to lighten your wallet. Such a good boy. Like, dude, that's so weird. That's just so weird. Here's the reward that I took for you this morning. Thank you so much. You're very hot and pretty. That's so weird. That's so weird. That is so weird. Yeah. You know, there's a lot, like, I don't think you guys realize this. But like, look at this. Hey, Shayy, just want to let you know that when I'm a submissive headspace, it's easy to convince me to do things without thinking. TLDR, please don't drain my wallet. Okay, so I want you guys to understand this. It doesn't really happen to like me and other male content creators, but this happens to women, specifically like female VTubers, female content creators, female streamers, all the fucking time. They're not going to talk about it because they don't want to give these people attention. But I personally know content creators who are women who get these kinds of messages all the fucking time. Like someone will DM them and be like, please use my wallet. Please use my wallet. Please. Like, here's my credit card. They literally just send an image of their credit card. Please use it however you want. Please. Just take however much money you want. And you have to understand that a lot of these content creators don't do it. I'd say the majority don't. And that's very important. You know, they don't mention it, but I just thought I'd mention it. Because if they did, you'd know. If they did, you'd know. But yeah, this happens so damn often. So damn often. So this is when like Shayy, as a responsible content creator, should say, no, like, I'm not going to do that. I like talking to you, but I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm not going to mess with your money. I'm not going to ruin your life. It's your life, you know? But yeah, Anonymous 5. Again, same thing. Purposefully ignore me. Leave me out of conversations. Yep. All right. Okay. Very far my life. Eventually talked about how they got in their new house. Oh, bro has a new house too. Congrats, Shayy. Dumbass. I mentioned I looked a lot better now and they hit me with the proof. For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. How often did he message people proof ? Almost every interaction became flirtatious. Yep. Every single day asking for intimate favors. Every conversation afterwards involved some sort of pet play. God damn. Oh my God. Wait. This is when the second round of them constantly asking me to help them flick the bean began. Except this time they always had some cutesy remark to guilt me for not doing it. Every day? Every day? Brother. My God. All right. Bro, like, can someone tell Shayy that there's like, can someone tell Shayy, like, you don't live in the UK, you can actually access corn sites without a VPN? You know, can you just tell Shayy that? Bro had like 30 people, and whenever Rock Solid would begin, he'd just be like, okay. I think Shayy had their own bingo. Okay, who am I making a message? All right, help me. Help me do the deed. Now. That's it. Shayy flirted with me in DMs constantly for months while in a monogamous relationship. They also stared straight down my chest for a noticeably long time at the first GDQ I went to. And asked to give me massages 4 times at AGDQ 2025 while my partner was right there, and while I said no repeatedly. Creepy uncle ass behavior. Bro, dude. Is AGDQ just Epstein's Island? Like, I expect at this point that the only reason I don't have more instances of Shayy being creepy to me at GDQs was because people were actively keeping Shayy away from me at my request because being around them made me feel uncomfortable and unsafe. That's crazy. I was one of Shay's old friends. I don't know if I was ever close to them or not, but they liked me enough to want to have e-sex with me. Dude, that word always makes me laugh. All right, reset the bingo. This is a bit long, but we'll do it. We'll get through it. This would start at the very start of 2024, and at first I didn't enjoy it until I realized they were only reaching out to me for e-sex. The first time I noticed this was when I was out with my significant other. They were aware that I was up to this. I made sure to ask them first. How many open relations? How many like polyamorous? What is this community? What is going on? Like if that's crazy. If I was a teenager and I discovered the Undertale Deltarune community and I discovered Shayy, I would think this is normal because of how many people are in like polyamorous relationships. That's the problem of like being in an echo chamber. Mugen, where did you go? Oh shit, where did I go? Oh shit, my bad. Damn it. I selected the wrong scene. This is the scene I used to record. How long was I gone? Anyway. Bro just faded back in. Yeah. We missed you, Vision. I missed you guys too. Anyway. We were getting ice cream, and while eating, I noticed Shayy messaged me, and I got very excited because they have never done that before up to that point. My stomach sunk once I realized that they were not reaching out to me. I realized that they were not reaching out to me, not because they wanted to speak to me. Okay, that was badly written, but I realized they were reaching out to me not because they want to speak to me, but because they were horned up. Yo, Flugel Wolf, thank you so much. What's up? Love that smile. I would tell them that I could help out once I got home. But they didn't take that answer and ran with it anyways. I felt the need to placate them just so they could talk to them at all, and I fully regret giving in to them. While you were on a date with your significant other? Even if it was more of a quarter-hearted effort from me. They seemingly were able to finish because of me, and when I expected to be able to talk to them after, they left. I felt used, and this would continue to be the same feeling I had for almost 2 years. Oh my god, bro. Are we getting to the end? Yeah, maybe another hour. Yeah, maybe another hour. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't, maybe. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Not bro finishing and leaving right after. Yeah, I know, right? That's crazy. It's crazy how much power like a content creator has over fans sometimes, and that's why like it's very important to make the right people famous, you know? We need more quesos, less Shays, right? Less Dr. Disrespect, less whatever, everything. Okay, so this is how the DMs would start when Anonymous 7 would be on that date, okay? Less EDPs, true. Man, EDP was funny. It sucks that the dude was like into 13-year-olds, man. Anyway. Hi, a silly girl. Hope you're well. Hi. That's a lot of I. Someone feeling a bit silly? Maybe. I'm a bit bummed out, but that's normal these days. How you holding up? Been worried about you. I will never be able to look at this fucking thing the same way again. This shit's evil. I swear, when that shit gets put in the chat by Shayy, it's just flirty mode. All right. Boom. It's like flirt mode activate. Good, but would be better if I had a cute girl on her knees helping me out, to be honest. Again, with that smiley face. Yeah. God damn, smooth. Again, with that fucking smiley face. Unfortunately, I'm out right now, so I can't help with that too much, but I can when I get home in a little bit. Should be 30-ish minutes. That's a while, haha. Don't worry, I could just imagine it. Really? How often does this dude beat his meat? Damn, Agent, how long is the stream? I'm almost finishing my 9 to 5. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I was able to be there during your whole work day. Often, I'm guessing. Dude, like every hour? Every half an hour? Like how often, bro? Terminal gooter. Terminal gooter. Terminal groomer. Can you give a TLDR? I just joined. Shayy, one of the biggest Undertale Deltarune content creators, lost 100k subs after a document was posted. Here are some of the things he would say to like over 30 people. Bro had a harem of people. He would legit talk to them when they were 17 and wait until they turned 18. Isn't life so much easier when I choose your pronouns and gender? Your pronouns are mine, etc., etc. Yeah, that's who we're dealing with here. All right, that's a good TLDR. Damn, you really find me that hot? Yes, you are. Thanks for the help. Bro needed 10 minutes to finish. And this was all done while Anonymous 7 was on a date with their significant other. You know, wait, let me see. I want to make sure nothing crazy shows up, but yeah. You know, I always wondered why cuck chairs existed at hotels. But after reading through this document, I'm really starting to understand. It's just I didn't meet the right people to understand why the cuck chair exists, you know? It makes sense. It really does make sense. Imagine being on a date with your significant other. And that person needs 10 minutes. They're like on their phone, right? On their phone. They need 10 minutes because they need to help this absolute degenerate to beat the meat. After 10 minutes, after this dude finishes, okay, I'm back. What are we getting for dinner? Oh my God. This would go on for months. With me feeling worse. Why did this go on for so long? Why? And worse about it. This would eventually lead to a confrontation on my end. It would end with them saying that they did not see me like that and they wouldn't be able to live with themselves if they treated their friend like that. Oh my God. In retrospect, I was too nice here because they did not address most of my concerns here. They would make it about themselves and ignore basically everything I said. Yep. After this conversation, all contact with Shayy was basically minimal at best and cold shoulder at worst. I would reach out trying to strike up conversation and nothing would come of it because, of course, so. The times they would reach out, of course, was for, you know what, below's the first confrontation. All right, I didn't reach out much. I didn't think you liked talking to me that much. Oh my God, bro. Oh, it's always the same excuses. It's like, oh, I didn't reach out because I didn't think if you liked me that way. Sorry. And I don't view you that way. It's like this fucker had a script. This reading the DMs in this doc feels like being in the cuck chair, but against our will. No, man, I'm more like an investigator showing up to a crime scene that is so horrendous I can barely stop myself from puking. Platonically glued to the cuck chair. All right. Okay. Here we go with the smiley face again. Wow, we like that picture, huh? Also, hi, I hope you're well. Just got back from getting Indian food, and yeah, I'm really into upskirts. Indian food, yeah, goes hard. Very. Perv. And there's another confrontation, I guess. It's okay. Thanks for telling me how we... Wow, an actual hug. No head pats. Wow. For some context, I was going through a massive depressive episode at the time due to my experiences with Shayy. I truly felt like I was a toy that was being used by them for their own pleasure and nothing else. So this was the second confrontation. It spiraled into a full insecurity/delusion where I felt like my only value was where the only thing that mattered to people was my body and nothing else. After all, my voice clearly didn't matter. This episode would lead me to cut out all with people outside of my partners. So this was polyamory. It became a self-harm... I probably shouldn't have read that. A self ritual, only reaffirming that yes, the only thing that people like about me is my body. I sent out a tweet on an alt, I screenshotted it and sent it to all parties involved. Of course, one of them was Shayy. This was spawned into a conversation where they asked if I felt like they used me. Below is that conversation. It would technically be the third time I confronted them on how they treated me. Okay. All right. I struggle a lot with cues, and I think it's like really unclear to me, but that's no excuse. I will do better. I promise. I think what gets me is that the 3 separate times I've talked to you about it, it didn't click. Dude was just, he probably forgot who he was talking to. Right? Bro, I'm waiting for you to end the stream so I can watch the VOD. Oh, we'll be live for like at least another hour, I think. But yeah, I think the thing with Shayy is that I think they would genuinely, legit start to forget who they're talking to. Like, they'd get confronted about shit all the time. They'd use the same script and they'd be like, wait, did I use this already? Did I already say that? And I think Shayy was just forgetting here at this point. I don't even think Shayy knew who the fuck he was talking to. Yep. Misgendered. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway. Yeah. The only reason he apologized was because there was a recent call out by victim 1. Okay. All right. Yes, I definitely see the pattern of behavior. Absolutely. I didn't even need to see this for the pattern of behavior. I already know there was a pattern of behavior. Yeah. All right. Former friend, staff. We can skip this. We can skip this as well. Former moderator of Shay's Discord. Okay. So what are you trying to tell me here? Okay. Again, I had conversations and engagement with Shayy over DMs with the implication that their partner, Star Smiley, was made aware. She had not. Okay. When we first started talking with each other, I felt like Shayy had been using me for gratification. Yeah, yeah, there's a pattern. You know, there is some sort of a pattern here. You know, I can't place my finger on it, but, you know. Again, I feel I was used. Basically, 90% of my conversations with Shayy would be them trying to engage me in a flirtatious or matter, or the conversations would start out normal and then they would inevitably turn into one of those things. A couple of these times included saying I could top them in 4K and asking for spicy pics in the middle of a regular conversation about a new phone I'd gotten. Oh my God, look, I got a new iPhone. No way, that's so sick. Are you a bottom? Do you have any spicy pics? Can you take off your pants? Yo, what do you think about, like, can I send you my schlong? Ugh. I got a new phone yesterday. It's pretty cool. Ooh, what kind? Android. Friend gave me friend gave me their old phone from 2023. Ooh, nice, nice. Now you can top me in 4K or whatever. Any cute selfies lately? Anything spicy by any chance? These emojis are so creepy when they're used by Shayy, bro. And no, it's not because I have them inverted. They are so creepy. They're so creepy. What a predator. Flashbang. I saw that this was live at the start of the school day. Congrats, you made it through another day of school. Good night, pretty bestie. I mean, it's true, you're stunning. And Shayy would then go back to like an old picture of Anonymous 10's chest and say, case in point. I forgot I sent that. It's a very good photo that makes me think very normal thoughts. All right, it's time for me to hop into bed. Good night. And finally, Anonymous 11. I was 17 when I showed up in Shay's chat. About 8 months later, after I turned 18, Shayy stone shifted and got flirty. I'm so done, bro. How many people? Bingo. Even after I said I'm in a monogamous relationship and I was uncomfortable. Yeah, see, no boundaries. Things stayed pretty restricted to just compliments and things and DMs that I would ignore until SGDQ25. We were in our hotel room and I was showing Shayy a video on my phone and they invited me over to sit with them. So I got up from my bed and sat next to Shayy for a bit. They very quickly put an arm around me and physically pulled me with them to lay down. Because I got lucky and my partner happened to be in the room, the situation was interrupted very quickly and they got me physically away from Shayy for the time being. I was visibly uncomfortable enough that someone physically interrupted the situation. After this, we went to a big group dinner with Shayy. My partner was so anxious over what happened to the point where they had to go to the bathroom and have a panic attack. Oh my god. Why are you guys going then? Oh my god. They didn't tell me this until after the fact because they didn't want me to stress over it. While they were in the bathroom, the topic of age came up at the table. Shay's exact words were, "I can't believe people your age are old enough to be propositioning to me." I had a physical reaction to this comment, immediately felt my chest hurt and my throat get tight. I felt like I had given Shayy the idea that I wanted an actual relationship. I snapped back and said, "Who said I was propositioning you?" And the topic seemed to be dropped. Once my partner returned to the table, yeah, once the partner who was probably puking their guts out in the bathroom returned to the table, I went to the bathroom to have a panic attack of my I can't help but laugh over how ridiculous this is, dude. Shayy and I had conversations in the past about how I felt objectified when lots of my friends ended up flirting with me, and I felt like that was what was happening again. I did DM Shayy that night, and they seemed to apologize rather quickly, and I chalked it up to bad communication on my part. Looking back, I don't feel like this is the case. Obviously, I was uncomfortable enough that someone physically removed me from within touching distance. Okay, now we're going back in time. At SGDQ23, me and some others went to Shay's hotel room. Dude, can we... Okay, no, seriously. Like, seriously, bro. He is looking down. No, he is looking up from hell. He is looking up from hell. And he's like, yo, why the hell did I buy an entire island when I could have just used a hotel room at SGDQ? Why the hell did I bother buying an entire island with a private jet when I could have literally just used the hotel room in SGDQ? Is GDQ in the bingo card? Probably should have been. Probably should have been. But yeah, honestly, every single story has GDQ. Every single story. Because Shayy was a speedrunner. At SGDQ 23, me and some others went to Shay's hotel room to say goodbyes. I should have added Shayy hotel room to the bingo because people were leaving early the next morning. During this, Shayy went to hug me and they picked me up by the waist. As they were holding me, they adjusted a little bit and I chalked it up to an uncomfortable grip. They swayed with me so my dangling legs were moving and I felt their erect... God, bro. This video is getting demonetized. There's no way. There's no way. This VOD's getting demonetized, bro. Oh my God, this is getting demonetized so hard. And I felt their member, their sausage, press into my thigh. Was this person rock hard 24/7? Was this person just rock hard every moment of the day? They held me there for about 30 seconds before they set me down. I feel violated. Yeah, you should. I was 18 and had just gone on a trip without my parents for the first time. I didn't deserve to be touched like that, especially not in a crowded hotel room. Anyway, all right. Well, guys, congratulations. This is one way to end this. We made it through the entire 250-page doc. Wow. 6 hours, 40 minutes. With a lot of interruptions, of course. Now, there's a second document. Kibbles, shortly after, 2 days later, would post this saying, Shayy had done absolutely disgusting and vile stuff to my girlfriend. She would like to share her story. And this person, of course, blocked me. I don't know why. Again, they just like Shayy pre-ordered, you know, the many victims, Kibbles pre-ordered blocking me. I guess they thought they knew I would check this. I don't know. Don't worry, this one's fairly short. This one's fairly short, dude. Right? Yeah, just a bunch of images mostly. Yeah, it's fine. We can get through this. Guys, we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this right. Okay? We don't go like we don't go like halfway through, you know? You know? Anyway, there's 3. No. I haven't seen the third one. Right? Some people have been saying 3 documents, but I haven't seen the third one. Must have been posted somewhere else. But regardless, no. We're not going to do the third one. We're just going to go through this one, okay? We're just going to go through this one. I saw people talking about 3. It's okay, guys. We're trauma bonding. Is there a clip of Miskiff saying him and Emmy were traumatized, bonded is peak irony? Yeah, I remember when Miskiff was like, yeah, me and Emir were trauma bonded. That's why we like ended up getting back together. Anyway. All right. Platonic trauma bonding. Hey everyone, my name is Kibbles. I'm writing on behalf of Ava. We both have been in voice chat going through all of Shay's DMs with Ava, so we both know the context well. Okay, so listen, I do want to make this clear. This document was a bit more controversial, as you can see from like the top reply saying, your adult girlfriend cheated on you with a... To which Sybils would say, the fuck is wrong with you? No. And I'm pretty sure Destiny talked about this, did he? Oh no, he talked about Aspen. This person claiming that Shayy was being overtly flirtatious because they're too autistic to understand the disinterest being communicated in DMs here. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, so as I said in the beginning, there were people who really like weren't fully supportive of the documents. There were, you know, if we're going to be neutral here, there are different points of view. So we decided to release another document outside of my own because Ava's experiences weren't really well represented in the one documenting my experiences. There is so much more vile and disgusting shit that Shayy has done to her, and her experiences need to be put out there so just as much as everyone else's. All right, cool. Ava refers to me as both Hazel and V in this document. Hazel is what I use to go by, and V is my preferred IRL name. Okay. Damn. Just like in Cyberpunk. How's the stream still going? It just is, man. You know, we're just built different over here. Not just me, but you guys for watching the whole thing. Ava had been a fan of Shayy since 2021. Classic. She would actively watch their content and look up to them as a content creator and a streamer. Guys, this is why I don't message viewers. You know, this is, you know, like, this is why, listen, I mostly message IRL friends, other content creators. This is why I don't, you know, get friendly with viewers, bro. You know, like, you don't want to, you don't want to get into, you don't want to like make them think, like, because I know how it's like when you message a content creator that you really like. They'll be flabbergasted, and their expectations of you will be different from what you're expecting. You're talking to a fan, they're talking, you know, like it's asking for trouble. You don't want to play with someone's emotions, you know, you don't want to do that stuff, you know, and it can so easily happen because as people have pointed out, there is a power dynamic, whether you want it there to be there or not. There's a power dynamic. Like as a content creator, it's like, I don't know. It's like if you're a regular employee and you see the CEO in the hallway, the CEO might want to have a normal conversation with you. But for you, it's like, oh my God, I'm talking to the fucking CEO, right? So, yeah. Mugen doesn't want to pre-order a platonic smiley face from his fans. No, yeah, thankfully I had, you know, a good upbringing, great parents. It wasn't the easiest, you know, childhood, but they did their best. And they raised me in a way that wouldn't make me be a creep that would pre-order 17-year-olds and wait until they're 18 and note that down on a notepad so that I can go to them and be like, oh my God, you're 18, happy birthday. Want to kiss platonically? Anyway. So much that she got into Undertale, speedrunning herself as an inspiration. See, this is really important. Many people got into Undertale and speedrunning because of Shayy. Thanks for hating us platonically. I don't hate you, dumbass. Ava wouldn't be in direct contact with Shayy until late 2022, though they wouldn't have much of a conversation until 2024. This was because Ava met me, which caused her to talk more frequently with Shayy because I was already friends with Shayy. This would cause her to gain more confidence in DMing and talking to them on a semi-frequent basis. Okay, these were the first conversations. They're talking about resolutions and stuff. Okay, this all changed one day when Shayy made a weird comment out of the blue towards her. Okay. Damn, this Toriel ass skip is easy. Just kidding. Sheesh. Automasher, my beloved. Also, I don't know what else to tell, but I got MDS for the first time today 4 times. That skip sucks, but I'm so proud of myself. Yo, good puppy. Who talks like this, bro? All right, we have to. All right, bingo time. Boom. And I'm pretty sure yeah, I was watching him when she was 17. So let's just do that. Okay. Good puppy. Okay. All right. Dude, like Shayy bingo? Yes. Yes, we've gotten bored here. We've been here for 6 hours, almost 7, reading this fucking dog shit. No, there's no head pats. Just saying good puppy. There's no head pats yet. Okay, we'll see. But yeah, dude, I don't know. Like Ava just having a normal conversation about speedrunning, and Shay's like, "Yo, good puppy." Who talks like this with a random, whatever? Ava would be completely confused. Says, "Holy moly!" Shayy would be like, puppy pilled. Out of nowhere, Shayy would call her a good puppy. Ava made no advances on Shayy before this point, and none of their conversations remotely referenced this kind of language. These messages from Shayy would slowly ramp up over time. Breezy, thank you. Ooh. Wow, can't believe you still haven't followed me on Blue Sky. This is Shayy liking a post of Ava on Blue Sky. Maybe if you ask nicely, please. Aw, cute. To which Ava would post an image saying gay. And then Shayy would say, good girl. Followed. I just want to put it, God, bro. Like, where is this? Wait, let me find it without finding anything explicit to just express to you how I feel right now. Yep. This is me right now. I'm just like the eyebrows are so perfect too, because it's like, and yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like raised eyebrow face with that going in the mouth. Yes. Yes. It shouldn't be a normal expression because I'm so confused. The next time that Shayy would display this kind of behavior was when Ava asked them to follow her on Blue Sky. It's worth noting here that Ava still looked up to Shayy as one of their favorite creators. This kind of language should definitely not be exchanged with someone who is an active viewer and fan of yours. Okay, let's see it. Did you just reply to my post while streaming? LMAO? LMAO, I checked my phone during a cutscene. Oh, this is Shay's alt. Attention is nice. This is where Shayy would post like the fucking ding dong. Good puppy platonically, bro. Dude, what the fuck is that donation, bro? What the fuck is that donation? At least you had it platonically. Bro, I've seen this stream pop up multiple times on my FYP and it's still going. What the hell? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, if you're not subscribed, subscribe. Watch my videos. You'll love it. You want background noise during your day? Do it. You'll love it. Money back guarantee. Despite them exchanging loot account information, most of their DMs with each other still weren't super explicit. Most of it was just teasing each other or offhanded compliments. Okay, what is this? Ah, fuck. It's bugged. What page is this? Okay, 6. 6, page 6. Let me refresh. I want to see what the hell this is. Flashbang. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just a gif of like fire writing. Okay. Thank God. This blind and nothing to be man, call me Chico because ain't nobody bossing me around. It's so peak. For real. Also, hi, cute girl. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing better than before. How are you, cute NB? Nya. The blind and nothing to me man is referencing Balatro and Dracula Flow. Shayy would eventually bring up the thought of having a YouTube Shorts editor. At this point, Ava was already working for me, so this definitely piqued her interest, especially when Shayy was offering 100% of the revenue Shorts make, just like I do. Wait, this is a content creator, right? Oh, it is. Another Undertale content creator. Okay. So that picture My bestie is so epic and cool. So at the time, I guess Ava and Sibbles were like friends. And she was posting an image of the YouTube play button. Oh, shit gets deep. Shit gets deep. So, Shayy would eventually bring up the thought of having a YouTube Shorts editor. At this point, Ava was already working for me, so this is Sibbles talking. So this definitely piqued her interest, especially when Shayy was offering 100% of the revenue Shorts make, just like I do. That's crazy. You don't really find that often. 100%. Usually it's like 40-60, 50-50. Most YouTubers I know, they pay a flat fee every short. Like, you know, I don't know, 30, 50, 40 bucks per short. Because, you know, they sometimes, it depends on the content. Some don't really take that long to edit. It's just really about clipping. We just stream on my birthday. Happy birthday. But yeah, I don't think there's 5 documents. I don't think there's 5. Look, either way, I'm ending it after this. Okay. I think it's good enough to understand that Chase fucked up. So yeah, the flirting though would rapidly get more and more intense with time. It eventually turned into full-on roleplay. Kibbles didn't do a video, but he did do a live. Man, I'm so gassy today. About Shayy.
I never spoke out about any of their behavior until now because...
Yeah, but it's pretty much everything in the document, kind of, to an extent. And their point of view. Google Documents. Google those are the 2 we looked at. Look, Google Doc 1, Google Doc 2. This one we just read, took 6 hours. And this one, which we're reading right now. Perfect. Wonderful. So there's only 2 documents. Kitty wants to be, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Yo, this is full on fucking, holy shit, dude. Are we sure? Like, Ava was consenting at this point, man. Kitty wants to be told to... You know what, dude? You're so adorable when you're needy. Bust for your owner. I guess this is Ava saying this. And Shay's like, Nya. God damn it. Ava says, oh, cute. Now go clean up, pet. Wait, so Ava's the dominant one here. Shayy was just everywhere. Shayy was just having a master-pet relationship. Shayy was being like the pet. Shayy... What, dude, what did... Dude, how did Shayy even have time to still upload? I don't understand. Yes, Shayy uploaded once a month. Did Shayy lose more subs? Yes, lost another 1,000. How can you... I don't get it. Anyway, back to the document. Shayy would say, okay, cat smiley face, hee hee. Ava would say, good kitty. Shayy would say, hee hee, did you have fun? And Ava would say, yep. Ava was forced into being the dominant one in all forms of role-playing. When asked if she had fun, she responds with yep, but this was because she didn't want to hurt Shay's feelings, because she looked up to them. Now see, this is interesting. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. This is definitely like a gray area. Knowing the kind of person Shayy is, sure. But if I didn't know who Shayy was and I saw this, I think, bro, these are 2 consenting adults. I don't see the problem. Like, did you have fun? Yep. You know, it's tricky. Maybe there's more context in the document itself. But as far as I can tell here, these are 2 consenting adults role-playing. Yeah. Anyway, once role-playing has started, Shayy would frequently start demonstrating a lack of interest in normal conversation. Oftentimes, either ignoring conversations or trying to start flirting when the topic wasn't related to flirting. Platonic father, please, I'm tired. So Ava would, as always, share stuff about speedrunning. Shayy would say, he made the mimic, this is fucking horrible. Lol is an alternate I just saw. And then would say, eat shit, because I guess Ava defeated that thing. And then Shayy would say, good job, mutt. I guess mutt's another way of saying, like, puppy. Shayy would also begin DMing Ava whenever they wanted to flirt or roleplay with her, to the point where it was almost daily. Dude, how often did this guy goon? Serious fucking question. Yo, the Armored Baron. Feels weird not to hear your voice at 2x plus speed. I know a lot of people watch me at 2x. Yeah, and I get it with the longevity of the videos, but yeah, in streams you can't unless you watch the VOD. But thank you so much. Glad to have you here. Much appreciated. Bro, like, is Shayy like gluttony personified? What the hell, dude? Because this wasn't just with Ava, this was like with 20 plus other people. And would just like DM, like some of them would, Shayy would DM every single day. Did Shayy have like 5 monitors and would just DM people all the time and just goon individual? I don't get it, bro. Meow. So done. I'm so done with this. I'm so done with this guy, bro. I'm so done. Ava would respond with woof, bro. What the hell? No, like legit. Ava would say, "How you doing, cutie?" Yeah, doing good, owner. Just starts off the conversation by calling Ava owner. That's good. I was going to head to bed soon to try and wake up early and get work done. Got to get 4 more shorts done, so I'm a week ahead when I visit Hazel. Bed sounds nice, but what if you used me first? Oh my god. Oh my god. God, please cleanse my eyesight. Please. Please, just cleanse it. Cleanse my soul and spirit. When I go to sleep, please allow me to wake up as a new man. Hard watch, Mujin. You're telling me. Let's skip to the text. Please release us from this hell. Dude, this is the meat of the fucking controversy, though. Would love your opinion on this. Thanks. Made this edit for an upcoming short for my bestie. Okay. Oh, this is cute. I love it. Thanks. Sort of just locked in and thought of it, and it worked somehow. Owner is so smart. Dude. Handcuffs right now. Prison. Psych ward. Anything. Just get Shayy out of society. Get Shayy out of... No. When Ava was working, Shayy would often still attempt to flirt with her, even when she was trying really hard to focus on work. Working right now? Gotta get this one right now and another one done by Wednesday, because that's when I leave. Giving you encouragement. Yep, here's the padding. All right. See, pleading emoji. Oh my god, bro. Oh my, you couldn't do anything. With Shayy, if he said, "Man, I'm really hungry," dude would get horny. I said the word. Fuck. Dude would get horned up. Oh, you're hungry? You want to eat me instead? Like, dude, leave me alone. All right. Hat pat. Shayy, PP, same bed. I don't think we're going to see the majority of this. Unstoppable force meets immovable object type shit. Hell yeah, I'm immovable. Bro had no bitches. No, Shayy had a harem of like close to 30 people he would do this shit with. When Ava, yeah, so gotta get this one right now. Giving encouragement, pat, pleading. Can I lay on your lap while you work? You're so annoying. Oh my god. Dude, thing is, like, I get admiring a YouTuber, but at a certain point you gotta like roll your eyes and be like, oh my god. Leave me alone, bro. You're actually an adult. You're a grown-ass man. Recording footage, again with the cat smiley face. I thought maybe you were just bad and kept dying and restarting. Yes, totally on purpose. Hee. Ralsei just has KR for some reason. 7 attacks in, lol. Maybe owner is just bad. Stop calling her owner. Well, yeah, I already know I'm a fake fan. I did my casual play of Deltarune Chapter 2 just last week. This is legit, like, this is legit. No, this right here. No, wait. Let me just do this. Let me just take a screenshot real quick. Wait. Let me take the screenshot with Dark Reader off because it's inverted. And there we go. Okay. This is the last thing you see. This is the last thing you see before this fucker goes ballistic. Like straight up. I got to make a tweet about this. Wait. Okay. Repost, quote. The last thing you see before Shayy would start talking about their pee-pee. No, would start role-playing as a pet. Or no, would start, the last thing you see before Shayy would start trying to change your pronouns because of a weird ass alien. No, because of weird ass. Yeah, there we go. All right, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Platonic, because wait, yeah, because of trying to platonically change your pronouns because of a weird ass. Okay. All right, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Here it is. Here it is. Yep, that's the last thing you see, dude. That's the last thing you see. All right, back to this. Okay. And more head pats. Yep, there we go. More head pats. The following screenshots are more instances of Shayy DMing her just to flirt. Wonderful. That's exactly what I wanted more of. Literally, like, look at this. This is how Shayy would start the conversation. Yeah, hello. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. Heading home after seeing the Minecraft movie. Chicken jockey. Did owner have a good trip? Dude, this is so weird. Ava would say, been catching back up on work, which hasn't been the easiest thing. Oh, sorry, am I distracting you? No, I've been distracting myself with wanting to upgrade my PC too. Gonna finish this short, then take a shower. Distract yourself with me, to be honest. A literal, like, cartoon character at this point because of how fucked this is. Cat posting to the DM. Bro, cat posting is insane. I'll never forget that. I learned something new. Eventually, me and Ava started dating, so Shayy asked if she still was okay with doing stuff, flirty stuff with her. Eventually, me and Ava start. So this dude, Kibbles, right? You spell it Kibbles, right? Eventually, me and Ava started dating, so Shayy asked if she was still okay doing and flirty stuff with her. She also found my alt account by happenstance. I suppose I should ask, since you're dating someone now. Yeah, I don't know about the freaky stuff. I'll ask Hazel about it. Does she know about that? She knew about that one time, but I haven't told her about other times. Okay, I don't super mind since I trust her and we're friends, and also, I mean, we have mutually shared information on each other in that regard. What? I mean, like, I've seen her alt account lol by complete happenstance, mind you. Okay. What is up with people making alt accounts, man? At this point, Shayy stopped flirting with her, but also showed no interest in having any sort of conversation with her. Wow. Wow. Who could have guessed? Oh, Kibbles go by Sheer. Oh. Okay. So yeah, got in a relationship with her. So yeah, dude, very, very predictable, right? Who could have seen this coming? Who could have seen the fact that after not being able to, like, call Ava owner, doing all sorts of shit, being freaky, Shayy wouldn't be interested in having a normal conversation? Bro, who could have seen this coming? It's not like it already happened a dozen times. No, crazy. Despite not having permission to flirt with her, Shayy still did in fact try to do so. Color me surprised. Imagine my shock. Imagine my shock The sky is blue moment. So true. But it was all platonic, man. Yeah. Bread found in bakery. Uh, check the file names. No PC right now. What are they? The first one is 7. The second one is 27. Killing you. Lol. You're spared because you're pretty. You're welcome. Yippee, thank you, cutie. Yeah. Ava then asked what Shay's boundaries are with her girlfriend, asked out of curiosity. Oh, she's extremely asexual, like repulsed. Yeah, it's totally okay. I'm fine. From this point onward, Ava and Shayy began working together and discussing a plan on YouTube Shorts. All right, so I did kind of briefly look at this as well. This is where things also get interesting. This isn't just about flirting. It's also about Shayy being very weird business-wise too. So, hey, I was hoping to talk about some plans. Sure. Okay, so I was thinking if you could write up and record about a week's worth of audio and I start working on them, you could start uploading the shorts I make, blah, blah, blah. Week's worth of audio. So they're kind of like talking about how shorts are going to work. Shayy would say, gotcha. Thank you. Also worth noting that Hazel doesn't upload shorts on days. She uploads long form content. All this assuming you would even want daily short uploads. And then Shayy would say, okay, I think I'm ready to start doing these. Cool. This was 8 days later. Okay. Yeah. When they finally said they're ready to start doing these, this was the day I sent them a picture of my boobs. My wait, there's another document? No, this is the one. When were the boobs sent? No, this is a different document. What? So there are 3 documents. Okay, wait. After my YouTube Shorts editor and girlfriend, Zaywire, referred to as Ava, had been looking for work outside of me for a bit now. Okay. Wait, let me see. Boobs? I just want to understand what this is. I'm not going to read this document. Why am I seeing some? Okay. Wow. So Kibbles would have to send pictures of her boobs to Shayy so that Shayy would start working with her girlfriend on shorts. Because Kibbles really wanted Ava to find more work. Bruh. Bruh. 3 hours after the boobs, Shayy would message Ava and say, okay, I'm ready to start doing these. Hey, Ava Shorts. So that's what Kibbles would say, right? Ava Shorts. Okay, I'll offer you a booby pic if you give Ava any sort of shorts. Shayy would say, wowie, you gotta do it. She's begging, we need money. I'll DM her tonight. Yeah. That's really sad, bro. That's really sad. That is really sad. Shayy would still try to initiate flirting despite still not getting the stuff to Ava that she needed to start making the shorts. That's crazy. That is crazy. What the fuck is this, bro? What am I looking? Are they communicating telepathically? This is legit the 7th layer of hell, bro. This is... What even is this? By the way, mind you, Ava is still waiting on material from Shayy to start making shorts, and this is what Shay's sending. Drink water. True. Thanks for the reminder. Let's stretch. Actually, let's raise the desk. Oh, that's right. I have a standing desk, baby. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. All right. So I'm standing up right now. Okay. So Ava would still try to get the short stuff she needed from Shayy. Then on July 29th, 30 days after they were supposed to go up, Shayy finally gets what Ava needed to start working on them. Platonically standing, bro. How far are we going to stretch this shit? Again, Shayy would start with this, send it. Did you know about the secret? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this was a short. Ava would show progress reports on the creation of shorts, yet Shayy would lack a response to some. And when they did respond, it was done through flirting. Oh my God, bro. Good girl. You know, I've worked with shorts editors before. Like a couple shorts here and there. My shorts don't really do that well. I don't know. I feel like it's really more like long form. But like, yeah, I always try to respond as soon as possible and try to like not waste their time, because obviously like their time is valuable. They can use it to work with others. And I usually always responded with like long feedback. Me imagining saying good girl to a short after they send it is insane. I also forget the short's upload date on August 2nd and completely miss it. I think you forgot to upload the short. No worries though. Just thinking what time they'll be uploaded tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Took a little bit to do that one. Yeah, at this point, I think we're like at 3 head pats. 3 head pats. Yeah. No mention of long hair. No mention of like, oh, are you transitioning? Show me your boobs. No platonic. No same sleeping in the same bed. No Shayy pee mentioned yet. No girl cocks. All right. As a bingo now? Yep. Wait, don't tell them they did a good job? Of course I do. It's in the feedback. It's like, hey, you did great, but there's some things you can improve. Ava would then restate her boundaries, explaining that she doesn't want to do stuff anymore. It's all right. By the way, I should mention, I'm not really wanting to do stuff anymore if me being hesitant wasn't clear. Thank you for telling me. Thumbs up. Shay's responses then got more and more dry. So predictable. I knew it. When I saw this message, I knew that Shayy was not going to respond anymore. Not responding to friendly messages, and didn't respond to her getting shorts done until days after she finished them. Thanks for being a good owner and reading all this, Unk. We pups enjoy this for real, platonically. Can I ban donations? Thanks so much for the 10. Yeah. Excellent. No rush on these, by the way. Gonna have a vid this Sunday, and then once we have the full batch of them, I can do another straight week of these. Take your time. Legit, like, didn't even respond to this Instagram post, nothing. Okay. The next batches of shorts were ready, and Shayy planned to upload them on the 20th of August, but didn't actually manage to until the 24th. Was going to start next week, though. If you want, I can start tomorrow instead. Okay. All right. Cool. Shayy then threw around the thought of changing their deal. They originally were planning on giving 100% of the revenue earned from shorts to Ava, but then said that if they make a lot of money, they'll want to take 10%. See, this is the shady stuff I was talking about. So it was agreed upon, right? 100% is 100%, dude. No contract, because they Ava trusted Shayy, but Shayy started to notice that their shorts were performing very well, and they were actually starting to make more than like $1,000 a month. At that point, they were like, "Oh, I kind of want that money now." Yeah, don't worry, I won't read the third doc. There's nothing extra to. Like, it's mostly just this like going back and forth between Kibbles and Shayy about the shorts. But like for the most part, and of course Kibbles and Shayy flirted too. I mean, bro, there's no one that didn't flirt with Shayy at this point. Seriously. Ava then mentions that she didn't expect to make so much money off of shorts from Shayy, to which Shayy responds with the fact that they're working for a big YouTuber now, egotistical freak. What? Definitely cannot mirror the 100% that V gives you, but I mean, you two also plan to live together, so it's not like that really matters in the long run. Hi, welcome to having a big channel, about to hit 450. How's that going for you, buddy? Down 1,000. How's that going for you, huh? Nice flex. All right. In this conversation, they would also flex they're going to be the biggest YouTuber outside of Merg, while also saying they weren't a gooner. I'm about to pass Mystic, so that will make me the #1 Undertale YouTuber who isn't a terminal gooner. Well, Merg barely counts as Undertale YouTuber anyway. Who's Merg? Oh yeah, we legit saw that video. Yeah, hypocrisy in the Undertale community. We saw this in the beginning of the stream. So Shayy has always had something against Merg, which is why, like, when Merg was being canceled over something really stupid, Shayy went against him. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. Bro was jealous. What's that supposed to mean? I wouldn't say you aren't a gooner. I said not a terminal gooner. I keep my shit to myself, I'll have you know. No, you don't. No, you don't, you freak. Went to bed, 5:30 my time, and fell asleep listening to it around 8:30 and woke up and you're still going. Thanks for your service. You're absolutely welcome. You're absolutely welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to visit Hong Kong one day. Thank you. Although I've been to Macau. Shayy then finally got the revenue information on how much Ava's shorts were made. They then said they wanted to take 20%. A raise in percentage compared to the 10% they mentioned earlier. So the shorts made $1,251 for August 2025. So Shayy wanted 20%. So now that Shayy was saying that there's more money, they were changing terms, which is really fucked up, by the way. Really fucked. Really shady. Really weird. It's so weird. Bear in mind, this started off as 100% of revenue to Ava. God. They then raised the percentage split again and said they wanted to take 25%. But yeah, I would like to take a percent, and I think that percent also is going to change as time goes on, lol. But for now, I think 3-4, 1/4 split feels good. 75-25. Still going to give you 100% for this month because I promised that, and I will honor that, of course. So I'll keep note of that, and when I get paid, I'll get over that to you. They then attempted to raise it again to 35% split. Ava stopped them. Man, that's really crazy. Actually, I was not expecting that. We talked splits before, if I recall correctly. I think 65-35 was settled on. Does that work for you? Dude, that is so shady. It's so shady. What do you mean was settled on, you piece of shit? Oh my God. A month ago, you were saying 75-25. The same day, you were saying 20%. A few days before that, you were saying 10%. That's crazy. Platonically ripping off. Yeah, platonically being a fucking nasty freak. You said this before, but whatever works for you. To which Shayy would say, 75-25 is actually probably easier to calculate. Whatever the fuck that means. As if this idiot isn't using a calculator anyway. Ava mentioned later that she and I wanted to go to GDQ together, and we were planning on meeting up with Shayy there. Considering all the information being released about Shay's actions at GDQ, we definitely dodged a bullet. Oh, yes, you did. Oh, yes, you did. Would have groped Ava, would have told her to get in bed with it. Oh my God. Anyway, Shayy definitely had sinister intentions of us going there, mentioning that they'll bring the dress. What? For those wondering, this is referring to a maid dress Shayy had and actively wore when flirting with both me and Ava. What? Okay, that's news to me. This wasn't mentioned in other documents. All right. Now imagine this specimen wearing a maid dress, calling you owner. How fast would you run away? Because I'd be bolting. First time catching a live stream, but been watching since the Genshin drama days. Keep up the great unhinged long-form content about people I've never heard of it, but now way too much about. Thank you so much. Lost my pistachio. Thank you. And I remember your name. You definitely were there. You definitely were commenting, right? If I remember correctly. Thank you for being here for so long. Still streaming? Yes. Yes, I am. I am. So Ava would say, hit me up, GDQ in January. Maybe I just need to realign I just need my real ID so I can fly again. I've always wanted to go to GDQ. Shay would say, fire emoji. I do want to visit you too sometime. I can bring the dress too, I guess. Shay then mentions that they wanted us to move close to them. What? Even mentioning that they wanted us in the same housing development as them. What? Damn expensive. Whoa, come move it to my place. It's like $1,900 a month. Lol, there's houses open in my development still, I think. Would be cool to be within walking distance. Okay, imagine living next to this freak. You'd like be doing your laundry, and then you hear knock on your door. You'd open. Hi, owner. Can I sit on your lap? 911. Get this piece of shit off my lawn. Shay would sometimes miss payment deadlines for Ava's shorts too. Ah, wonderful. That's great too. Oh, I was wondering if you've gotten paid yet so I can get the September money. It's been kind of rough with me buying a new computer that's not even here yet. Oh shit, I thought I did already. Done. Sorry, I've been scattered these past few weeks. No worries, thank you. I'm basically always paid out on the 20th or 21st or early 22nd. If I ever forget, just let me know and I'll send it right away. Okay, this is true. YouTube does pay me on like the 20th, 21st, or 22nd. Usually it's the 22nd if there's like a weekend or a holiday. But yeah. Shay would mention that Ava is a lesbian now. She's not. But even if she was, this is an extremely weird comment to make, especially when they have been actively flirting with Ava. Ava would say, I was trying to think of the context, but I think you were trying to talk about football. And Shay would say, yeah, LMAO. Anyway, that's crazy. Aren't you a lesbian now? Bingo? Bingo what? You mean trans? Doesn't really I mean, I guess if we're talking about trans, like Shay trying to change someone's sexuality, yeah, sure. We can do yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah, this is the one for changing. Someone else had their bingo transitioning. Honestly, in hindsight, it was smart. I love how Shay types, you know. Anyway, that's crazy. Aren't you a lesbian now? It just reminds me of this one like Snapchat like well, let me see, can I find it? Just found out. It's like yeah, this right here. It's like, man, just found out about racism. Damn, that shit sucks, bro. Like, I had no idea racism existed. You know, like the way Shay said that, it was like, oh, that's crazy. Anyway, aren't you a lesbian right now? That's crazy. Like, like just out of nowhere. Like, dude, that's crazy. Aren't you a lesbian, by the way? What the fuck? At the time that the original document was being brought to their attention in private, they were still trying to flirt with Ava. This document that we read that took 6 hours was being brought to Shay's attention, and Shay still said, can you force some estrogen down my throat while you ride? We made it to the final page, guys. Congratulations. The following statement has been written by Ava. When I saw the first Willie J post, I just assumed it was a mental health break, as Shay has said before that they didn't feel respected in the speedrun community. Then a friend reached out to Kibbles saying that it was really serious and that Shay's career is over now. We talked with that friend and a Shay mod, and I told them my own personal experiences. I was hesitant at first posting information about it in the Kibbles doc because I was scared and I had thoughts in my head saying it's all your fault. When the main document was released, it disgusted me. So many people went through what I had gone through and worse. I've been so stressed to the point where it made me physically ill, throwing up multiple times, losing sleep, and not eating. I was put in a group chat with other people related to the incident who helped me realize that it's not my fault that I should talk about this. I don't blame Shayy for taking a split of the shorts. It makes sense because it's their channel and other people would not even consider that offer. But trying to continually take more and more of the money when they were making so much already is hurtful when I'm struggling. Thank you for reading and for your time. Oh, we made it, guys. Congratulations. If you watched the whole thing from start to finish, that's even more impressive than listening to the whole Cinder doc. You know, the whole Cinder video, there's like maybe 5% of people that watch the whole thing from start to finish, by the way. You do realize that, right? 5%. 5%. 5% of people. Yeah. Is there a fourth document? Nope. Yeah, so these are stuff we already saw, as far as I'm aware. Okay. Congratulations, guys. Ooh, I'm the 5%. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I got pinged on Discord by someone asking me if I've ever done a fan art stream where I show fan art. No, but I definitely want to do that. And I think on the 24th, since we're going to have a Christmas art contest, I'll take the time to review everything, decide on the winners, who wins the cash prizes, and then also show off some fan art in the fan art channel. Yeah. Yeah. I'll definitely do it because the whole stream's going to be about art, I think. Okay. So in conclusion, Shay's a weirdo. Needs to be not just like, you know, banned from YouTube. Needs to be locked up in a highly secure prison. Also, good boy reading all that. I'm gonna ban you from donating to Dark Prince. I'm gonna ban you from anyway. So yeah, initially when I told you like there was some varying opinions here, if I were to give my personal opinion, I don't think Destiny's right here. I don't think Destiny bothered to read more than like 5 pages. Because like, I feel like out of respect for Star Smiley being the partner of Shayy, they put her document first. But for the most part, I don't think it should have been first because this is most people's first introduction. This is what they're going to read. And it just seems like, yeah, someone who was pissed about their relationship and now they're finally talking about it. This would make sense to have been included as part of another document or to come out later once you understand how fucked up Shayy is. But if all you do, like Destiny and the people who agreed with this, you just read like the first few pages of Star Smiley and Aspen and then leave, yeah, you might think that way. But I don't really agree with this. I do think like what Shayy did was really bad. It's very easy to look at these victims and think, oh, come on, you did this to yourself. You could have left at any time. But I explained in the beginning of the stream, right? They all have something in common. They all have like a household that's not stable, parents that are probably not there for them. And Shayy knew exactly how to target them and took complete advantage of that. Right. So there was no like, and plus like most of them were pre-orders, bro. He would legit just sit there when they're 17 and just make his move when they're 18. So like they know nothing about life. They don't have proper parenting. And yeah. So Shayy is fully guilty in my opinion and definitely deserves to lose so many subs. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Shayy loses more. Definitely deserved. And yeah, heart is with all the victims and I wish them the best. We've been streaming for 7 hours and a half. What the fuck? It's 6 a.m. Let's go through the donations and then call it a day. All right, let me bring back the desk down so I can sit down and do this real quick. Give me a sec. Longest I've been in the stream in my entire life, all day. Thank you. Much appreciated. This is a long ass stream, huh? You're platonically my favorite streamer. Thanks so much for sacrificing your sanity for the Google Docs. You're welcome. I hope they never upload again. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. We just do outro cast trays. I'll see you again in the next video whenever that is. I platonically love you so much, Platonic. Mwah. All right, let's go through some of the donations here that I didn't look at in the beginning. Center. All right. One final nya, please. I guess that counts. Okay. Yeah, this is a good background to have. Yeah. All right. Guys, thanks so much for the support. Seriously. Okay, so where did the stream start? 2 hours. Okay. Okay. Courtney, thanks so much for the membership. Sriracha, Judge, I sentenced you to 67 years of no head pats. Just had to say that, huh? Heather Moore, S is for friends who do stuff together. E is for you and me. X is for anything at any time at all. Down here at the Frog family. Yes, YouTube. When I say SEX, that's what I'm referring to. Thank you so much, Heather. Hateful Canadian, already thanked you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Teddy Lingonberry, not just for the donation, but thank you for the membership too. You're awesome. Groomer, yet Groomer, True Mario. The Red Sage, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. Red Dust Spider, if you can platonically harass, you can get platonically jailed. Any apologetic statement by this guy would be platonically a waste of words. True. True. Dark Prince, thanks for the 10. About watching the Cha-Cha VOD. Anomaly VOD, thank you for clarifying about the whole Aerospec Ace person. A to Star Rose, yes, thanks so much for the no text donation. Thank you so much. Red Dust Spider, thank you. C4, thank you for the 5 gifted. Red Dust Spider again. If you think with your sausage you don't deserve a sausage, please get it snipped for the safety of others, platonically, of course. Mutilate your cocker, platonically. Get rid of your sausage, platonically. Haley Kim, yep, thanks so much for giving me the idea of putting the bingo of misgendering Shayy on the bingo. Thank you. We have to do this more. When I read a doc next time, we're definitely going to do bingo for sure. This was a good idea. Eight star Rose, thank you so much. Sorry for waking you up with the music. King Lugia, Order of Malta, so Knights and Daddies. Sure. Sure. The Dark Prince asking if my passport is from Martinique. As I said, I wouldn't give hints, but no, I'm not from Martinique. Are you going to be able to sleep once you finish reading this whole thing off to Scream? I already responded to that, Will Clark, but yes, don't worry. I'm gonna jump in bed after this. For sure. Will Clark again, thank you for the donation. King Lugia listening at work. Dan, thank you for the 5, talking about Shang Tsung. Will Clark, thanks again. I'm glad you're reading it. I would be facepalm. Dude, I was facepalming. I was facepalming. Haley Kim, thanks again. Teddy Lingonberry, thanks again. Dark Prince, thank you. Dark Prince, Mugen, I'll change your pronouns to only /mine. Dark Prince, listen, buddy, listen. Your donations have been out of pocket. Okay, at least put platonically at the end there. Okay, all right. Smooth though, but at least put platonically at the end there. We're officially past the Cinder video in length. Yes, we are. You can trust us with text to speech. Can I, Sriracha? Can I? King Luigi again, thank you. Good mood. Good morning, everyone. I just woke up and can't believe you're still live. Love your videos and if you truly, yep, saw that. Thank you. Mujin and chat. I burnt my brownies. Yunny. I hope your next batch of brownies is amazing. I'm sorry you burnt them. Yes, Evan. Thank you for the 5. Oh my god, you have a fucking bingo card. Take my money for all your hard work. To be fair, the community made it. So big W to the community. Flugel Wolf, thanks again. Bing, bada boom. It's okay, guys. We're trauma bonding. True. Courtney, thanks for hitting us platonically. Fallout fan. Hi, Mugen. Ray from the doc here. So the pronoun shit wildin', huh? Sorry you had to hide so much of my shit for monetization reasons. LMFAO. Oops. Really? Ray? Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. The Undertale community has a lot of different pronouns, bro. It's kind of hard to keep track until like, you know, you can't guess it. But yeah. Sorry that happened to you, Ray. I wish you the best. Seriously. I'd say this is some of the worst shit I've seen in this document. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I first saw this on Twitter, I was like, oh hell no. I've seen shit in my time, but I've never seen shit like this. Thank you so much for the donation, and I wish you the best. Take care, okay? Breezy, thanks for the membership. Good Puppy Platonically. King Luja, thanks for the 1 gifted. Armored Baron, thanks again for the 50. Dan, I hope they never upload again. Or no, Unstoppable Force. Cool. My name is Jeff. Thanks for being a good owner and reading all this. I already saw this. Thank you for the donation. Tofu. I went to bed. Yep. Still streaming. Lost my pistachio. Thanks again. The Dark Prince. Get therapy. Aragon fan. You're platonically my favorite streamer. Thank you so much for sacrificing your sanity. You're welcome. Dan, I agree. UA, thank you. Arzuros, first time tuning in. This has been a trip. Thanks for all the entertaining videos that cover recent drama. Keep it platonic, bro. Hell yeah. Of course, with a smiley face. And like Cardiso, thanks for keeping it awake. It's 2 a.m. here. Please now platonically take some rest. Thank you so much, guys. I do feel like some donations didn't show up. I'm looking at the alerts here, but this is like from 1 day ago. Stream Elements, you are kind of weird, bro. Thank you for reading all that are Alpha Wolf King. Now give us platonic head pats for listening, for fuck's sake, you. Where's the here are your head pats, guys. They're all over here. Good job. More like a clap, but you get the point. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Seriously. Much appreciated, especially if you watch the whole thing from start to finish. You're crazy. If I missed one of your donations, don't hesitate to DM me on Discord directly. I don't want to scam you. So yeah, do that. Don't be scared. I don't bite. Yes, that's me. Thanks for all the well wishes. You're absolutely welcome, Ray. Take care, okay? And thanks for being here. So if I missed your donation, make sure to DM me so I can thank you in person. And yeah, I'll be live again in like a couple weeks. I'll start working on the next video soon. I don't know what it's going to be, but we'll see. And yeah, I'll definitely try to go live every 2 weeks because this is really fun. I love hanging out with you guys. And I'll definitely be live also again on the 24th on Christmas Eve. So if you guys don't got family or friends to hang out with, I'll be here. And we'll reveal the winners of the art contest. Make sure to join the Discord. If you haven't yet, it's discord.gg/Muujin. Will there be a video on the Shayy drama? Probably not, no. No, because dude, honestly, dude, I'm estimating this stream is gonna be demonetized anyway. Like I'm not gonna be delusional here. It would be very hard to make a video and not get demonetized because the shit in there. How do you explain this and censor it? How do you explain this? Someone trying to change your pronouns. How do you explain this? You can't. So this is really stream for. I want to use streams to either cover drama when it first drops, so you see my live reaction, like what happened with Cinder and Miskiff, or to cover things I wouldn't normally cover in a video. Instead of having to make a second channel and shit like that, like I'm not going to do that. So when there's a topic I don't want to cover for a video, I'm just going to stream. So yeah, thank you so much. My very platonic, wonderful viewers that I love. And platonically demonetized. God. And I'll see you next time, like hopefully in a couple weeks when I go live again. And yeah, love you guys, seriously. Thanks for hanging out. It was very, very, very fun. Even though we read Brain Rot for 7 hours, you guys definitely make it all worthwhile. Peachy, thanks for modding so late, even though it's early in Australia, I guess. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. I love you. Mwah.